Chapter 1 Re-employment. Unfortunately, according to company policy, you are fired. It's a shame that the company will lose a great warrior. In the office building of Visual Gravity, the top advertising company in the country, Young Fan stood in front of the HR desk without any fear. Also, Party A has requested $5 million in compensation for losses, and this can only be counted on you personally. You need to sign the IOU. The HR pushed the IOU in front of Young Fan with a hint of sympathy, but she had to do it. Yang Fan smiled bitterly, said nothing, and happily took the pen to sign. You'd better think about it carefully, this is not a small amount of money for you. Yang Fan turned around and saw Mu Shirong pushing open the door and walking in. It's okay. Someone has to take responsibility. The company cannot lose money anyway. The tip of the pen moved quickly on the IOU. When Yang Fan was halfway through signing, he felt his hand was empty. It turned out that Mu Shirong had taken the pen from his hand. The $5 million will be deducted from my year-end dividends and bonuses this year, Mu Shirong said firmly, her tone firm and without room for negotiation. HR was stunned and looked at Morone with his mouth wide open. Is this still Morone? That cold-faced and heartless female devil? She actually had to pay back money for an advertising designer who was several levels below her. Although this designer had some ability and talent, it was not that bad. Only Yang Fan knew why Mu Shirong did this. She probably knew that Yang Fan was wronged, and as the person in charge of the leaked project, she felt that she was also responsible. I thought she came just to defend herself, but I didn't expect that she was here to pay back the money for him. After leaving the company, Yang Fan felt even more depressed. He would have felt better if he had directly owed the company money, but it was really uncomfortable to suddenly owe such a huge favor to a woman. Could it be that she likes me? Yang Fan's eyes suddenly lit up, but soon dimmed again. How is it possible? This is a heartless and unloving female devil. Although I do have some heroic qualities, there are so many people pursuing me who are better than me. Why should I spend money on her? Just as I was thinking about it, I received a message on WeChat. When Yang Fan saw that it was Mu Shirong's profile picture, he quickly opened the dialog box. Please take me home after get off work. My car is in the VIP parking space number 8 in the basement. Okay, Yang Fan replied quickly. Putting away his phone, Yang Fan became more and more confused the more he thought about it. We don't have much friendship other than work, but today she suddenly paid back $5 million for me and asked me to send her home. Go back to her house. Could it be that he really likes me? Yang Fan began to feel a little bit of anticipation about sending the female devil home, and even had some more extreme fantasies. Although this female devil is a little fierce and cold at ordinary times, at least she is still very beautiful, especially her hot body. The more Yang Fan thought about it, the more excited he became. He even snapped his fingers and spun in a circle. It was not yet time to get off work, but Yang Fan was already waiting by Mu Shirong's car. He waited nervously and excitedly for half an hour, and finally saw Mu Shirong appear. Yang Fan could sense Mu Shirong's aura that kept people at a distance of 1,000 miles even from 5 meters away. The enthusiasm in his heart instantly shrank by half. She was truly an icy beauty, so cold. You drive, Mu Shirong walked over and threw the keys to Yang Fan, then sat in the passenger seat alone. Along the way, Mu Shirong didn't say a word to Yang Fan except giving directions. Yang Fan wanted to find something to talk about to ease the atmosphere, but every time he was put out of his mind by a coldum. Arriving at the high-end residential complex where Mu Shirong lived, the moment he entered the room, the fire in Yang Fan's heart began to burn again. Should I take the initiative or be more obedient? Does she like gentleness or wildness? Yang Fan could even hear the sound of his own heart beating wildly. He stole a glance at Mu Shirong and suddenly discovered that the ice on the icy beauty's face seemed to have melted a little, and even seemed to have become a little softer. Looking at it this way, it is even more beautiful. As expected, there was a chance. Yang Fan lowered his head and felt secretly happy, trying to suppress the upward curve of his lips while holding back his joy. Mu Shirong entered the password and opened the door. Mom, you're back. As soon as the door opened, a 2-year-old girl ran over and hugged Mu Shirong's legs. Oh my god, the child is already so big, and I was just daydreaming, and now a child suddenly jumps out. Yang Fan's restless and fiery heart suddenly fell to the bottom. I always thought Mu Shirong was single and unmarried, but I didn't expect that she already had a family. She kept it a secret so well. Ms. Mu, you're back. The aunt took the bag and coat from Mu Shirong, saw Yang Fan, greeted him politely and went to the tea bar to pour some water. Yang Fan quickly adjusted his mentality, responded to the ant politely, took the water, and took a big gulp. You see, this is my daughter. Starting tomorrow, you need to take over Aunt Yang's job until Aunt Yang comes back, and her salary will be offset from your debt. Mu Shirong shifted her gaze from her daughter to Yang Fan, and her expression immediately changed from loving to cold. Take over Aunt Yang's job. Yang Fan couldn't believe his ears. Me, a grown man? Yes, I am not discussing this with you. Why? Yang Fan thought to himself, why? Because you owe me money, 5 million. And your last name is Yang. Yang Fan was about to argue when a voice suddenly sounded in his head. Ding, congratulations to the host, your Bebe exclusive all-around daddy system has been activated. What, a babysitter system? Isn't this something that only exists in novels? In order to collect creative inspiration, Yang Fan also browsed various novel websites and learned about the nanny daddy system. That is to say, in the process of raising children, you can get rewards for completing tasks, or your skills in various aspects can be continuously improved, and finally you can even become all-rounder. But aren't all the people bound by the nanny system his own daughters? Can strangers be bound as well? Ding, host, this is Bebe's exclusive nanny system. Only those who raise and accompany Bebe will be rewarded. It doesn't have to be the father. As long as the person recognized by the system has raised and accompanied Bebe, it will be rewarded. Oh my god? The system can read my mind, so does it know what I was thinking about just now? Ding, host, don't worry. This system will not care about things that are not related to Bebe's growth and safety. It's so scary, this system is different from the one in the novel. Then what reward can you give? Yang Fan asked in his heart. The rewards are very rich, depending on what you trigger. In just a few seconds, Yang Fan had several rounds of conversations with the system. Auntie Yang, please hand over to Yang Fan. Before the system could reply, Yang Fan was brought back to reality by Mu Shirong's cold voice. The system seemed to know that something happened to Yang Fan and suddenly disappeared. Forget it, just take care of the child. A real man is one who can bend and stretch. The 5 million is still with this woman, and there is such an awesome system. Maybe the system can not only help me pay off the debt as soon as possible, but also bring me other benefits. By then, I will return to the advertising industry and make great achievements. Aunt Yang gave instructions for more than half an hour and handed Yang Fan a small notebook. That's about it. Is there anything else you don't understand? Aunt Yang had explained everything to Yang Fan very clearly, but she was still a little worried. Yang Fan went over Aunt Yang's words in his mind, what Bebe likes and dislikes, what to pay attention to when sleeping, where he likes to go out to play. Then I told Aunt Yang very affirmatively, I've got it. If there's anything I'm not clear about, I'll call you again. Mu Shirong glanced at Yang Fan with a look of satisfaction and trust. Although something went wrong with the project, during the time they worked together on the project, she knew that Yang Fan was a little frivolous, but as long as he promised to do something, he would take it seriously and see it through to the end. This was also a very important reason why she felt at ease leaving her daughter to him, although she didn't say it. Ding, congratulations to the host, you have activated your super memory. Just after Yang Fan deliberately memorized the things that needed to be paid attention to when raising Bebe, the system voice rang in his head again. I just spent a little bit of brain cells preparing to take care of Bebe, and without any actual labor, I have acquired super memory. This reward is such a great feeling. I am good at this job and am willing to do it even without pay. Aunt Yang was feeling happy when she suddenly remembered something. Oh, by the way, Bebe will go out tomorrow to the fairy tale world in Jiahua shopping mall. She has been looking forward to it for a long time. Unfortunately, I have to catch a plane tomorrow. You? He can start work tomorrow, Morong added, and turned to Yang Fan, you go back and prepare today. You don't need to bring any daily necessities, just a few clothes. He will move in tomorrow. What, am I going to live here? Chapter 2 Awakening Bebe's exclusive all-around nanny system. Yes, I often need to work overtime at night, and Bebe can't be without someone. Bebe also gets up early, so I need someone early in the morning. Your home is far away, and running back and forth like this will affect your work. Then I'll rent one closer? That's fine, right in our neighborhood. But this is a high-end neighborhood, and the monthly rent is almost as much as the salary I offer you, and you have to pay 3 months' rent as a deposit, so you should think it over carefully. After returning to his rented apartment, Yang Fan simply packed his luggage, took a shower, and lay down. Although it was already very late, he was not sleepy at all. He felt his mind was terribly clear, yet also terribly messy. All kinds of information kept emerging in his mind. Bebe's cute face, Mu Shirong's words of persuasion, the clothes Aunt Yang wore, and the trees planted at every intersection they passed on the way back were all clearly engraved in his mind. This super memory is indeed a bit scary, but it's okay once you get used to it. The next day, Yang Fan rushed to Mu Shirong's house. Mu Shirong had already left. Aunt Yang also left after explaining some things. Only he and Bebe were left at home. In front of the children, Yang Fan still feels very relaxed. Uncle will take you to the amusement park, okay? Bebe jumped up and down happily and said good several times in a baby voice. Jiahua Shopping Center, the fairy tale world, Bebe had a lot of fun. Yang Fan sat aside, holding his mobile phone, and casually scrolling through short videos. It's quite pleasant to take care of children. Although the salary is a little lower than what I got at Visual Gravity, I don't have to be a grandson of the client's father, nor do I have to compete with those monsters in the company. It's nothing more than that Mu Shirong will be treated with a few more cold stares by her when she comes back. Maybe one day I can melt her icy face and win her over. He. Thinking of this, Yang Fan couldn't help but chuckle a few times. It only took Yang Fan one day to go from finding it difficult to accept the role of a stay-at-home nanny to enjoying it now. Uncle, what are you laughing at? Bebe tugged at Yang Fan's trouser leg. Nothing, why don't you play? I need to pee. Yang Fan remembered what Aunt Yang said, Bebe has a little difficulty holding urine, so he must take the urine to the toilet in time. Yang Fan picked up Bebe and ran all the way to the toilet. Bebe giggled along the way, which she found very funny. After dealing with Bebe, Yang Fan felt that he also needed to deal with something. Bebe, wait for Uncle outside. I'm going to the toilet and will be out soon. Okay, Bebe responded sweetly. Ding. Congratulations to the host for gaining the ability to run super fast. That's fine too. So what exactly does super running ability refer to? It means that your running skills have been tripled compared to your original ones. Really? I don't need to train? I don't need to carry Bebe and run a few more laps to improve? Yang Fan found it unbelievable and outrageous. Yes. Thank you, system, you are such a treasure. You are much more awesome than those systems in novels. Yang Fan washed his hands and was about to take Bebe for another flight to test his new abilities. As soon as he came out of the bathroom, Yang Fan was petrified. Where is the person? Where did he go? Shouldn't that little figure be here? Oh my god, I lost the person on the first day I let him. How can I explain this? System, help me check where Bebe went? I'm sorry, host, this is beyond my ability. After saying that, the system quietly exited Yang Fan's brain, and no matter how much Yang Fan called out, there was no response. Yang Fan was anxious, really anxious. He had never been so anxious before, even when he was the scapegoat. Since he couldn't rely on the system, he could only rely on himself. Yang Fan took 2 deep breaths and tried to stay calm. He began to recall all the shops, businesses, and pedestrians he had passed along the way. Although he was running, as long as his sight was within reach, everyone's face, image features, and all the data were stored in his mind. A couple chatting and laughing, a middle-aged woman carrying shopping bags, a middle-aged man walking alone with a blank expression, the scenes just now played backwards in his mind frame by frame like a movie. Suddenly, a fashionable woman with a child caught Yang Fan's attention. When they passed by each other, her eyes stayed on Bebe with a strange expression. Yang Fan ran to the monitoring room at the speed of a 100-meter sprint and asked for the surveillance records of the time period outside the toilet where he was just now. Sure enough, after passing Yang Fan, the woman turned back and watched them enter the bathroom before continuing walking forward. Not long after, the fashionable woman suddenly stopped, made a phone call, quickly put away her phone, squatted down and said something to the child, then returned to the bathroom. When they arrived outside the toilet, it was Yang Fan's time to go to the toilet, so they only had time to talk to the system for a few more words. The fashionable woman and her daughter started chatting with Bebe, and soon Bebe followed them. The surveillance camera locked the group, and the 3 people, 1 adult and 2 children, finally took the elevator next to the toilet to the parking basement on the underground first floor. This system came at a really bad time and it's killing people. Do you want to call the police? The security guard asked. It's too late to call the police. Hurry up and retrieve the underground parking lot surveillance and the entry and exit records of all the parking lot toll booths. The surveillance footage showed that the fashionable woman got into a pink luxury car, and Yang Fan remembered the license plate number immediately. With his quick eyesight, Yang Fan immediately found the license plate number among the densely packed release records. It was the entrance and exit of the east parking lot. Through the surveillance at the vehicle release gate, Yang Fan saw the pink sports car driving towards Yangming Avenue. When Yang Fan came to the mall, he noticed that this was a road with no forks. As long as he stayed on this road, Yang Fan would be able to find them. He must have kidnapped children to get such a nice car. Fortunately, it is a unique luxury pink sports car. Let us see which is faster, my legs or your wheels. There is a huge flow of people at Kawa Shopping Center and it is the lunch rush hour, so you can't walk fast no matter how hard you try. Yang Fan, who had mastered all the information, immediately turned into a running champion and ran quickly on Yangming Avenue. The vehicles, green belts, and pedestrians on the road quickly retreated into shadows. Pink, pink. Running fast did not affect Yang Fan's observation of the cars on the road at all. He kept praying in his mind that the color would appear in his sight soon. Finally, at the intersection, Yang Fan found the pink vehicle, which was waiting for the traffic light to turn left. Fortunately, Yang Fan found it before it turned. Yang Fan calmed down and felt more at ease. Now, it was time to compete in speed. Yang Fan stepped on his feet and sprinted with all his strength. With an emergency brake, a black car was forced to stop due to Yang Fan's speed. The owner opened the window and cursed, "You're crazy, you're looking for death." Yang Fan ignored it, the only thing in his eyes was the pink car. The green light for turning left came on, and the pink sports car started slowly. There were too many cars on the road, and most of them were stopping and moving. Yang Fan's legs and feet didn't need to queue up, and he didn't know how many vehicles he overtook along the way. Finally, in another line of vehicles at a traffic light, Yang Fan blocked the pink sports car's way. Yang Fan slammed the car door, breathing heavily. "What's going on?" The fashionable girl opened the car window and asked impatiently. Chapter 3: Activating Mind Reading. "Damn human trafficker, you still have the nerve to ask me this." Yang Fan was gasping for air. Although he couldn't speak normally, the fashionable woman could see the anger in his eyes. She looked at Bei behind her and suddenly thought of something. "Bei, do you know him?" "Yes, it's Uncle Yang." The impatience on the fashionable girl's face disappeared in an instant, and was immediately replaced by a polite yet awkward smile. The car door opened automatically and Yang Fan got in. "Bei, didn't you agree to wait for Uncle there?" Yang Fan finally breathed a sigh of relief. "Aunt Shanxian said she would take me to find my mother." "I miss my mother." Bei stared at Yang Fan with her big bulging eyes, looking puzzled. "I'm so sorry. I saw Shanxian being taken away by a strange man. It wasn't Aunt Yang, nor was it his mother. I thought too much. I couldn't get through to her mother on the phone, so for safety reasons, I decided to take her away without authorization. If there is any misunderstanding, at least Bei is safe. But if it is a bad guy, that would be terrible. There is no possibility of this happening at all, right? Don't you think so?" Zhou Wenxian continued to add. Zhou Wenxian, Mo Shirong's best friend, is more aggressive and impulsive than the icy beauty Mo Shirong. "I'm glad you're okay." Although Yang Fan was unhappy, he didn't know what to say. After all, it was all for the safety of the child. "By the way, how did you know that I was the one who took Shanxian away?" "You were able to catch up with me. It's incredible. I checked the surveillance video. I also practiced running in college. Besides, cars can't drive far on the road at noon, so I just caught up with him." Yang Fan didn't want to explain any system or skills. No one would believe it if he told others about it. They might even think that there was something wrong with him and that he had delusions. No wonder Rongrong gave the child to you. She rarely leaves the child to anyone other than Aunt Yang. Yang Fan thought to himself, because I owe her money. But he said, it's really an honor to be able to take on this important task. Yes, let's go find her now and let her tell me everything. Zhou Wenxian was eager to find out some gossip. Yang Fan looked in the direction and asked, "Are you going to her company to find her?" "Well, is there a problem? Bei and I have other activities this afternoon, why don't you take us back to her house first?" Yang Fan didn't want those evil people in his company to see him babysitting someone else's child, let alone Mu Shirong's child. Moreover, in the short term, he didn't want to see those people's true faces. "That's fine, Rongrong may not be willing for me to bring my child to her company. How about this, there is always time for lunch, I will treat you to lunch at noon as a token of my apology, and then I will send you back home after lunch. That's fine. After coming out of the restaurant, Zhou Wenxian sent Yang Fan and Bei Bei back to Mo Shirong's home. This was probably the best meal Yang Fan had ever had in his life. He kept savoring it after he returned home. The freshness of the ingredients and the way they were processed also subverted Yang Fan's imagination. Seeing Yang Fan's surprise, Zhou Wenxian explained everything to him for a long time as if she was giving a science lecture to a country bumpkin. The food in the restaurant tastes first-rate, and the environment is so upscale that it makes Yang Fan feel scared. Looking at Mu Shirong's house again, I thought it was luxurious enough, but now it seems that this house is still quite simple. Of course, what Yang Fan likes most is that even the air in this home is filled with the smell of freedom. He doesn't need to smile, deal with anyone, think hard about ideas, or be on guard against anything. He just needs to take out his true heart and take care of a child, and she will give him the most sincere smile. Yang Fan began to like his new job. In the afternoon, Yang Fan packed some fruits and snacks as instructed by Aunt Yang, and took Bei Bei for a walk in the community. There were many people in the community taking their children out for a stroll, and a man was also walking holding his child's hand. Looking at the child acting coquettishly with his father, Bei Bei was stunned and then held Yang Fan's hand tightly. Mu Shirong never mentioned a word about Bei Bei's father. During lunch, she wanted to ask Zhou Wenxian about it, but when the words came to her lips, she swallowed them back. Bei Bei, where is your father? There's nothing wrong with gossiping in front of the child, so Yang Fan finally asked. I don't know. Mom never tells me. I've asked her many times. Bei Bei's voice sounded a little lost. Looking at the child's tender face, Yang Fan felt a little distressed. Although Bei Bei is happier than most children materially, he can't make up for the lack of fatherly love. Morong is busy with work all day long, and the love Aunt Yang can give her is limited. Bei Bei, shall we play a game? Yeah, okay. Bei Bei's bright eyes immediately lit up. Let's play guessing. Look, here is this cherry tomato. If you can guess which hand Uncle hides, Uncle will scratch your nose. If you guess wrong, you have to scratch Uncle's nose. Okay, can you hide it, Bei Bei, and let Uncle guess? Sure. Bei Bei happily put her hands behind her back, adjusted the position of the cherry tomatoes, and asked Yang Fan to guess. At the beginning, when Yang Fan guessed wrong, he let Bei Bei's soft little hands scratch his nose a few times. By figuring out the pattern of Bei Bei's questions, Yang Fan can always get the answers right. Uncle always guesses right. It's not fun at all, Bei Bei pouted, looking very unhappy. Don't give up. Maybe next time Bei Bei will be able to stump Uncle. Okay, I'll try again. Yang Fan deliberately guessed the wrong hand based on Bei Bei's question-asking habits. Yeah, Uncle guessed wrong, scratch your nose. Oh, it hurts, little babe, please spare me, you are so awesome. Just like that, occasionally guessing right, often guessing wrong, Bei Bei laughed out loud. Ding! Congratulations to the host, the mind-reading ability has been activated. Now Yang Fan was no longer surprised when he heard the system sound. Wait, what, mind-reading ability? And there is such an invincible skill. Doesn't that mean I can tell everyone's thoughts? This is awesome. If we could find out the client's true thoughts in advance, we wouldn't have taken so many detours in the design. Host, the ability to read minds is an advanced ability of the system. It is indeed amazing, but the extent to which one can read minds depends not only on the host's talent, but also on whether one can trigger the reward for upgrading the mind-reading skill in the future. Because for people with strong willpower, the use of mind-reading skills will be restricted, and mind-reading skills need to be constantly upgraded. Then tell me quickly, what should I do to get the upgrade reward of the mind-reading skill? I'm sorry, host. The system doesn't know what the trigger point is. The system can only sense your energy interaction. Different energies trigger different skills. As for when the energy will be generated and what kind of energy is generated, it depends on the host. Okay, you can leave now. No matter what, I have the basic ability to read minds. When Mu Shirong comes back, I can read her mind and find out about Bei Bei's father. Maybe I still have a chance. Yang Fan was secretly delighted. Chapter 4, Like a Family of Three. Yang Fan played guess with Bei Bei for a while, then went to the community's exclusive playground before taking Bei Bei home. Now, Yang Fan looks at Bei Bei even more preciously. It seems that Bei Bei is the noble person sent by God to him. Taking care of Bei Bei is not just to pay off debts, it's really a great way to make money. Maybe there will be other mysterious skills unlocked in the future. With supernatural powers at your disposal and living in the same world with these ordinary people, you will surely be able to thrive. Goo goo. The sound from Yang Fan's stomach brought him back to reality. I am also a mortal being, so I should solve the most practical problem of eating first. Aunt Yang is not around, so I have to rely on myself for dinner. If Mu Shirong returned home and found that Bebe hadn't eaten dinner yet, her face would be frozen to death. Don't worry about the ingredients, they will be delivered to your door every day. You can choose to book in the afternoon or evening. Yang Fan opened the refrigerator outside the door and found something inside. It was the ingredients for the evening meal that had just been delivered. The dinner served was a turbot, 2 pounds of local pork, and some green organic vegetables. In the world of the rich, there is no need to go to the market and spend time carefully selecting. There is a fixed door-to-door service every day, and the ingredients supplied are the best. But such good ingredients might be wasted in his hands. Although I occasionally cook, it's usually stir-fried pork with peppers and vegetables. Yang Fan looked at the grey turbot in front of him and began to worry. I've eaten this before but never made it. Yang Fan took out his mobile phone and searched on Baidu for how to cook turbot. Finally, he found a method that he could accept and was relatively simple to operate among a bunch of advertisements. In order to get Bebe to eat more, Yang Fan also looked up how to cook other ingredients to be suitable for children so that they are delicious and nutritious. After reading all the recipes, Yang Fan threw his phone aside. With Yang Fan's memory, remembering the recipes of a few dishes is a piece of cake. Yang Fan put on an apron and began to prepare the ingredients. Ding! Congratulations to the host, the divine chef skill has been triggered. Hearing the system's congratulations, Yang Fan was both surprised and not surprised. Not surprisingly, Yang Fan believed that as long as he paid attention to Bebe, the system would show some results. Surprisingly, at this moment, Bebe was still playing with toys in the living room, and her standard giggle was not heard. Yang Fan remembered that the previous 2 times the skill was triggered were after Bebe laughed happily. System, is there any pattern to your trigger points? I feel like I can't quite figure it out. I'm sorry, host. I can't answer this question for you. The system senses the host's love for Bebe and automatically allocates the divine chef skill reward. Okay, you can leave now. Yang Fan wants to find the pattern so that he can acquire more skills. The more skills he has, the greater the possibility of monetizing them. The sooner he can achieve financial freedom, he can do what he likes to do. Yang Fan has always wanted to have a house in Sanya, facing the sea, with flowers blooming in spring, hugging his wife, and watching the children laughing on the beach. It sounds so beautiful just thinking about it. He also wants to have his own inn in Dali, to receive visitors from all over the world, to listen to different stories and experience different lives. He also wants to buy a villa with a big yard for his parents in his hometown so they can grow whatever they like. He also wanted to have an RV so that he could travel whenever he wanted, with the sky as his roof and the earth as his home, so that he could enjoy the view of mountains, rivers, lakes, and seas, and experience the history, culture, and customs of different places. Yang Fan has many things he wants to do and many people he wants to help. But all of this must be based on an economic foundation. However, it doesn't matter if you can't find the pattern to trigger the skills. There's no need to worry. Anyway, I don't have any other work now, so I just need to take care of Bebe. And each time the skill is triggered, it is because of doing something related to Bebe. This is the only thing that can be confirmed. Take good care of Bebe and everything is possible. Now, I have acquired the skills of a great chef. If all else fails, I can work in the catering industry. As long as the food tastes acceptable, it will be no problem for me to accumulate my first pot of gold. Yang Fan was busy in the kitchen efficiently. His skills as a master chef made him feel at ease. He had a clear mind on what to do and how to do each step of each dish. The steps I searched on Baidu just now were not all correct, and Yang Fan corrected them one by one. Soon, in less than an hour, Yang Fan prepared 4 dishes. Yang Fan carried Bebe to the baby chair and brought out special baby tableware. When Bebe saw the 4 delicious dishes, her mouth was watering. Uncle, today's food smells so good. Really? Then eat more, Bebe. But you can't pick up the fish meat by yourself. Uncle must check that there are no bones before you can eat it. Although turbot has few bones, Yang Fan still checked it very carefully. If a grown man gets stuck by a bone, it's fine. But if a child like Bebe gets stuck in the throat, how much pain will it cause? This is also what Aunt Yang has repeatedly told me. Uncle, why don't you eat? Uncle is not hungry yet, let's eat together when Mom comes back. Mom won't be back until dark. If you don't eat, your stomach will be angry. Eat quickly, Uncle. Although Bebe is very young, he already knows how to care about others. No, Mom will be home early today. She's worried that you won't be used to it today, so she told me that she will be home an hour earlier. Really? That's great. I can see my mom sooner. Speak of Chow Chow and he will appear. As soon as Bebe finished saying the word mom, Yang Fan heard the door open. Yang Fan hurried over to greet her. Aunt Yang said that when Mu Shirong came home to change her shoes, she needed to help her take her bag and coat and hang them up. Boss, it's time to get off work, Yang Fan greeted while hanging clothes with a shameless smile on his face. Well, where's Bebe? In the past, Bebe would come running over first, but today he didn't come. Mu Shirong found it a little strange. Mom, I'm here. Bebe's voice was vague and babyish with food in his mouth. When she heard her daughter's voice, Mu Shirong's icy face melted a little. She walked to the dining table, her face completely changed to one of loving kindness. Baby, you are eating so deliciously. Is the food Uncle cooked today delicious? Delicious, delicious, so delicious as Mom, please try it. Bebe picked up a piece of fish with his baby chopsticks and put it into his mother's mouth. The moment Mu Shirong put the fish into her mouth, she paused for half a second. The fish was so fresh, tender and smooth, comparable to that of a 5-star chef. She was a little bit incredulous. Not bad, haven't you eaten yet? Sit down and eat together, Mu Shirong's voice was cold. When she turned to look at Yang Fan, her disbelief instantly turned into calmness. Yang Fan wanted to know how Mu Shirong really felt about his craftsmanship, so he tried hard to amplify his perception ability, but his mind was completely blank. It was as if some barrier was blocking his perception. Could it be that this woman's extraordinary willpower made it impossible for him to read her mind? Never mind for now. Yang Fan quickly brought over 2 bowls of rice and sat opposite Mu Shirong. Yang Fan was a little uncomfortable eating so close to his former leader, and Mu Shirong said nothing. Mom, we look like a family of 3 now. Bebe is so happy. Cough, cough, cough. Mu Shirong choked and coughed twice without swallowing a mouthful of rice. Capital embarrassment. Chapter 5. Some serious thoughts. Bebe, don't talk nonsense. Uncle is just temporarily taking over Aunt Yang's job. Mu Shirong was actually a little anxious, which was really rare. Bebe pouted and refused to eat. Yang Fan knew Bebe's thoughts very well. He saw that many children outside were accompanied by their parents. Finally there was a man in the family, so naturally Yang Fan took on the role of a father. Seeing her daughter angry, Mu Shirong also became a little angry. Baby, stop making trouble and eat quickly. Maybe Bebe misses his father. By the way, is Bebe's father working in another city? Yang Fan wanted to change the subject, and took the opportunity to ask about something that had been puzzling him. If Mu Shirong had a husband, then I would just be a nanny and learn some skills from the system. When he has paid off his debts and has acquired a lot of skills, he will be able to fly freely in the sky. He doesn't believe that there will be no place for him, Yang Fan, in this world. If Mu Shirong didn't have a husband, then she would still have a chance. Such a beautiful woman who was good at making money, although a little cold. But Yang Fan knew from her attitude towards the child that Mu Shirong's cold heart could be melted, it just depended on who she was melting. The child can melt Mu Shirong's heart, and I believe that one day, Yang Fan will be able to do the same. After Yang Fan asked the question, there was a sudden silence at the table. Lian Bebe also put down his dishes, pricked up his ears, and stared at his mother with his 2 bright big eyes. Mu Shirong continued to eat with her head down. Just when Yang Fan thought that the other party would simply ignore his question, Mu Shirong spoke. Bebe's father is an extraordinary scientist. When Bebe was born, he was at the busiest time of his career. So you are living apart? Yang Fan's eyes flashed with disappointment, and he continued to ask. No, he left. On Bebe's 100th day, his father came back. He only stayed for 1 day before going back to the institute. On the way back, he had a car accident. When saying these words, Mu Shirong seemed very calm. Although Yang Fan couldn't read Mu Shirong's thoughts, he could feel that her calmness was a deliberate act. She probably loves her husband very much. For such an outstanding woman, the man she likes must be good. Yang Fan was about to say a few words of comfort when Bebe continued to ask in a baby voice. Why did Dad leave? Doesn't Dad want us anymore? Silly boy, Dad will always love us, but he is now very far away, watching us all the time. Mu Shirong touched Bebe's head lovingly. Yes, Bebe eats well and sleeps well. Dad can see it and he will be very happy, Yang Fan added. Really? Then I'll eat more. Bebe immediately buried her chubby little face in the baby bowl and ate the rice quickly. Yang Fan found it both funny and distressing. At night, Yang Fan was lying on the bed. The lights were off, but his eyes were still wide open. Bebe sleeps with her mother. The moment she closes the door, Yang Fan feels that he has truly gotten off work. Although the conditions at Marone's house were much better than the small house he rented, Yang Fan still felt a little uncomfortable. It's also strange that when he is on a business trip, no matter what kind of hotel he stays in, Yang Fan can fall asleep as soon as he lies down. What happened today? I still feel a little complicated. Hearing Mu Shirong say that her husband had passed away, he should have been happy, as he finally had a chance. But he didn't seem that happy. Instead, he seemed to feel more sympathy and heartache for Mu Shirong and her daughter. No matter how strong a woman is outside, when she returns home, she still needs the care of a man. This lack cannot be compensated by money. Yang Fan suddenly had a serious idea. He wanted to protect the mother and daughter. In the past, he and Mu Shirong had only a simple superior-subordinate relationship, and Yang Fan had never had any improper thoughts. Even the momentary fantasy I had yesterday was purely the stimulation of animal instinct. After getting a deeper understanding of Mu Shirong's life, Yang Fan's other instinct as a man was aroused, an inexplicable sense of responsibility and desire to protect. Now, he can do what he can, and it is exactly what they need, so why not take good care of them? What's more, they pay you money, all at once, so there is no reason not to do the job well. Thinking of yesterday's hesitation and struggle, Yang Fan found it funny. The next morning, Yang Fan was awakened by the sharp alarm clock and he got up quickly. Pushing open the door, Yang Fan found that Mu Shirong was already dressed and ready to go. I just received a call from the company. There are some urgent matters that need to be discussed before the regular meeting. I won't be home for breakfast today. Mu Shirong picked up her bag and keys, and continued to remind her while changing her shoes, Bebe is still in bed alone. Please keep an eye on my room later. She might cry if she wakes up and finds that I'm not here. Okay, leader. You can trust me to do the job. Yang Fan agreed readily. Although he was replying as he usually did at work, only he knew that this was no longer just a job. After Mu Shirong left, Yang Fan started busying himself in the kitchen making breakfast for Bebe. Breakfast is relatively easy, and only a little bit of chef skills is needed to make it. Wow, Mom, woo. Sure enough, Bebe's crying voice was heard in the room. Yang Fan reached the room in a few quick steps and quickly held Bebe in his arms. Bebe, don't cry. Mommy has something to do today and has to go to work early, Yang Fan comforted Bebe while wiping her tears. I want my mommy, whoa. Bebe's little fist hit Yang Fan's chest, which was soft and had a faint milky scent. Uncle, can you perform a magic trick for Bebe? Yang Fan asked anxiously, suddenly remembering the little tricks that adults used to perform to entertain him when he was a child. No, I want my mommy. Bebe shook his head desperately, and the two little tufts of hair that were sleeping crookedly on his head were shaken even more to one side. Yang Fan is a little overwhelmed. The little girl is so well behaved when she is being nice, but when she gets angry, she doesn't care about anyone. Yang Fan put Bebe back on the bed and sat her down. Bebe started crying even harder. Look, uncle, what is this? Yang Fan picked up a ring from Mu Shirong's jewelry box in the room. Bebe looked at it curiously but didn't stop crying. Believe it or not, uncle has magic that can make mom's ring disappear. Bebe's crying gradually became quieter. Yang Fan clenched his right fist, extending only his index finger and thumb to hold the ring. He snapped his fingers with his left hand and shouted change, and the ring disappeared. The moment the ring disappeared, Bebe stopped crying. Her big, clear eyes looked at Yang Fan's right hand in disbelief. In fact, the palm of Yang Fan's fist was always slightly open. At the same time as he snapped his fingers and shouted change, the ring fell into his palm at a high speed, creating the illusion that the ring disappeared. This trick really works. Bebe was surprised and immediately burst into laughter, he. Looking at Bebe's smiling face with tears in it, Yang Fan thought it was particularly cute. Children's moods change very quickly. It may be a storm 1 second and sunny the next. Ding! Congratulations to the host, you have gained the ability to teleport small objects. Teleport? Yang Fan couldn't believe it. He pinched his thigh and then pinched Bebe's arm. Ah, uncle, what are you doing? Bebe yelled. Chapter 6 Zhou Wenxian comes to visit. I'm sorry, uncle wants to confirm whether I'm dreaming or not. Let me touch it for you and blow on it. Oomph, uncle, you bad guy, Bebe pouted again. Uncle can perform another magic trick for you, please? Yang Fan was a little anxious and tried desperately to make up for it. I was so excited that I lost my mind. Why did I pinch Bebe? She is not fat. It would be terrible if Bebe told her mother about it, and Mu Shurong would think he was a child abuser. It's such a good job. You can earn money, gain skills, and maybe even get a good wife. It would be a big loss if you lose it. Look at my mother's jewelry box on the table over there, and then look at the ring on my uncle's hand. Yang Fan spread out his palm, revealing the ring he had hidden just now. Believe it or not, uncle can make the ring return to the jewelry box by itself. I don't believe it. The ring was hidden by my uncle just now. It didn't disappear. I won't be fooled. Then let's try it. Yang Fan held the ring again in front of Bebe, magic power boom. In order to make it more exaggerated, Yang Fan added a mnemonic. In fact, when he gained the ability to teleport small objects just now, he knew that he only needed to control his mind power to move objects. Well, now the ring has gone home, Yang Fan announced proudly. Bebe pried open Yang Fan's fingers and found that there was nothing in his palm. She jumped out of bed again, ran to her mother's dressing table, and climbed onto the stool, with some effort on her little arms and legs. Finally I reached the decorative box, and sure enough, the ring was lying quietly in the box. Oh. Bebe's eyes widened, and she looked back at Yang Fan, her mouth unable to close. Yang Fan smiled and said nothing, letting the feeling of surprise linger in the air for a while. 3 seconds later, Bebe finally spoke. Uncle, you are so amazing, you can actually do magic. Uncle knows a lot, but, Bebe, he has to eat first. After dinner, Uncle will continue to perform for you. Bebe finished her breakfast as quickly as possible and then pestered Yang Fan to perform magic for her. After playing for a while, Yang Fan felt a little tired. System, does the teleportation ability consume a lot of mental energy? Yes, host. The teleportation ability is positively correlated with the host's mental strength. If the host feels tired, he needs to take a rest. Then how do I improve my mental strength? It depends on the host's physical and mental condition, as well as the later training. If you are lucky and trigger the super mental power skill, your teleportation ability will be greatly improved. Can skills affect each other? How can a super psychic skill be triggered? Forget it, it's useless to ask. You will definitely say you don't know. Thank you for your understanding, host. Yang Fan let Bebe watch TV for a while, and he half lay on the sofa with his eyes closed to rest. The ability to teleport has already exceeded the logical scope of the real world, but it is still possible to perform as a magician to make a living. In the future, even if I am desperate, I can rely on the skills of mind reading and teleportation to set up a stage next to the RV and perform anywhere. The condition has almost been adjusted, and Yang Fan plans to take Bebe out for some exercise. Aunt Yang once reminded me that I should not watch TV for more than half an hour. Just as I was about to go out, my cell phone rang. It was Mu Shurong calling. Are you at home? Yaya's mother will bring Yaya over soon. She is my friend you met yesterday. I'm at home, and I'm planning to go out. So we should wait for them at home? Well, Yaya is making a lot of noise, so she must come to play with Bebe. She should be here soon. Okay. Not long after I hung up the phone, the doorbell rang. As expected, it was the fashionable woman from yesterday. Yang Fan warmly welcomed Zhou Wenxian into the house, acting like a host. Yang Fan himself was surprised at how quickly he got into the role, even though it was only his second day at the house. The two children started playing together quickly after they met. Yang Fan brought a fruit plate and a snack plate, and poured Zhou Wenxian a glass of water. Thank you, Zhou Wenxian took the water and looked at Yang Fan closely. Yang Fan was wearing a haze blue knitted sweater and gray casual pants today. His height of about 1.78 meters made the proportion of his clothes just right. Combined with Yang Fan's already three-dimensional and clear facial features, the overall image gives people a very comfortable feeling. Zhou Wenxian couldn't help but secretly admire that such a handsome man could actually be made a nanny. Mu Shirong, you are a hidden talent. Yang Fan understood it all and a slight smile appeared on his lips. It was easy for him to read Zhou Wenxian's thoughts. Are you taking care of the children full-time now? Yang Fan found a topic to talk about. Yes, I'm not as capable as Rongrong. My job is to take care of the children, just like you. When she said the same as you, Zhou Wenxian smiled playfully. Yang Fan was a little embarrassed, but he could feel that Zhou Wenxian didn't have too many thoughts on her mind. She just found resonance with people of the same kind and was a little happy. Well, yes, we are in the same industry. Please give me your guidance in the future, Yang Fan joked. I dare not give you any advice. I only know how to take care of the children. I have to rely on Auntie for everything else. I heard that you have taken over all of Auntie Yang's work. Is that true? That's amazing. Well, I can only take over, but it's definitely not as good as Aunt Yang's. Auntie Yang followed Rongrong when she first got married. After Bebe was born, she almost never left her side. She must have encountered something serious this time when she was away for so long. Is Aunt Yang a relative of Bebe's family? No, I just know that Aunt Yang was carefully selected from a large number of aunts with the surname Yang. Why must it be an aunt with the surname Yang? Yang Fan suddenly remembered that Mu Shirong had mentioned when she chose him that in addition to the reason that he owed her money, it was also because his surname was Yang. I'm not sure about that. Maybe it was Bebe's father's request. It seems to be Yang Tong Yang, which means brilliance and energy, and can help Bebe grow up healthily. There are a lot of sayings related to birth date and horoscope. Anyway, I don't understand it. Isn't Yang Fan's father a scientist? Does he believe in the Book of Changes? Yang Fan was a little puzzled. How do you know? Rongrong told you right away. She didn't let me mention Bebe's father before, but now she told you so quickly. She still trusts you very much. It's my honor, huh? Yang Fan felt sincerely happy. This was a good sign and there was still some chance. So, did Mu Shirong get married or have a boyfriend later? Yang Fan continued to ask. At this point, Yang Fan finally asked about the topic that he cared about most. I'm not sure. Zhou Wenxian was lying. Yang Fan saw it clearly. Her real thought was that Mu Shirong was too stupid. It was a different era and she still wanted to be faithful to one man. What was the point of having strong work ability while still thinking about a dead person? If it were her, Zhou Wenxian, she would have remarried and lived a happy new life long ago. Zhou Wenxian said nothing, but her heart said everything. If Yang Fan had asked this question yesterday, he would definitely not know the answer. Unexpectedly, the mind-reading ability he acquired later, although ineffective on Mu Shirong, was surprisingly effective on Zhou Wenxian. Yang Fan knew that even if Zhou Wenxian didn't say anything, as long as he kept asking, he could find out more about Mu Shirong. But Yang Fan was a gentleman after all, and he had no intention of continuing to ask questions and deliberately digging out more of Mu Shirong's privacy. Although this was very important to him, he wanted to wait until Mu Shirong spoke up herself. Yang Fan and Zhou Wenxian chatted idly and then played with their phones for a while. Yang Fan looked at the time, it was almost 11 o'clock. Stay for lunch at noon. Okay, Zhou Wenxian agreed without hesitation, probably because she had eaten Aunt Yang's cooking many times before. Then please help me look after Bebe. I'll go to the kitchen to prepare something. Remember to save a spicy dish for me. Chapter 7 Unlocking the Calligraphy and Painting Master Skills. Yang Fan went to the small safe at the door to get the ingredients ordered for lunch. Sure enough, the ingredients for lunch were no less than last night's. Mu Shirong had already ordered enough. An hour later, Yang Fan called everyone to eat. Before she even came to the dining room, Zhou Wenxian smelled the fragrance. What delicious food did you make that smells so good? When he saw the dishes on the table, he couldn't help but exclaim, Yang Fan, your cooking skills are quite good. I am also a senior foodie and have eaten all over the world. There are not many dishes that can compare with the flavor of yours. I'll try it again. Zhou Wenxian went to get the chopsticks very familiarly. Well, it's really good, absolutely amazing. Zhou Wenxian's voice rose an octave. How did you manage to turn something ordinary into something magical? The simplest ingredients can create such an amazing taste. As she spoke, Zhou Wenxian took out her cell phone and took a photo. When I was a kid, I followed my grandfather who was a chef and hosted many banquets, so I have some experience. When Yang Fan was a child, he did run banquets with his grandfather who was a chef, but he was only responsible for eating and didn't learn anything. It can't be said that this is a skill given by the mysterious system, and it can be learned in 1 second. Zhou Wenxian believed it without any doubt and thought that Yang Fan had some secret passed down from his ancestors. Mom, why is the food at Beibei's house so delicious? I want to go to Beibei's house for dinner every day. Zhou Wenxian thought to herself, I still want to come and eat every day. No matter how good friends are, there is no reason to come to someone else's house every day, not to mention that Mu Shirong herself is often not at home. How about this, when Aunt Yang comes back, we can invite Uncle to our house, okay? Yeah, clapped her hands excitedly. Whatever salary Mu Shirong gave you, I will double it. No, I will triple it. Mu Shirong is indeed not short of money. She herself is a second-generation rich person, and her husband is also a member of a prominent family in the local area. It turns out my cooking skills are so valuable. Eat as much as you can now, and we can worry about the future later. No way. Even if Aunt Yang comes back, Uncle is still our family. I want to eat the meals cooked by Uncle forever. When hearing about the discussion about salary, Beibei seemed to understand something, as if someone was trying to poach their employees. Uncle, will you come to my house? Ye looked at Yang Fan eagerly. Uncle, you won't leave, right? Beibei also looked at Yang Fan eagerly. Yang Fan didn't know how to answer for a moment. Humph. The two children pouted at the same time and no one wanted to eat anymore. For the sake of future food, I don't have the mood to eat now. Isn't this also the world of adults? Uncle will often make delicious food for you two babies in the future, but it depends on whether you are good when eating now. Sure enough, the two children started to eat obediently again. After dinner, Zhou Wenxian and her daughter played for a while and then left. Less than 2 hours after Zhou Wenxian left, she called Yang Fan again. Did something fall? Yang Fan asked. He couldn't read people's minds since they were talking through the air. I took a photo of the lunch and posted it in the family group, sharing your superb cooking skills with my family. I didn't expect that my uncle, who usually doesn't talk much in the group, was actually very interested. Oh, why is your uncle interested? Yang Fan joked with a smile. My uncle is a big leader in the system. He is always very serious and taciturn. But he is actually interested in food and asked me if he could visit the chef who cooks the food. It's such an honor. I've never met a big leader in the system before. It seems that Zhou Wenxian's family has a lot of connections, but they are still Zhou Wenxian's connections. Even if they are Mu Shirong's connections, they have nothing to do with me. However, since you have the opportunity to meet important people, you also have the opportunity to build your own real network of contacts, so you must seize it. I never thought that the chef skills could have this function. So you agree to let my uncle visit you? Zhou Wenxian asked. It's not really a visit, but if your uncle is interested in trying my cooking, you're more than welcome. Great, I'll talk to my uncle right away. But this is not my home after all, I still have to. It's okay, don't worry about Rongrong, I'll talk to her. Zhou Wenxian settled the matter in no time and made an appointment for noon the next day. In the evening, at the dinner table, Yang Fan specifically informed Mo Shirong that there would be guests coming the next day, but Mo Shirong didn't say much. Seeing that Mu Shirong didn't want to talk, Yang Fan glanced at her quietly. Today, Mu Shirong's coldness has subsided a bit, and she looks a little more lazy. There are 2 blushes on her fair face, which makes her look particularly beautiful. Mu Shirong only took a few bites before she hurried into her room as she had a video conference to attend. In order not to disturb Mu Shirong's meeting, Yang Fan brought Beibei to the living room to play. Little Beibei, you are still unhappy. Even though Yang Fan did not have the ability to read minds, he could still feel that Beibei was unhappy. Mom only loves work, not Beibei, Beibei said aggrievely. The little girl pouted when she saw her mother came back and didn't accompany her. We have to make the little princess happy first. How can we bear to make such a cute baby sad? Come, watch Uncle perform a magic trick. Yang Fan teleported Beibei's favorite thumb doll into his hand and placed it in front of Beibei. Beibei took a look and turned his head away, showing no interest at all. Then let's draw, okay? Beibei feels angry, so we draw the anger, then crumple it into a ball and throw it into the trash can, and the anger will disappear. Okay, Beibei really believed it. Yang Fan brought paper and colored pencils, and while watching Beibei draw, he guided Beibei and sometimes even did it himself. Yang Fan could understand that Bebe's messy lines, seemingly without any rules, were actually an expression of his inner dissatisfaction. He added 2 more strokes based on Bebe's work, and the whole painting immediately became more spiritual. That's it, it's the little emotional monster, I'm going to defeat it. Bebe crumpled up the drawing paper into a ball and threw it into the trash can. Bye, little monster, and after saying that, Bebe suddenly became happy again. Is Bebe feeling better now? Well, Uncle, I want to draw something else. Okay, come, Uncle will teach you. I'm an expert in painting. The two of them continued painting for a while. Seeing that Bebe was enjoying painting, Yang Fan also felt sincerely relieved. In addition, Yang Fan had some expectations in his heart. Ding! Congratulations to the host, you have unlocked the skills of the calligraphy and painting master. Here it comes, as expected. Master of calligraphy and painting, you mean that the skills I have acquired are not only the ability to paint, but also the ability to write calligraphy? Yes, host. That means I have gained 2 skills at once. System, you are my buddy, that's really nice of you. Yang Fan was a little overjoyed. I'm glad that the host likes the new skills. The host has gained a lot in 3 days. Congratulations! What do you mean by 3 days? Congratulations? The reward is over? Chapter 8, Mu Shirong has a fever. Yang Fan was just happily opening a double-yolked egg, but his happiness lasted only 3 seconds. Now it looked like the situation was not good. Today is the 3rd day of the Host Awakening system, and it is also the last day of the system's Novice Gift Package rewards. It is the Novice Gift Package rewards that have ended, not the system rewards. Then what are the differences between my future rewards and the rewards in the Novice Gift Pack? In the future, rewards will not be given every day, but will be distributed at irregular intervals. How often will it be distributed? The system is not very clear, but it won't happen that often anyway. Yang Fan checked the calendar on his phone. April 1st. April Fool's Day? System, you are kidding me. The system did not respond and quietly withdrew. Yang Fan used his newly acquired skills to casually draw a few strokes on the paper and signed his name. Although this painting and calligraphy cannot be compared with the famous paintings handed down through the ages, they are still good enough compared with those of contemporary masters. Yang Fan could not believe that these were his own handiwork. Uncle, your painting is so beautiful. Want to learn? Uncle will teach you later. Uncle, there is no sound from Mom's room. Has Mom finished the meeting? Yang Fan listened carefully and found that the room, which had been filled with talking voices just now, was indeed quiet now. After waiting for a while, there was still no sound in the room. Bebe, you can go see your mother. Remember to be quiet and don't disturb her. Bebe tiptoed open the door, took a look, and tiptoed out again. Uncle, Mom is asleep. Why doesn't she sleep on the bed instead of lying on the table? Yang Fan felt something was wrong and walked into the room. Mu Shirong was sleeping soundly on the computer desk, and the computer screen showed that the meeting was over. Yang Fan also noticed that the 2 blushes on Mu Shirong's face had become even redder. Bebe, touch your mother's forehead and see if it's hot, Yang Fan whispered in Bebe's ear. It's so hot, Uncle, does Mom have a fever? Bebe was a little anxious and his voice became louder. Mu Shirong woke up immediately when she heard the sound. What time is it? Mu Shirong was a little confused. It's almost 10 o'clock and you have a fever. It's okay, just a little tired, just take a rest. Come on, Mom will take you to wash up. Mu Shirong took Bebe's hand and was about to leave. Let's take your temperature first. It looks like you have a high fever. You should take medicine if necessary. Yang Fan found a thermometer for Mu Shirong and took Bebe to wash up. Mu Shirong was half lying on the bed taking her temperature, listening to Yang Fan singing a brushing song in the bathroom while coaxing Bebe to brush his teeth. Suddenly I feel dazed. She slowly opened the drawer of the bedside table, her fingertips gently sliding over the neatly arranged items, finally stopping on an exquisite photo frame. She carefully took out the photo frame and her eyes fell on the photo. Her husband was standing in the sun with a smile, his eyes gentle but firm. She held the photo in her palm, as if she could feel his warm breath. Memories came flooding back like a tide, with scenes from the past flashing through my mind. His laughter, his hugs, and every little gesture of his were deeply engraved in her memory. Mu Shirong gently stroked the photo, tears welling up in her eyes. Mom, I'm done washing. The sound came before Bebe arrived, and Mu Shirong quickly wiped her eyes. How is it, have you measured it? Yang Fan asked with concern. Mu Shirong took out the thermometer, but before she had time to take a look at it, Yang Fan took it away. 38 degrees, you need to take some antipyretics. Yang Fan's fingers holding the thermometer were slightly warm, with the residual warmth of Mu Shirong's body still on them. Just a moment of trance. A brief moment of trance. Yang Fan reacted immediately, put the thermometer back into the medicine box, took out the antipyretic and cold medicine, and poured a cup of warm water for Mu Shirong. Most likely the fever is caused by a cold. If you have cold symptoms, you should take cold medicine. It's okay, you'll be fine after a good night's sleep. Mu Shirong took the cup of water but did not take the medicine. Bebe needs you tonight, and work needs you tomorrow. You are very important, so you should take the medicine first. If the condition gets worse, the medicine will be useless, and you don't want to have to go to the hospital for an 4 drip then. It's indeed a cold. Morong finally took the medicine from Yang Fan. On weekdays, Mu Shirong always keeps her word and will not easily change her decision. But at this moment, she actually listened to Yang Fan's words. The next day, Mu Shirong went to the company after breakfast. Only Yang Fan and Bebe were left at home. Yang Fan plans to show off his skills in front of Zhou Wenxian at noon. In order to save time and have more contact time with the boss, he had to do what he could in advance. After mopping the floor, Yang Fan took Bebe into the kitchen to prepare ingredients for lunch. For Bebe, picking vegetables is a game and a way to exercise his hands-on ability. For Yang Fan, Bebe was not helping, but making things worse. But this does not affect Yang Fan's speed. In the kitchen, you can kill 2 birds with 1 stone by cooking with your baby. It was almost noon when the doorbell rang. Zhou Wenxian brought her daughter and a middle-aged man who was about 50 years old. The man had a majestic aura and smiled politely when he saw Yang Fan. Hello, I'm Uncle Qianqian. I'm sorry to bother you today. You are Director Zhang, please come in quickly. Yang Fan hurriedly went to greet him. At this moment, Yang Fan felt like a social animal. Yang Fan took out the snacks that he had prepared long ago, poured water for everyone, and sat down on the sofa with them. The 2 children felt like they had been separated for a long time after not seeing each other for a day. They each took their favorite snacks and went off to play happily. Zhou Wenxian joked for a while and then went back to playing with her phone. What did Xiao Yang do before? Director Zhang asked. I used to work in advertising design, but now I'm helping out at Bebe's house for some reasons. Well, it doesn't matter what you do, it just depends on how well you can do it. No matter how small the job is, as long as you are willing to study hard and endure hardships, you will have the opportunity to succeed. It is a little difficult to use the mind-reading ability on Director Zhang, but Yang Fan can vaguely feel the intention behind Director Zhang's words. He was not only trying to help Yang Fan resolve the embarrassment of his current situation, but also wanted to encourage Yang Fan to work hard today and show him his skills. After chatting for a while, Yang Fan returned to the kitchen to work. Thanks to the prior preparations, Yang Fan invited everyone to dinner in less than an hour. When Director Zhang saw the dish, he thought it looked even more tempting than the one Zhou Wenxian sent to the group yesterday. And with this tangy aroma, you can tell it's the right taste without even having to eat it. Director Zhang was first attracted by the green onion tofu. The white tofu, green onions, and slightly brown sauce make it an inconspicuous farm dish no matter how you look at it. In a big hotel, such food can't even be served on the table. Yang Fan actually dared to serve it. He must have his reasons. Director Zhang took a bite of the tofu, and his mouth and nose were immediately filled with a strong aroma of beans mixed with the flavor of sauce. The tender and smooth texture as well as the unique fragrance of tofu are fully released. Director Zhang is a man who has seen big scenes. He has seen all kinds of banquets and all kinds of drinking tables, but he has never seen pure tofu cooked so deliciously. Seeing her uncle's satisfied look, Zhou Wenxian, who had already tasted a round of dishes, began to recommend this and that. There were people of all ages at the table, and everyone was very satisfied with the meal. The children's satisfaction was exaggerated and immediate. Zhou Wenxian's satisfaction was direct and joyful. Director Zhang's satisfaction was implicit and restrained. No matter how delicious the food was, he remained calm and slow, in stark contrast to the others present. Xiao Yang, your cooking skills are really wasted in this small kitchen. How about I recommend you work in a 5-star hotel? Chapter 9: How to Steal Your Best Friend's Girl? Thank you, Director Zhang, for your kindness. I am quite happy in this small kitchen. Besides, Bebe still needs me now. Well, you have unique skills, but you are neither arrogant nor impatient. You value friendship and loyalty but don't aim too high. It's great that you have such an attitude at such a young age. But, I have one more thing to ask of you, I hope you won't refuse. I don't deserve your help, Director Zhang, I will definitely help you if there is anything I can do. I have a noble friend who has done me a favor. Now I want to treat him to a meal to thank him. But he rarely goes to luxury hotels and high-end restaurants. After much thought, I decided to host a family dinner to entertain him. Now that the other party has agreed to come to my house, the ingredients in the kitchen are no longer a problem. Now all we need is a chef. Xiao Yang, are you willing to help me with this? Of course I am willing, but this child. Yang Fan looked at Bebe with an embarrassed look. Don't worry, Bebe, leave it to me. Just play with Yeye at my house. There's nothing wrong with Morong too, I'll take care of it. Zhou Wenxian felt that this was not a problem. After the meal, everything was settled and Zhou Wenxian and her group left. The family dinner is next Tuesday. Uncle, I'm right, the male nanny in my best friend's house is a treasure. I really want to bring him to my house, Zhou Wenxian said while driving. What? Are you trying to steal your best friend's girl? Director Zhang teased his niece, completely changing his serious and solemn image. It's not poaching. Yang Fan is just taking over Aunt Yang's job temporarily. When Aunt Yang comes back, he will be unemployed. Then I will hire him with a large sum of money. It's not that simple. Xiao Yang is not an ordinary person. Without any special reason, he won't be content with his current job. Then why? As a man, he has good image and good skills. What can't he do better than being a nanny in someone else's house? I'll have to ask your best friend about this. Uncle, do you mean that he is trying to attract Mu Shirong's attention? It's possible. After Zhou Wenxian left, Yang Fan cleaned the house again before taking Bebe out to play. Uncle, are you going to Yeye's uncle's house to cook? Aren't you going to cook for Bebe? No, Uncle just went to Yeye's uncle's house to cook a meal and help out. I will still cook for Bebe every day when I come back. Oh, then I feel relieved, Bebe laughed happily. Just now she was a little worried that her uncle would be taken away by someone else. In fact, Yang Fan agreed to help because he had his own little plans. Director Zhang is already a somewhat prominent figure in the local area. The person who can be Director Zhang's benefactor and whom Director Zhang takes so much trouble to thank must be an outsider. For Yang Fan, such a person might be someone he could never meet in his lifetime. It would be nice to be able to meet him once and see the demeanor of a great man. In the evening, when Mo Shirong returned home, Yang Fan told her what happened during the day, and Mo Shirong had no objection. Are you feeling better from your cold? Do you still have a fever today? Yang Fan asked with concern. Much better, Mu Shirong replied coldly. That's good. A high fever cold like this comes and goes quickly. Just pay attention to your diet and clothing in the next few days and you'll be fine. Mom, tomorrow is the weekend, you promised to take me to the amusement park. Okay, Mom will accompany Bebe to the amusement park tomorrow. I will take care of Bebe myself tomorrow. You have worked hard these days. You can take a rest tomorrow, Mu Shirong said to Yang Fan. No, I want my uncle to go with us. During the days spent with Yang Fan, Bebe liked to stick to Yang Fan more and more. When he saw other children accompanied by their fathers on the road, his little back would be straightened. Silly baby, Mom needs to rest on the weekend, and Uncle also needs to rest on the weekend. I'm fine. I'll be alone when I go back, and I can just play with Bebe. Mu Shirong has never gone out with a man to take care of a child, even if he is the child's father. I wanted to refuse, but Bebe launched another attack. I want my uncle to go with us, I want him, Bebe hugged Yang Fan's thighs tightly. Perhaps seeing his mother's hesitation, the clever boy put more pressure on her. Okay, I'll count you as weekend overtime tomorrow. Yeah, Mom and Uncle will accompany me to the amusement park. Bebe danced with joy and even ran around the living room twice. Seeing her daughter so happy, Mu Shirong smiled rarely. Yang Fan just captured the moment the iceberg melted. Mu Shirong is so beautiful now, just as gorgeous as the flowers in spring. At night, Bebe and his mother lay in bed and talked all the time, but they just couldn't fall asleep. Mom, I want to ride the carousel, the big turntable, and the go-kart tomorrow. Okay. Mom, will Uncle really go with us tomorrow? Yes, yes, Mu Shurong began to feel a little impatient. Mom. Bebe, if you can't sleep because of going to the amusement park, then mommy will have to cancel the amusement park. Bebe finally calmed down when she heard her mother say that the amusement park might be cancelled. After a while, Mu Shurong finally felt relieved when she heard her daughter snoring. Finally fell asleep. In the dim light, Mu Shurong looked at her daughter's sleeping face. She has always felt that she owes her daughter a lot and that she cannot give her a complete family. She can only work hard to earn more money and make up for her materially. But I didn't expect that even though I earned the money, I could no longer get away from it and didn't have enough time to spend with my daughter. Mu Shurong couldn't help but touch her daughter's face. Mom, will Uncle really be with us tomorrow? Bebe suddenly opened his eyes and asked in a low voice. Mu Shurong felt a little annoyed instantly. She finally fell asleep, but she woke her up again. Yes, baby, go to sleep. Mu Shurong also answered in a low voice imitating Bebe's tone. Only then did Bebe fall into a deep sleep. Yang Fan lay in his room and couldn't fall asleep for a long time. The child's cute face appeared in his mind from time to time. Having been with Bebe day and night these days, not only has the child become dependent on him, but he has also become more and more dependent on the child. What a wonderful life experience! Rather than saying that this is a job, it is more accurate to say that it is a special gift given to him by God, allowing him to break into the innocent life of a child. The next morning, the three of them were still having breakfast at home. Bebe was the first to finish eating and began to urge his mother and Yang Fan to hurry up. Mom, hurry up, look, Uncle is almost done eating, you have to cheer up. Don't worry, Bebe. The amusement park doesn't open until 9:30. If you go too early, you'll have to wait. We still have to drive. If there's a traffic jam, we'll be late. Okay, Mommy's almost done eating, go pack your little bag first. Bebe ran away, leaving only Yang Fan and Mu Shurong. Without a child, both of them felt a little uncomfortable. I'm sorry to trouble you today. Bebe is a child who has been spoiled by me, Mu Shurong was the first to break the silence. It's mainly because you work hard. I'm just a driver, taking things away. I don't have other skills, but I still have strength. Yang Fan joked to himself, trying to ease the awkwardness. After all, they still had to spend the whole day together. When Mu Shurong heard the word incompetent, she didn't agree, but she didn't say anything. Mu Shurong already knew Yang Fan's character and didn't take it seriously with him. She knew Yang Fan's talent, and she also admired his design creativity. Moreover, Yang Fan knows how to coax children and cooks delicious meals. It seems that as long as this person is willing to do it, he can get things done. If there is any shortcoming, it is that I am too young and lack experience and accumulation. Chapter 10 Amusement Park. The three of them drove and soon arrived at the amusement park. The journey was relatively smooth, there wasn't too much traffic, and I caught quite a few green lights. It's just that the queue to enter the park is a bit long. Bebe held her mother's hand, Yang Fan followed behind, and the three of them moved slowly forward with the team. Mom, her dad is so handsome. A child pointed at Bebe and Yang Fan and spoke loudly. When Bebe heard someone say that she had a handsome father, her face was full of pride. Mu Shurong was a little embarrassed, but seeing her daughter so happy, she didn't say anything. The happiest person was Yang Fan, as he heard a lot of compliments about how handsome he was. This is the first time I've praised him for being someone else's father. He smiled and looked at Mu Shurong. Mu Shurong had a blank expression on her face and cleverly avoided Yang Fan's gaze. Yang Fan smiled without saying anything. He turned around and looked carefully at the little girl who praised him. It turned out to be a little fat girl with a round body and face. The father next to her was also round, fat, and big-eared. The little fat girl glanced at her father with a look of disgust on her face. Mom, why did you find such an ugly husband and make me so ugly too? Nonsense, how can it be ugly? Without a father, there will be no baby. My mom is pretty, my brother is pretty too, but no one ever says I'm pretty. They always say I look like my dad. I don't want to look like my dad, I want to look like my mom too. The father standing nearby listened to his daughter's accusations with a look of despair on his face, and just watched his wife comfort their daughter in silence. Finally they entered the park, and Bebe held her mother's hand and ran towards the carousel. Bebe chose a group of big horses and sat next to her mother. The starting bell rang and the wooden horse slowly turned. Feeling the centrifugal force of the spinning carousel and the weightlessness of rising and falling, Mu Shurong felt a little nervous. But soon, she was infected by the laughter of Bebe and the children around her. It feels like I've returned to my childhood. No worries about work, no worries about life, just laugh to your heart's content. Yang Fan took out his mobile phone and took a picture of this scene. He could hardly believe that the woman in front of him was the decisive and sometimes even aggressive female devil Mo Shurong. At this moment, even her hair blown by the spring breeze radiates the light of the sun, warm, bright and moving. If I say that when I first knew that I was going to Mo Shurong's house, I was attracted by Mo Shurong and had some dirty thoughts about her. Later, he wanted to take advantage of the convenience of living under the same roof to win over Mu Shurong, but he was motivated by utilitarianism at that time. Later, I wanted to protect and help the mother and daughter, more out of sympathy. At this moment, he was really moved. "Uncle, I'm here." Bebe's wooden horse turned around and happily greeted Yang Fan in the crowd. Yang Fan raised his arms high and waved back to Bebe, his gaze finally resting on Mu Shurong's face. Mu Shurong also saw him. This time, she did not avoid him, nor did she stop smiling at him. How Yang Fan wishes the Trojan horse would spin slower. This was the first time Murong smiled at him, even though they were so far away. After the carousel ended, Bebe dragged his mother to try a few other rides. Soon it was noon, and the three of them came to the restaurant and ordered 2 adult meals and 1 children's meal. "The food here is so terrible, not as good as what Uncle cooks." Bebe took a few bites and frowned. "Even if it doesn't taste good, you should eat more, otherwise you won't have the energy to play in the afternoon." As soon as she finished speaking, Mu Shurong frowned. "Recently, my appetite has been spoiled by the meals prepared by Yang Fan. I usually eat work meals at the company during work. It's okay to be in a hurry if I have something on my mind. I relaxed today and had a good lunch, but it turned out to be so unpalatable, it tasted like chewing wax." Yang Fan saw the expressions of the mother and daughter and found them both funny and cute. "It seems that I am still very important to this family. Tomorrow, Uncle will make a big meal to make it up to you." When Yang Fan said this, there was a shameless smile on his face. Mu Shurong glared at Yang Fan but said nothing. As soon as they finished their meal, the three of them went to queue for the Ferris wheel. Bebe held her mother's hand, and seeing that Yang Fan had always kept a certain distance from her and her mother, she pulled Yang Fan's hand over. "I'll hold your hands, and we'll ride in the same car later." Bebe was a little worried that her uncle would not go with them. This was the closest time for Yang Fan and Mu Shurong. Although he sometimes spoke inappropriately, Yang Fan always kept a proper distance from Mu Shurong. Now, at such a close distance, with Bebe's small body between them, Yang Fan felt as if he was holding Mu Shurong's hand, and he felt very happy. Unlike Yang Fan, Mu Shurong was a little uncomfortable holding Bebe's hand with a man. But Bebe was happy, so she acquiesced. The three of them got on the carriage. Bebe was very excited at first, but after a while, he fell asleep on his mother's lap. "Be careful not to catch a cold," Yang Fan said as he took off his coat and put it on Bebe. Mu Shurong adjusted her sitting position and held Bebe horizontally in her arms so that her daughter could sleep more comfortably. The Ferris wheel slowly turns, getting higher and higher. The two people in the car suddenly fell silent. Mu Shurong looked quietly at her daughter in her arms, and Yang Fan looked quietly at Mu Shurong. "Have you ever thought about finding another father for Bebe?" After a moment of silence, Yang Fan was the first to break the silence. Mu Shurong raised her eyes and looked at Yang Fan in a daze for a moment. She didn't expect Yang Fan to suddenly ask such a serious question. "I've thought about this question before." Mu Shurong spoke slowly, moving her eyes away from Yang Fan's face and looking out the window, "But every time I think about it, I think it's better to forget it." "Why?" Yang Fan was a little surprised. He thought Mu Shurong would directly refuse, but he didn't expect that she actually considered it seriously. "There will never be another man in this world who will love her as much as her father does, and there will never be another man who will love another man's child without reservation." "What about you? Don't you think about your own happiness?" "Happiness? Will you definitely be happy after getting married? How many single marriage families are in a mess? In our situation, even if we find another partner, it will most likely be divorced or widowed with children. Instead of putting a lot of energy into the interpersonal relationships and financial disputes in a reconstituted family, it's better for me to just love Bebe well," Mu Shurong continued. "It doesn't have to be a man with children. Maybe there is someone who doesn't have children of his own and is willing to love Bebe with you." When Yang Fan mentioned the words, he paused deliberately. Mu Shurong glanced at Yang Fan and said, "You are still young and maybe you still believe in fairy tales. You don't look old, why do you have so little confidence in the world? I was already 30 when I gave birth to my child, and Bebe is almost 3 years old now. Would men in this world still give up an 18-year-old girl and prefer an old woman with a child? If there is, there must be a purpose, Mu Shirong continued. Chapter 11 Deputy Mayor Wei. Yang Fan was a little surprised and a little disappointed when he heard about Mu Shirong's actual age. Although he knew that Mu Shirong was older than him, he didn't expect that she was so much older, 6 years older, but this didn't stop Yang Fan's enthusiasm for Mu Shirong. Come to think of it, she is very young for her current career status. Regarding Mu Shirong's understanding of marriage, Yang Fan had to admit that this was also the naked reality. Yang Fan originally wanted to persuade Mu Shirong, but in the end he felt that what Mu Shirong said was very reasonable. Women of this age are really sober and scary. He couldn't think of any other words to persuade Mu Shirong. After all, there was a long time to come and time would tell. It has been a long time since Mu Shirong spoke so much from her heart like today. It is always better to make things clear than to be vague. After all, they are all single men and women, and they all live under the same roof. It is better to make things clear to avoid unnecessary ties in the future. When we left the Ferris wheel, Bebe was still sleeping. Mu Shirong was obviously having trouble holding the child for so long. Let me hold you. Without waiting for Mu Shirong's consent, Yang Fan walked over and reached out to take Bebe. At such a close distance, the two people's clothes were touching each other and their arms were touching. When he lowered his head, Yang Fan could still smell the fragrance of shampoo on Mu Shirong's head. With such close contact, Yang Fan's heart beat faster and faster. In order not to wake up Bebe, the two of them handed the child over very gently. Yang Fan reached out to hold Bebe's neck and accidentally touched Mu Shirong's exposed wrist. The smooth and slightly cool touch made Yang Fan's heart tremble. Mu Shirong instinctively wanted to step back, but she had to wait until she had completely embraced the child before she withdrew her hand. Mu Shirong straightened her hair and quickly calmed down. But Yang Fan couldn't calm down. Mu Shirong's body fragrance and the numbness when her skin touched lingered in Yang Fan's mind for a long time. Bebe woke up, played a few more games, and then reluctantly agreed to go home. After returning, the two returned to normal. Mu Shirong remained calm and indifferent, with an icy face, as if she had never had such a deep connection with the man in front of her. Yang Fan was still shameless and frivolous. It seemed that he had never discussed marriage and relationship issues with the other party so seriously. They are all avoiding something in their own habitual way. Monday morning. Mu Shirong was getting ready to go out. She was changing her shoes while instructing Bebe. Bibi, be good at home. Mom will be back in the evening. Mom, it would be great if you didn't have to go to work, so that the three of us could play together every day with Uncle. Silly, how can you not have to go to work? Besides, your uncle can't be with us forever. Your uncle will have his own life and his own children in the future. When she finished speaking, Mu Shirong glanced at Yang Fan. Yang Fan knew that the last sentence was directed at him. As long as Bebe is willing, Uncle will always be with you, Yang Fan said and glanced at Mu Shirong, looking nonchalant. Mu Shirong knew that these words were actually meant for her. She glared at Yang Fan, didn't argue with him, and walked out the door directly. On Monday, in addition to taking care of Bebe, Yang Fan was communicating with Zhou Wenxian's uncle Director Zhang about the dinner party the next day. It seems that Director Zhang attaches great importance to this family dinner. He will personally inquire about every detail related to the ingredients, no matter how big or small. The next day, Zhou Wenxian came to the door early in the morning. She first drove Yang Fan to her uncle's house, and then took Bebe to her house when she left. Yang Fan went upstairs alone and knocked on Director Zhang's door. Director Zhang opened the door and saw that it was Yang Fan. He greeted him very warmly, as if they were old friends who hadn't seen each other for a long time. He was not at all serious and polite as when they first met. He even specially called his wife over and introduced her solemnly. This is the amazing chef Yang Fan that I told you about. He is not only handsome, but also a great cook. Thank you, Director Zhang, for the compliment. It's just a trivial skill that is not worthy of being put on the stage. It just so happens that Director Zhang can use it today. It's my honor. Even Yang Fan himself was a little uncomfortable with being spoken in this way, let alone Mu Shirong, Fatty Luo, and other colleagues from his former company. If they saw it, their jaws would drop. But Director Zhang's wife was very satisfied with Yang Fan. She looked him up and down with joy in her eyes. She was eager to be the matchmaker for such a young man with decent looks, decent speech, and decent skills. In fact, Mrs. Zhang has already gone through the suitable people in her mind. But now the timing was not right, so she didn't mention it. Young man, thank you for your hard work today. I'll let Aunt Lu help you. If you have any questions, you can always tell me. Mrs. Zhang was smiling and was afraid that Yang Fan, the handsome young man, would be too tired, so she assigned an assistant to her. Thank you, Mrs. Zhang. I'll just do it myself. The preparation of ingredients is also very important. I don't trust others to do it. When Mrs. Zhang heard what Yang Fan said, she liked this young man even more. He was indeed reliable. When Yang Fan went to the kitchen, she immediately grabbed her husband's arm and whispered, I think this guy is really nice. My sister's daughters are all still unmarried. When you see him, why don't you find an opportunity to organize a party for them to meet each other? Since you like it so much, why don't you let our precious daughter come and have a look, Director Zhang joked with his wife. What a joke, he's a nice guy, but they're not a good match. Don't try to be a matchmaker. It's just you who meddles in other people's business, Director Zhang said to his wife and went back to his study. After Yang Fan had been busy in the kitchen for about an hour, he suddenly heard the living room becoming noisy. Maybe an important person has arrived. Yang Fan was very curious about what kind of person could make Director Zhang pay so much attention to him, but he soon realized that the most basic skill of a master chef is not to be distracted when cooking. Food without heart will lose its soul. Moreover, my identity today is a chef, neither a host nor a guest, so it would not be appropriate for me to show up rashly. When Yang Fan focused again on the dish in his hand, he could no longer hear the noise outside. When he was almost done, Yang Fan took off his apron, tidied his hair and clothes, and then slowly walked out. Only then did he realize that besides Director Zhang and his wife, there were two other people in the living room. A young man in his 30s sat upright with a gentle and humble smile on his face. The other one looks a few years older than Director Zhang, and is probably the nobleman that Director Zhang mentioned. He doesn't seem to have the dignity and powerful aura that one might imagine from a high position, but the calm and easygoing nature that emanates from him makes people feel very comfortable. Director Zhang, it's time to eat. Yang Fan walked up to Director Zhang and spoke first. Oh, okay, you've worked so hard. Come here, let me introduce it to you. Director Zhang said as he pulled Yang Fan in front of the older guest. This is Deputy Mayor Wei, and this is Xiao Wang. Mayor, this is today's chef Yang Fan, he is an excellent cook. Director Zhang then introduced him to the Deputy Mayor. Hello, Vice Mayor Wei. Director Zhang praised me to the skies. I hope I won't disappoint you. Yang Fan was actually a little relaxed in front of Deputy Mayor Wei, and did not feel the restrained feeling he had when he first met Director Zhang. This young man is great. He's so young, but he's already won Director Zhang's heart. He's a very picky person. Deputy Mayor Wei is amiable and speaks to Zhang Fan like an ordinary elder. If you invite the mayor to dinner, you have to be picky. Come on, everyone, please get to the table quickly, or the food will get cold soon. Chapter 12 The Taste of Childhood. Director Zhang and his wife invited everyone to take a seat. Looking at the table full of delicious food, I was very satisfied before I even started eating. Yang Fan put a lot of thought into today's dish, and during these days of cooking, he could feel his cooking skills improving rapidly every day. Yang Fan once suspected that this divine chef's skill had a built-in upgrade function. Everyone used their first chopsticks to eat the dish closest to them. The dishes they ate were different, but they all made the same satisfying sound. The most excited one was Mrs. Zhang. Xiao Yang, what seasoning did you put in? How can tomato and eggs be so delicious? But I can't taste any seasoning at all. In front of Mrs. Zhang's seat was the most inconspicuous dish, scrambled eggs with tomatoes. In fact, there is no special seasoning. It's just the natural flavors of tomatoes and eggs, which are released to the greatest extent and then slowly blended together. It's absolutely amazing, Yang Fan, you are amazing, even more amazing than what Lao Zhang said. Xiao Yang, today's food is even better than last time. Were you deliberately hiding your abilities last time and not giving your best in front of me, only to give your best today when Deputy Mayor Wei came? Director Zhang continued his wife's words and asked jokingly. No, I put my whole heart into cooking every time. It's just that as I cook more often, I have become more sophisticated in the things I should pay attention to. It only takes a few days to get to this level. What will happen in a few more years? The future is limitless. Xiao Wang, who came with Deputy Mayor Wei, also kept nodding and saying that the food was delicious. Only Deputy Mayor Wei was eating seriously while everyone was talking. He was slow and leisurely, and seemed to be enjoying it very much. "Mayor, how does it taste?" Mrs. Zhang looked at Deputy Mayor Wei expectantly. Deputy Mayor Wei put down his chopsticks, wiped his mouth, picked up the tea and stood up. "Xiaoyang, today I'll use tea instead of wine, so I'll toast you a glass." Deputy Mayor Wei's actions made Yang Fan a little panicked, and he quickly picked up the teacup and stood up. "Thank you, Mayor." Yang Fan drank all the tea in one gulp. After sitting down, Deputy Mayor Wei spoke slowly. "Yang Fan, your dishes remind me of my childhood. I haven't tasted anything like this in decades. I've lived to this age and have eaten a lot, but the taste I had when I was a kid can no longer be made by anyone." Deputy Mayor Wei continued. That was in the 1970s. The ingredients at that time were freshly slaughtered pigs and freshly picked vegetables from the fields. They were all the freshest. They were all grown with organic fertilizer and mountain spring water. Even the chickens and ducks were fed pure organic green food. That was a time when material things were not that abundant, and as long as we had something to eat, we were very happy. Coupled with my grandmother's craftsmanship that could turn ordinary food into something magical, I had a very happy childhood. The food wasn't very good, but it was very delicious. I met many good chefs later, but they couldn't make that taste anymore. I think even if my grandmother were still alive today, she wouldn't be able to replicate the taste of that time. After all, the organic ingredients you can buy today are relatively organic. So Yang Fan, I want to thank you today for letting me feel the taste of my childhood again. After Deputy Mayor Wei finished speaking, he was still immersed in it. "Thank you for the compliment, Mayor. I never thought the food I cooked would taste like yours. I am honored." Yang Fan expressed his honor this time very seriously, without a trace of courtesy. "Xiaoyang, you have such a great skill. Whoever wants to marry you in the future will be so happy." Mrs. Zhang's matchmaker attributes come online, and she starts thinking about matchmaking again. When Yang Fan heard about who would marry him, he could not help but think of Mu Shiron. She ate the food he cooked every day, but she was still like an iceberg that kept people at a distance. "You are so handsome, do you have a girlfriend already?" Mrs. Zhang continued to ask. "I was dating someone before, but I'm still single at the moment. My daughter is about your age, pretty, and excellent. She is currently working in another city, but she will come back someday. When she comes back, I will invite you to my house, okay?" As soon as these words were spoken, Director Zhang looked at his wife in disbelief, as if to say, "Didn't you just say that the two families were not a good match and warned me not to matchmake? Why are you now matching your daughter yourself?" But Director Zhang is Director Zhang. He was surprised for only a second before he immediately agreed with his wife. "Yes, Xiaoyang, if my precious daughter is lucky enough to catch your eye, she will be blessed in this life. No, I just know how to cook. I don't dare to date someone who is too high, and I already have someone I like." Yang Fan didn't know how to refuse, so he had to tell him the truth. A prominent family like Director Zhang's must not be treated vaguely. When Director Zhang heard what Yang Fan said, he immediately understood. But Mrs. Zhang still wouldn't give up. "Do you have someone you like, or are you already in a relationship? These are two different things. As long as the two of you are not determined, you are both free and have the opportunity to choose." "My daughter." "Ahem." Director Zhang coughed twice, and Mrs. Zhang glared at her husband before he finally stopped. "Xiaoyang is so outstanding, there must be many mothers-in-law rushing to introduce their daughters to him." Deputy Mayor Wei made a joke to smooth things over. The atmosphere at the table suddenly became better. "Old Zhang, who wrote this painting on your wall? Look at the layout, the density is well arranged, and the lines flow smoothly. It has the skill of Wang Shiji's calligraphy." Deputy Mayor Wei noticed the calligraphy framed on the restaurant wall and asked with interest. "I bought this from an old friend. He was reluctant to give it to me at first, saying that there are very few people who can imitate Wang Shiji so closely. I spent a lot of effort to get it. If the mayor likes it, I'll pack it for you and you can take it away directly." "Hey, how can you take away someone else's love? Lao Zhang, you are a great calligrapher yourself. If you are interested, you can write a piece for me later." Fine. I will try my best later." Yang Fan secretly admired Deputy Mayor Wei's cleverness in rejecting people. He was afraid that the other party would be too polite and must send it, so he simply asked for a different one. Thinking about how he just rejected Mrs. Zhang's introduction, it seemed very childish. Moreover, the mayor spoke clearly and calmly. He was neither humble nor overbearing in his dealings with others, and was friendly and natural. If he could learn even a little bit of the mayor's wisdom and temperament, it would be enough for Yang Fan to benefit from for the rest of his life. After dinner, when Aunt Lu had cleared the table, Director Zhang took out the 4 treasures of the study, including pen, ink, paper, and inkstone. Usually Director Zhang writes in the study, but today there are many people around, so he moved directly to the dining table. After completing all the preparations, Director Zhang rolled up his sleeves and began to write. Everyone held their breath and watched him write quietly, not daring to disturb him. Deputy Mayor Wei looked at it and nodded, showing an approving look. A big part of the reason why he and Director Zhang became friends was because they shared common interests. Director Zhang wrote it fluently and finished it in a short while. Finally, he took out the seal and stamped it solemnly to complete the work. Good calligraphy. Good calligraphy. The structure and layout are rigorous and ingenious, and the temperament is vigorous and bold, like a tiger descending from the mountain, majestic and awe-inspiring, showing a majestic posture. Lao Zhang, your writing skills have improved again. Have you been practicing every day behind my back? Chapter 13 Yang Fan, you are a god. I dare not slack off in practicing calligraphy, but no matter how hard I practice, I will still look bad in front of the mayor. Old Zhang, you are too modest. I haven't practiced for a long time because of my busy official duties. I have fallen behind you a long time ago. It is indeed a good handwriting. The beginning of the stroke is sharp, like a sword out of its sheath, decisive and without any sense of drag. The strokes are graceful and smooth, like flowing clouds in water, natural and free, and the turning points are square and round, full of elasticity and toughness. The end of the stroke is implicit and restrained, like a spring silkworm spinning silk, endless, long-lasting, and endless aftertaste. Director Zhang, your own handwriting is worth 1,000 gold. Yang Fan was so fascinated by what he saw that he couldn't help but sigh with emotion and said a lot of long speeches. After saying this, I was very surprised that I knew so much. My systematic calligraphy and painting skills are really amazing. After hearing what Yang Fan said, Deputy Mayor Wei and Director Zhang looked at Yang Fan at the same time, and then at each other at the same time. His eyes were full of disbelief. They are all people who understand calligraphy, and those who can say these words must be people with superb calligraphy skills. I didn't expect that this young man in front of me not only has superb cooking skills, but also has such profound insights into calligraphy. Xiao Yang, you also know calligraphy, Deputy Mayor Wei was the first to react. I know a little bit. I learned some when I was a kid, but I haven't practiced for a long time, so I'm rusty now. Come on, Xiao Yang, show us what you can do. Director Zhang took away the calligraphy he had written and replaced it with a new piece of rice paper. You write and I'll grind the ink for you, Director Zhang said as he started to help. Yang Fan picked up the brush, closed his eyes and adjusted his state. The feel of a brush and a spatula are completely different, but they are both equally penetrating. Ever since the system implanted calligraphy and painting skills into him, this brush seemed to have been in his hands for many years, and there was an inexplicable sense of familiarity to it. Yang Fan took a deep breath and put pen to paper. Deputy Mayor Wei and Director Zhang were simply stunned. Yang Fan's wrist trembled slightly, and the tip of the pen touched the paper. The strokes were as sharp as a flash of lightning, as if they were about to break through the air, yet they landed on the predetermined starting point with incredible precision. When writing, Yang Fan was calm and composed, his wrist moved like the wind, his brush strokes were powerful and sweeping across the battlefield, making each stroke solid and powerful, as steady as a mountain. The turning points are even more wonderful. With a slight turn of his wrist, the tip of the pen follows suit and turns freely without any trace of chiseling, just like water turning naturally in the mountains, or like a dancer skillfully changing his dance posture while spinning, perfectly blending square and round, hard and soft, showing the unique rhythm and beauty of calligraphy. When he finished writing, he paused slightly, pressed the tip of the pen lightly on the paper, and then slowly lifted it up, like an elegant dancer lightly gathering up her skirt after a dance, leaving a perfect ending. The ink marks left by the tip of the pen were like silk threads, gradually disappearing on the paper, but the lingering aftertaste was long and memorable. Throughout the entire writing process, Yang Fan's spirit was coherent and he wrote in one go, as if he had become one with the pen, ink, paper and inkstone. His pen followed his heart and his heart turned as he wished. He poured all his mind and emotion into every stroke and every line, displaying the exquisiteness and charm of calligraphy art to the fullest. Deputy Mayor Wei and Director Zhang were mesmerized by the scene, as if they had experienced a visual and spiritual feast that they would never forget. Good, good, good. Deputy Mayor Wei said 3 good words in a row. It's wonderful, Yang Fan, you are ingenious. Director Zhang clapped his hands excitedly. Seeing how lively the calligraphy was, Mrs. Zhang also came over. Oh, Xiaoyang, this was written by you, it's amazing. Mrs. Zhang also looked incredulous. Lao Zhang, why are you going out to buy calligraphy and paintings? Just buy Xiaoyang's. I think they are better than the ones you bought. Xiaoyang, Deputy Mayor Wei put a hand on Yang Fan's shoulder. You have great skills and talent. Tell me about it. Who is your master? How long did it take you to become so skilled? Deputy Mayor Wei acknowledged his nephew on the spot and claimed that he was his uncle. These are all skills I learned when I was a kid. I don't have a master. My parents are not at home, so I just hang out with my classmates who are learning calligraphy. I looked up some information on my own and practiced whenever I had nothing to do at home. I haven't practiced for many years now. Yang Fan could only make up a story. He couldn't say it was a reward from the system and he learned it in just 1 second. It seems like a talented child. What kind of job does he do now? I used to work in an advertising company, but for some reasons, I am now helping a friend take care of her children. Babysitting a child? Such a good skill would be wasted, what a pity. Director Zhang smiled at the side. He knew a lot about the child's mother from Zhou Wenxian and knew that Yang Fan might be planning to target the child's mother, but he was not entirely sure, so he just smiled and said nothing. No, I'm happy helping to take care of the children. Thank you for your concern, Mayor. Yang Fan said this truly. Very good, you are young but not arrogant, you are as calm as a chrysanthemum, you have such a good mentality and such great talent. Deputy Mayor Wei couldn't help but sigh, what a pity. But everyone has their own aspirations, just be happy. How about giving me this calligraphy today? Mayor, didn't you say you wanted my calligraphy and paintings? This was written by Xiaoyang, and the paper and pen were mine, and the ink was ground by me. Director Zhang's voice became lower and lower as he spoke, until he could no longer hear himself. What did you say? Deputy Mayor Wei guessed what Director Zhang was thinking and deliberately teased him by asking again. Nothing, I just thought it was written so well, I'll pack it up for you in a minute. Director Zhang felt very distressed, but he also thought that he had specially organized the family dinner to thank Deputy Mayor Wei, so he had to give it up with reluctance. A few people chatted for a while, and then Deputy Mayor Wei took a phone call and left. Yang Fan stayed and waited for Zhou Wenxian to bring Bebe to pick him up and take him back to Murashrong's home. Xiaoyang, thank you for your hard work today. Deputy Mayor Wei had a great meal and had a lot of fun today. You have made the greatest contribution. I am also very happy to have the opportunity to learn and get along with seniors. But, I have one more request. Director Zhang hesitated. It's okay, Director Zhang, just go ahead. Hey, why call me Director Zhang? Just call me Uncle. You are Qianqian's friend, so just call me as Qianqian wants. Calling him Uncle is considered unfamiliar. Director Zhang would like to directly acknowledge him as his godson. When I buy the best writing brushes, ink, paper and inkstone, can you write another calligraphy for me? Director Zhang continued. No problem, Yang Fan agreed readily. Really? That's great. It's inconvenient for you to bring your child with you. Then I'll ask Qianqian to send the tools to you, and I'll ask her to bring them back to me after she's done writing them. Can. Zhou Wenxian happened to arrive at this time, and as soon as she entered the door, she heard her uncle assigning her another task. Uncle, how can you do this? I just helped you solve the chef issue, running errands, and taking care of the children. Now I have another task of running errands. Can't you just order Meituan to run errands? Zhou Wenxian rolled her eyes angrily. I'm worried about you running errands outside. What if you break my treasure? Just work harder. Zhou Wenxian was very reluctant, but she finally agreed. After all, this man was her uncle, and her rich mother listened to this brother the most. God knows she had to beg her mother and rely on her uncle. Chapter 14. If you like it, then practice it. Zhou Wenxian sent Yang Fan and Bebe home, and kept talking about her uncle all the way. Yang Fan was delighted to hear this, and felt that they looked more like father and daughter. After returning home, Yang Fan went to the kitchen first to make some snacks for Bebe. The kitchen is a blessed place. Without this skill, he would be just an insignificant nobody and would never be able to meet a figure like Deputy Mayor Wei in his life. Today in front of Deputy Mayor Wei, Yang Fan tried his best, and he was quite satisfied with the result. In Director Zhang's words, Deputy Mayor Wei had a great time eating and having fun today and was really happy. He could also feel that Deputy Mayor Wei truly appreciated and liked him. Before leaving, I added him on WeChat and left my contact information. With many connections in many ways out, no one can predict what you will encounter in the future. Bebe sat in the baby chair and ate the snacks that young Fan had just made with relish. Uncle's cooking is still delicious. For Bebe, reading minds is very easy. Yang Fan discovered that Bebe, at such a young age, actually knew what was on his mind. When saying that the food Yang Fan cooks is delicious, what he didn't mention is that the food at Aunt Shanxian's house is really terrible. After playing with Bebe for a while, Yang Fan returned to the kitchen to prepare dinner. In the evening, Mu Shirong came home from get off work and found a box of unpacked fruits in the house as soon as she entered the door. You bought a box of mangosteens? The fruits in the house were all ordered by Mu Shirong and delivered by a special person. She did not buy mangosteen today. No, I went to Zhou Wenxian's uncle's house to cook today. Her uncle was very polite and gave it to me before he left. I couldn't refuse it, so I took it. Yang Fan answered as he brought the dishes out from the kitchen. Then he remembered that he had brought a box of fruits with him when he came back, so he quickly unpacked it and prepared to put it in the refrigerator. As soon as he opened the box, Yang Fan was stunned. In addition to the neatly arranged mangosteens, there was also a red envelope. When I opened the red envelope, it was filled with red Mao Zedong coins. Yang Fan counted them, 50 in total, totaling 5,000 yuan. I didn't expect Director Zhang to be so polite and even gave me a reward. Isn't it a bit too much? I've only been busy for less than half a day. Yang Fan turned around and asked Mu Shirong. It is indeed more expensive for a private chef to cook at home, and a good meal can cost tens of thousands of yuan. So, the value of a meal I cook is 5,000? I can understand it that way. Maybe yours can be even higher. Director Mu is praising me. Yang Fan was a little overjoyed. In view of Director Mu's generous praise, I will cook you a delicious meal every day from now on. It's free service. How about it? Yang Fan continued jokingly. She really gets angry when she gets a little bit of color. Mu Shirong was too lazy to pay attention to her and just started eating. Halfway through the meal, Mu Shirong's phone rang. Mu Shirong took a look, her expression a little serious, picked up the phone and immediately went to the balcony. After answering the phone, Yang Fan saw that Mu Shirong's face looked even more strange. What's wrong? Chairman Jay called and said he had something urgent to discuss and needed to see me in person. Now. Didn't you just get off work? I don't know. From the sound of her voice, she didn't seem very happy. She didn't say anything specific on the phone. In any case, we can leave after dinner. There's no need to rush for these 2 minutes. No, you take Bebe to bed tonight. I don't know what time you will be back. After Mu Shirong left, Yang Fan felt vaguely uneasy. These directors of visual gravity rarely show up in public. There are only 2 situations in which they will show up, either at the company's annual meeting to personally distribute rewards to everyone, or when a major emergency occurs and they need to be held accountable and dealt with. It's not a holiday now, and suddenly calling someone over after get off work is probably not a good thing. Seeing her mother going out to work overtime, Bebe did not make a fuss this time. She had become more and more accustomed to Yang Fan's company. Uncle, Mom is not at home today, can we go out and play later? No problem, Uncle will go wherever Bebe wants to go. I don't want to play in the neighborhood today. Can we go to the park next door? Of course, Bebe, hurry up and finish eating. Uncle will go after he finishes washing the dishes. Bebe immediately increased his speed and finished the last of the rice in just a few bites. The moon at night is very round and bright, just like a bright lamp hanging high in the sky, illuminating the earth. Yang Fan holds Bebe's little hand and walks in the park. Looking at the 2 figures, one big and one small, on the ground, Yang Fan wished so much that this was his daughter. Uncle, what's on the moon? On the moon, there lived a beautiful woman named Chang'e and a man named Wu Gang. Are they the only 2? Yes, by the way, there is also a cute rabbit. Are they just the 3 of them? No, they just all live on the moon. They are not a family of 3. Like we are now? Bebe thought of themselves, the 3 of them living together, but not a real family of 3. Although Yang Fan can read minds, he can only hear the other person's thoughts when the other person is silent and he is calm, and he can only hear the other person's thoughts when the other person is within the range of his mind-reading ability at the moment. Yang Fan was stunned for a moment, thinking about how to answer. Uncle, I wish you were my dad. I want to, too. As long as mom is willing, uncle can become dad right here, huh? Uncle, are you really willing to be my dad? Then I'll help you, let's deal with mom together, okay? That's great. With Bebe's help, uncle will definitely succeed. However, this is our little secret, so you can't tell mom. Also, if anyone else tells Bebe that there is one thing you can't tell mom, then you must tell mom, understand? You can't keep any secrets from mom, except for helping uncle successfully become a father. Yang Fan was afraid of misleading Bebe. Keeping secrets to others in the future would bring potential safety risks, so he added seriously. Bebe is so good. Uncle, what do you think that Grandpa is doing? Yang Fan looked in the direction where Bebe's finger was pointing and saw a retired old man wearing traditional casual clothes, practicing Tai Chi. That grandfather is practicing a very powerful martial art. Great martial arts? Then why is he so slow? Bebe tilted his head with a puzzled look. This is very profound. It is fast in the slow and slow in the fast. It is fast when it should be fast. After saying that, Yang Fan seemed to suddenly think of something. Bebe, do you want to practice? This is a very powerful martial art. If you practice it well, not only will you be in good health, but you can also beat the bad guys away. Yang Fan thought that if he practiced Tai Chi with Bebe, he might be able to acquire the skills of a Tai Chi master. If that's the case, it would be much more impressive than the calligraphy and painting skills of a godly chef. Now, he only demonstrated his skills as a chef and calligrapher, without even using his painting skills, but he had already won the favor of a large number of great people and gained the appreciation of people that he would never be able to achieve in this lifetime. The more skills you have, the more opportunities you will have to meet these great people from all walks of life. If nothing else, just talking to them is also very beneficial. No, Tai Chi is not fun at all. It's as slow as a turtle. Bebe, don't learn to be a turtle. Yang Fan had a clear plan in his mind, but Bebe's no was like a bucket of cold water poured down on him. Bebe doesn't like it. But uncle really wants to practice, so that uncle can become more powerful and protect Bebe and mommy better. Do you think mommy would like to find a more powerful father for Bebe? Then uncle, go ahead and practice. I won't bother you. Yang Fan almost vomited blood. Indeed, there is nothing wrong with Bebe's logic. If you like it, then practice it. Why do you want me to practice it? Chapter 15, Activating Qinglong's high-level Chen-style Tai Chi skills. How could she know that her uncle might not become very good even if he practiced for 10 years, but if he practiced with his little darling Bebe, he might become a Tai Chi master in no time. It's too boring for uncle to practice alone. If Bebe practices with me, we can fight with each other using slow kung fu. If uncle loses, Bebe will ride on him like a turtle, okay? When Bebe heard that his uncle wanted to ride on him like a turtle, his bright eyes lit up immediately. Really? Then I have to learn it. Once I learn it, I can beat my uncle. Ha ha ha. Yang Fan finally breathed a sigh of relief. He had finally convinced the little darling. Let's follow this grandpa and learn some moves, okay? Two children, one big and one small, followed the old man and began to imitate him. After gesturing for a long time, the voice that Yang Fan was expecting never appeared. After a while, Bebe also began to get impatient. Uncle, this is so boring, how long do we have to practice? Yang Fan was feeling a little discouraged, and it was getting late today, so he decided to take Bebe back first and talk about it next time. When he got home, Yang Fan found that Mu Shirong had not come back yet, so he took Bebe to wash up first. Bebe was washing up, but Yang Fan was still thinking about Tai Chi. I have to think of a way to get Bebe interested in Tai Chi so that we can have more fun when practicing together. Even if there is no system reward in the end, it is good enough to help Bebe strengthen his body. I'll wait until Bebe falls asleep and then look for some tutorials and methods on the internet. Just as he was thinking about it, Yang Fan heard the sound of the door opening. Mu Shirong is back. When Mu Shirong came back, her face looked even uglier than when she left. What's wrong? Did something happen? Yang Fan asked with concern. Mom. Seeing her mother coming back, Bebe ran over and hugged Mu Shirong's thighs. Mom won't come back so late in the future, so I can spend more time with Bebe. Mu Shirong did not answer Yang Fan's question. Instead, she hugged her daughter, touched her head, and spoke to her gently. Really? That's great. Bebe is so happy. But Yang Fan always felt that something was wrong. She, Mu Shiron, no longer had to work overtime. Was the company going to go bankrupt? It's impossible to think about it. Such a big company has always been a leader in the industry. How could it suddenly go bankrupt without any signs? Something must have happened. After returning to his room, Yang Fan called Fatty Luo, his best friend during visual gravity. Fatty, did anything happen in the company today? No, why do you ask? I haven't seen you for a long time. What have you been busy with recently? Busy? I'm asking you. Is there anything wrong with the company? Fatty Luo felt that Yang Fan was quite serious and carefully recalled what happened in the company during the day. Seeing that the other party on the phone was deep in thought, Yang Fan became a little anxious. The mind-reading skill could have immediately identified what the other person was thinking. With his current level of mind reading, there would be no problem in reading the fat man's mind. He wished he could immediately know what clues the fat man was thinking of. Unfortunately, this is a phone call, so I can only wait. Fortunately, the other party's voice soon appeared in the microphone again. By the way, I seem to have met someone from the board of directors when I was about to get off work today. These big shots, who are rarely seen all year round, actually showed up today. But I don't know what it was about. Okay, if there are any changes in the company recently, you must tell me as soon as possible, and I will treat you to a meal later. TSK, how many times have you said you'd treat me to a meal? How many times have you fulfilled your promise? This time it must be real, I will cook for you myself. After hanging up the phone, Yang Fan felt more and more that something was wrong. The busiest person in the company suddenly no longer has to work, which is even more rare than the company firing someone. Mu Shirong is like this. She handles everything on her own. She is really a strong woman. Doesn't she find it hard? Maybe you can't necessarily do anything about it, but speaking it out or venting it is always better than keeping it in your heart. She even entrusted her child to me, so why couldn't she be honest with me about any difficulties? Could it be that in Mo Shirong's eyes, Yang Fan was just a person who could do nothing except taking care of children and cooking? After lying on the bed and struggling for a while, Yang Fan suddenly laughed at himself. What's wrong with me? Is this still Yang Fan? I'm as petty as a woman, with all sorts of crazy thoughts. Worrying too much can lead to confusion. Let us first find out how to make your baby fall in love with practicing Tai Chi. The next day, Mu Shirong was still the same as usual at the breakfast table, and her expression was not as ugly as it was yesterday. Yang Fan felt relieved after seeing this. After breakfast and cleaning, Yang Fan started thinking about how to teach Bebe to practice Tai Chi. Bebe, who do you think has a softer body, a cat or a dog? Cat, Bebe thought seriously for a while and answered with great certainty. So who is quieter, a dog or a cat? Of course it's the cat. Cats are so gentle. If a dog and a cat fight, who do you think will win? It must be a dog. Cats are so quiet and gentle. Wrong, Uncle has seen cats and dogs fighting, and the cat always wins. Ah. Why? Cats look quiet, but they are extremely fast when they attack. They look gentle, but they are sharp inside and are especially good at hitting vital points. Dogs only bark fiercely, but they can't beat cats in a real fight. Really? Cats are so awesome. Bebe, do you want to be like a cat, gentle, quiet, and not easy to mess with? No one dares to bully you. Okay. Then Uncle will accompany Bebe to practice together. We will only practice one move every day to see if Bebe can persist in practicing every day and eventually become an exceptionally powerful cat. Bebe, of course you can. Uncle, can you hold on? As long as Bebe can hold on, Uncle can hold on too. Whoever can't hold on is a little turtle. I want to beat my uncle and make him a big turtle, haha. As they spoke, the two of them formed their battle formation. Yang Fan demonstrated the actions while speaking. Cross your hands in front of your abdomen, then slowly lift them up, as if you were holding up a big balloon. At the same time, slowly stand up straight with your knees slightly bent. When your hands are raised to your chest, slowly separate them and spread them out to the sides, and finally press them down and back to the front of your abdomen. Come on, Bebe, follow us. Let's hold up the big balloon together, and the balloon will fly up. Then we open the door, and the balloon will fly out. Finally, we will collect the balloon. The balloon is flying up, the balloon is pushed out, and the balloon is taken back by me. I am the magician, Bebe. Ha 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 ha. Bei has short arms and legs, and he clumsily imitates Yang Fan's movements, as if he thinks he has really conjured up an invisible big ball. Ding! Congratulations to the host, you have activated the Qinglong high-level Chen-style Tai Chi skill. Chapter 16. Return to the small rental house. Long time no see, brother system, you finally show up. Yang Fan shouted secretly in his heart. Yes, host, nice to see you again. I'm happy too. But the name of this new skill is a bit long. I don't quite understand it. Tai Chi is Tai Chi, but what is Qinglong high-level Chen-style Tai Chi? Chen-style Tai Chi is the best at fighting. High level refers to the highest level in Tai Chi. There are 3 types of high level: Blue Dragon, Silver Dragon, and Gold Dragon. Blue Dragon is the most basic high level. But in terms of fighting skills and theory of Tai Chi, I have already achieved a high level of attainment, which is enough to guide others. I see. This time the reward is really huge. Will I have a chance to go one step further and reach the Golden Dragon level in the future? It depends on the host himself. The steps given by the system are already very high. I believe that you can reach the top with your acquired efforts. Yang Fan recalled that his cooking skills had improved a lot based on the system, and he believed that Tai Chi would also have the potential to improve in the future. With the Chen-style Tai Chi skills, Yang Fan's understanding of Tai Chi became clear all of a sudden. When he taught Bei just now, he only knew the results but not the reasons. Now, he can teach Bei more comprehensively. In addition, Yang Fan can understand Bei's thoughts, so when guiding Bei, he can adjust his approach at any time and use methods that are more suitable for Bei. Therefore, Bei enjoys learning. It was soon noon. Yang Fan asked Bei to rest for a while and went to the kitchen alone to make lunch. As soon as he entered the kitchen, he saw a ringing phone call. It was Fatty Luo calling, so Yang Fan quickly picked up the call. How's it going, Fatty? You are really good at informing people. There really is a major personnel change in the company. How did you know about it? Stop talking nonsense. Tell me, what exactly has changed? She is our company's iceberg beauty, Director Mu Shurong. She was once a favorite of the board boss and one of the company's partners. She was easily won over. Now she has been assigned to the administrative and logistics department, responsible for the personnel and equipment services of various offices. Yang Fan was shocked. The company's logistics service personnel could be said to be at the lowest level. Even if they were a manager, they were most likely to be criticized by other departments. Besides Mu Shurong's job change, are there any other changes? Mu Shurong's assistant Gao Shang has now taken over all of Mu Shurong's business. It is estimated that he will soon become a new partner of the company. Gao Shang, Yang Fan had some impression of this person. He was quite capable and was very attentive to Mu Shurong. What on earth happened that caused the company to make such a change? For Morone, this was a double blow to both fame and fortune. Did something happen in the company? Why did they suddenly make such work adjustments? Yang Fan continued to ask. According to rumors, our former major client Dingxing Media is now also engaged in advertising and promotion business, and its latest best-selling advertising creative design has many similarities with the elements in our creative library. The company suspects that there is a mole inside. They suspect Mu Shurong is a traitor? Yang Fan's voice became louder with excitement, and then he realized that he had lost his composure, so he quickly stuck his head out of the kitchen to look at Bei. Seeing that Bei was playing with his toys seriously and didn't pay attention to what he had just said, he felt relieved. Of course we, the little guys, don't know what happened. I mean, why are you so excited about Mu Shurong's problem? No, I just find it strange. There are more than one person in the company who can access the creative library. Why would you suspect her? And she doesn't look like someone who would do such a thing. Who knows? People's hearts are hidden. Maybe the higher-ups have some evidence and that's why they're treating her like this. It would be better to just fire him and let him go free. Yang Fan thought, with the skills he had now, it would be no problem for him to support the mother and daughter, so why should he suffer like this? It's not up to us to decide whether to fire someone or not, but all of this is hearsay. No one knows the specific reason for such a job adjustment. Well, thank you, Fatty. Tell me if you have any new news. No big deal, just treat me to 2 more pieces of meat next time. That's enough, someone's coming, bye. After hanging up the phone, Yang Fan felt very unhappy. Mu Shurong is such a proud and strong-willed woman, and now asking her to do logistics is no less painful than firing someone. Why did she accept such an arrangement? She could just quit. With her savings over the years, plus what Yang Fan can earn in the future, there will be no problem in making a living. Yang Fan obviously now considers himself a member of this family. He knows that he is just being sentimental, but he cannot control himself. I finally waited for Mu Shurong to get off work. As soon as Mu Shurong walked in, before she even changed her shoes, Yang Fan asked straight to the point. Have you been transferred? Yeah. Mu Shurong looked up at Yang Fan and replied coldly. Mu Shurong knew that Yang Fan had friends in the company and would find out sooner or later, but she didn't expect it to be so soon. Why? Do you accept? Nothing. Now I can come back on time every day, and it's good to spend more time with Bebe. After saying that, Mu Shurong went and pulled Bebe to sit on the sofa and play together. Then just come back home and don't go to work. I will do it. Looking at the warm interaction and sweet smiles between the mother and daughter, Yang Fan felt inexplicably impulsive and actually wanted to say out loud, I will raise you. But Yang Fan never said the words support you. After all, their relationship was not that deep yet. I'm a little hungry. Is the meal ready? Mu Shurong wanted to change the subject. Mu Shurong could feel the impulse and passion of the young man. She knew what Yang Fan wanted to say, but she didn't want to face it directly. It's almost done. There's only one dish left. We can start eating after we fry it. Yang Fan also realized that he had behaved a little out of control and hurried into the kitchen. Time flies, and it's the weekend again. This time, although Bebe was still reluctant to leave, Yang Fan still took his vacation as usual. After returning to his small rental house, the first thing Yang Fan did was to invite Fatty Luo to his house. Yang Fan bought some good wine and food, ready to treat this old friend well. Fatty Luo arrived on time for dinner. The kitchen and living room of the small rental house are almost integrated. As soon as Fatty Luo entered the door, he smelled the aroma of food all over the house. Brother, what delicious food are you making? Why does it smell so good? Fatty Luo went straight into the kitchen and saw the braised beef brisket simmering in the pot over low heat, as well as the braised fish that had been prepared next to it. His mouth was watering. Fatty Luo took the chopsticks himself and quickly tasted 2 bites of the prepared dish. Delicious, delicious, Yang Fan, it's been a while since we last met. You've grown up a lot. Why didn't I know you were such a good cook before? Chapter 17, A Tiger in Troubled Times is Bullied by a Dog. Fatty Robin was a glutton. Once he started eating, he couldn't stop and kept praising the food while eating. I have always been a great cook, but I don't show off easily. Today, Fatty is here, so why not show off my skills? Oh my, this is incredible, Yang Fan, you are such a hidden talent. Tell me, what is your intention in holding this Hongmen banquet today? What are you talking about? What Hongmen feast? Didn't I promise to treat you to a meal last time? Go, help me bring out the dishes. I'll be there in a minute. You're treating me and you still order me around, Fatty Luo pretended to complain, then happily took the dishes outside and started to eat with relish. Yang Fan collected the soup from the beef brisket and fried 2 side dishes before serving them all on the table. Come on, fill up your glass. I bought you the Jiang Nanshan you love. You want to get me drunk so you can get company secrets out of me? How can that be possible? I don't do this job anymore. What do you do now? Have you made a fortune somewhere? Tell me, brother, and I'll come to you. I haven't gotten rich yet, but if this trend continues, it's only a matter of time before I get rich. Yang Fan looked very confident when he said this, thinking that with his skills, he would be able to get along well wherever he went. Is this true? Did you meet a noble person? Did you become successful? Fatty Luo put down his chopsticks and bowl, looking incredulous. Can't I rely on my own abilities? I don't know your background very well. How can you become rich without any help? You may not be able to get ahead even if you work hard for your whole life. That's not necessarily true. We still have to have dreams, just in case they come true. Don't talk nonsense to me. Tell me what you are doing now. I can't tell you for now. Yang Fan deliberately gave Fatty Luo a mysterious smile. Fatty Luo found it boring, so he made a chopping sound and continued eating without stopping. I'll tell you later. First, tell me, is there any gossip after Mu Shurong changed her job? Of course, I'll tell you later. Fatty Luo imitated Yang Fan's tone and said. Yang Fan felt angry and amused at the same time. It seemed that he had to take it seriously. Brother, I only put in 50% of my effort for the meal you had today, and I am 100% good at cooking. Do you want to try it? Is this true? You are not kidding me, are you at a level of 5 points now? Of course. Young Fan answered with certainty. Have you become a god? A cooking god? I'm not a god, but I guarantee you'll be satisfied with my craftsmanship. If I lie to you, I'd be a dog. One price for 2 meals, said Fatty Luo, his eyes gleaming. Deal, no problem. Fatty Luo showed a satisfied sly smile. This business was profitable, he could tell some gossip in exchange for 2 good meals. Fatty Luo took a sip of wine, ate 2 handfuls of braised beef, and then began to speak slowly. As the old saying goes, a tiger in plains is bullied by dogs, a dragon in shallow water is bullied by shrimps. Okay, stop talking like a bookworm. I know you are educated, so just speak quickly, Yang Fan urged anxiously. Why are you in such a hurry? Please listen to me and I will tell you slowly. Fatty Luo rolled his eyes and continued. Mu Shirong was transferred to the administrative service post in the logistics department, responsible for the trivial tasks such as tea and snacks, office supplies, and equipment maintenance. Those little soldiers and crab generals in the office used to bow and scrape when they saw Mu Shirong, and their faces were crooked when they tried to smile. Guess what happened a few days ago? The little soldiers and crab generals from several departments came out to make trouble and made the logistics department go around in circles. What can they do to Mo Shirong, a small staff? After all, Mo Shirong is only in charge of management, not the person who provides specific services. The first to raise the issue was Xiao Chun from the creative department, who said the new colored pencils had an odor and sent them for testing, which revealed that they contained some toxic substances. Why did you suddenly change to colored pencils? Mu Shirong's explanation was that the new batch of colored pencils were more suitable for the actual needs of designers, so they were replaced. Mu Shirong was originally a designer, so she certainly knows which colored pencils are better to use. Do you have a test report? Yes, I brought it up at the company's regular meeting. What does Mu Shirong say? Mu Shirong's answer was that although some heavy metals slightly exceeded the standard, it was this amount that allowed the designer's original creativity to be more effectively utilized. Besides, we are not using it for children, and adults' resistance is not that weak. Everything is for the final design effect. This is very much in line with Mu Shirong's style. What does the general manager say? What else can the general manager say? Everything is for the company. It doesn't matter if the employees suffer a little harm to their health. Just consider it as a contribution to the company. But someone specifically guided us to change the supplier, saying that the price would not be transparent. You bastard, this is a blatant hint that Mu Shirong changed the color pencil manufacturer just to get kickbacks. Yes, the general manager's expression suddenly changed. What does Mu Shirong say? That's where the problem lies. Mu Shirong didn't make any excuses, she just said that those who are innocent will be innocent. This is her style. Who is guiding her with ulterior motives? Please don't hurt me. I can't say this. If you turn around and tell others, I will be in trouble. The former head of the logistics department? Yang Fan saw through Fatty Luo's unspoken thoughts at a glance. His mind-reading skills were very effective against ordinary people. How do you know that? He must have received a high kickback from the original buyer. The sudden change of manufacturer is like touching his cake and eating it. What a villain. Yang Fan said the word villain with gnashing teeth. Yang Fan, you've been away for 3 days, and you should be looked at with new eyes. Not only have your cooking skills improved by leaps and bounds, but your reasoning has also become more logical. Yang Fan ignored it. It couldn't be said that he was reading minds and then working backwards to find the answer. Xiao Chen is just a gunman. He was scolded by Mushirong on weekdays. He is narrow-minded and holds a grudge, so he was taken advantage of by someone with ulterior motives. Who else is trying to challenge Mo Shirong? Yang Fan continued to ask. There are also villains causing trouble. The office equipment in the production department keeps breaking down for unknown reasons and we keep having to report for repairs. There are also small things like bugs in the afternoon tea that the company has just delivered for unknown reasons. Is this also directed at Mu Shirong? This is the rumor in the company. There weren't so many things going on before. Someone wants to force Mu Shirong away. How do you know? I was just guessing. Yang Fan invited the fat man Luo to eat more and just laughed it off. After all, it was just a random guess and there was no evidence. Fatty Luo ate everything in one swift motion, and all the dishes were gone. After finishing his meal, Fatty Luo wiped the grease off his lips and said, "I have to go out for a walk and walk back. I accidentally ate too much." After saying that, he burped and walked away. After Fatty Luo left, Yang Fan thought back to what he had just said, and the more he thought about it, the more he felt something was wrong. Yang Fan vaguely felt that whether it was the previous job transfer or the recent turmoil in the company, most of them were related to Mu Shirong. Although Mu Shirong's daily behavior has offended many people, ordinary people cannot shake her position in the company. Unless someone is secretly messing with her, she has staged such a farce. Moreover, the person behind this may have a status in the company that is no less than Mu Shirong. Chapter 18: How to Get Customers with Short Videos. Yang Fan thought about all the senior managers of the company, including all the partners, but still couldn't figure out who it was. Now we can only wait and see. No matter how long the fox hides, its tail will eventually show. Fatty Luo is usually a friend of the women in the company and knows the most gossip, so at most we can just treat him to a few more meals. I'll go back and check the information with Mu Shirong, there will be some clues. The problem is that Mu Shirong is unwilling to tell him more about the company's affairs, which is what gives Yang Fan the most headache. Yang Fan now finally understood what it meant when the emperor was not anxious but the eunuchs were. After returning to Mu Shirong's home, Yang Fan did not rush to tell Mu Shirong the gossip he knew. He was waiting for a suitable opportunity. He didn't know what this opportunity was. Bebe is still the focus of his work, and Yang Fan is increasingly enjoying taking care of and accompanying this little cutie. "Uncle, can you take me to the mall today?" Bebe hasn't been there for a long time, Bebe requested in a baby voice. "Sure, but if we go to the mall, we won't be able to eat the lunch that Uncle made. We can only eat something outside." "Well, it doesn't matter. This way, when I go home to eat Uncle's food at night, it will taste even better." "Yes, no matter how delicious the food is, your tongue will become numb if you eat it every day. Only when you eat something unpalatable outside occasionally will you appreciate the preciousness of the delicious food at home." Bebe understands this principle at such a young age. He is really talented. Yang Fan got ready and hailed a taxi. Although the taxi was in rather rudimentary condition and Bebe didn't like it very much, Mu Shirong would drive the family car to work, so Bebe had to let it go. Yang Fan was sitting in the back seat of a taxi holding Bebe, with the advertisement on the back of the front seat facing him. "Uncle, why are these pictures posted behind the seats? Shouldn't they be on the big glass in the mall? This is called advertising. You can post it anywhere someone can see it. It doesn't matter how big or small it is. Aren't commercials the kind that appear after a cartoon on TV? Pictures are also fine. There are many forms of advertising, the most common ones are videos and pictures." "Oh, but this ad is so ugly, not as pretty as the one in the mall." Yang Fan took a closer look and found that it was indeed crudely made, simple and crude, with no aesthetic appeal. When they arrived at the mall, Bebe did not go straight to the mall's amusement park. Instead, she took Yang Fan's hand and went to appreciate the large and small advertisements in the mall. "Uncle, this ant is very beautiful. The clothes she wears are very nice, and the necklace is the most beautiful," said Bebe, pointing to a giant advertisement picture. Yang Fan took a look and found it was an advertisement for a jeweler. Bebe was illiterate but was attracted by the necklace at first sight, which showed that the advertisement was of good quality. The highlight of this advertisement is to highlight the necklace. It can attract Bebe to see her necklace, which shows that this advertisement is very successful. Yang Fan patiently explained to Bebe that this was his specialty. "Uncle, what does this advertisement want to tell us? Is it selling flowers?" Yang Fan looked in the direction where Bebe's finger pointed and saw a creative advertisement. The picture uses bright red as the main color. A short-haired beauty with flaming red lips holds a lipstick with the cap unscrewed in her hand, like holding a cigarette, and raises it to her head to cover one eye. The other eye is closed, showing a leisurely and enjoyable posture. The picture uses red roses of different sizes as lines to outline the exposed chest and clothes on the shoulders of the beauty. The background wall is an orderly arrangement of small lipsticks of darker brightness, with small roses of the same darkness interspersed among them. Bebe is still young and cannot understand that flowers are just auxiliary elements in advertising design. He thinks that flowers are the most important and the purpose is to sell flowers. "Bebe, look, besides the flowers, what else do you see in the picture?" "Ah, I see. This is a lipstick advertisement. The beautiful lady has such beautiful lips. By the way, Bebe is awesome. Yang Fan took a closer look and found that this was indeed an advertisement picture that was both beautiful and creative. It was the style he liked. As Yang Fan watched, his expression suddenly became serious, as if something was wrong. He carefully examines every detail in the advertisement, the orderly and disordered arrangement, the auxiliary elements outlining the outline, the imagery showing the concreteness. Wasn't that exactly what he was thinking at the time? Shit. Thinking of this, Yang Fan became so angry that he started swearing. At that time, the client's father finally decided on his idea. Not long after, the client's father came to the company angrily and said that the idea had been used by a rival company and demanded that the company compensate them for their losses. The final result was that Yang Fan was personally responsible for the compensation and was fired by the company. But the advertisement in front of us is not the product of the client's rival company at the time, but the design used is exactly the same. Although plagiarism and imitation of advertising design are common, at most they are only superficially imitated. It is obvious that it understands the underlying design principles, which is why it can copy so cleverly. Yang Fan took out his cell phone, took a picture of the advertisement in front of him and sent it to Fatty Luo. Leave a message and ask him to help check which company this advertisement came from. Fatty Luo did not reply. Yang Fan knew that Fatty must be busy at this time, so he put away his phone and took Bebe out to play. In the Princess Sand Pool, Bebe holds a bunch of tools and is immersed in the world of sand. Yang Fan also has a rare chance to relax and unwind. He was watching short videos intermittently, waiting for the fat man's reply. When Yang Fan sees a video teaching how to cook, he will stop for a while. It's not for learning, but to watch the fun and see how others make mistakes, just for entertainment. As he was brushing, Yang Fan suddenly had an idea. Last time, Mo Shurong said that his cooking skills were worth 10,000 yuan per session as a private chef. He can also record a video of himself cooking and post it online. See if anyone comes looking for him. Even if we use the red envelope price given by Director Zhang, 5,000 yuan for one meal, 2 meals a day would be 10,000 yuan, and 2 days over the weekend would be 20,000 yuan. If the business becomes stable, and I do it every weekend, I will earn 80,000 yuan per month. This is more than what you can earn as a designer. Yang Fan took a look at Bebe. He was wearing exquisite children's clothing, went to high-end shopping malls, had free access to entertainment facilities, and his food, clothing and daily expenses were higher than most children. All of this was created by Mo Shurong alone. Now, Mo Shurong has been transferred to another position, and her income is definitely not as much as before. In addition to her current situation, if something happens to her, who will guarantee that Bebe can continue to maintain her high quality of life? It's already pitiful that such a cute child has been without a father since childhood. If she falls to the bottom again, the evil of human nature will be so naked, and the family gap of this child will become a lifelong pain for her. Since fate has allowed him to meet this lovely child and intervene in the lives of the mother and daughter, let him continue to intervene. If anything happens to Mo Shurong in the future, Yang Fan must be able to become the pillar of the family at any time. Ding! Congratulations to the host. I have found a way to attract customers through short videos. Chapter 19. If it's good, take a closer look. What? A short video customer acquisition method? System, aren't you Bebe's exclusive nanny system? Does this have anything to do with raising Bebe? You are kidding me. Host, I am serious. The system detects your love for Bebe and wants to make money to protect Bebe's life, so I give you a money-making artifact. A money-making tool? You could just give me the money directly. Why do you have to earn it? How troublesome. You can't do that, host. You still have to follow the rules of this world. Then give me some more money-making tools, and I will make endless money for Bebe. I do have a lot of money-making tools here, but it also depends on the host's level of awareness. Once the host's awareness is reached, the corresponding money-making tool can be triggered. The prerequisite is that everything is for Bebe. Yang Fan wanted to ask some more questions when his cell phone suddenly rang. It was Zhou Wenchen calling. Are you home, Yang Fan? Outside. Will you be back at noon? I'll be back later this afternoon. Forget it, I'll send it to you later this afternoon. What? Fine writing brush, ink, paper, and inkstone. These are the 4 treasures of the study my uncle gave you. Oh, now I remember, I promised to write a signature for your uncle. My uncle specifically told me that the 4 treasures of the study are for you. I can just take one copy of the calligraphy when I come back next time. Your uncle is so kind to give me such a valuable gift just for writing a few words. You're welcome. Just come and cook 2 dishes for me tonight. Of course. It turned out that he came at lunchtime. After hanging up the phone, young Fan wanted to restore contact with the system, but the system had disappeared. Looking at the phone again, the fat guy's reply has arrived. It turns out that the lipstick advertisement picture just now was the work of Creative Unlimited, but the company database cannot find relevant information about which designer was responsible for it. Yang Fan recalled and organized all the information he had received since he was fired and all the information he had obtained recently. Dingxing Media's desire to get involved in the advertising business aroused the company's vigilance. Visual Gravity even suspected that Morong was selling out her creativity and surrendering to Dingxing Media. Yang Fan highly suspected that the creative lipstick advertisement design was plagiarized from the idea that brought him to justice when he was fired. Creative Unlimited has always been a strong competitor of Visual Gravity. Although it lags behind slightly, it has always been ambitious to replace Visual Gravity's position in the advertising industry. These two companies seem to be related to creative leaks. Is this such a coincidence? Visual Gravity, Visual Gravity, it seems that a treacherous villain has appeared. If the villain behind the 2 creative leaks is the same person, all will be fine if we just get rid of the bad guys. If it's a different person, then it's probably a company problem, in which case the visual attraction would be in danger. The fate that awaits it is to disintegrate bit by bit from within. Thinking of this, Yang Fan did not feel gloating. Although this company had wronged him, it had also trained him and was closely related to Mu Shirong's interests. He still doesn't want to see Visual Gravity decline. Yang Fan came back to his senses and looked at the shopping mall filled with colorful advertisements. I still think that his world as a housekeeper is the most innocent and lovely. Because Zhou Wenxian was coming, Yang Fan only played with Bei for 2 hours in the afternoon and returned home early. Bei knew that her good friend Ye was coming, and she was happily busy preparing various snacks and toys. Yang Fan was busy in the kitchen when Zhou Wenxian and Mu Shirong arrived one after another. The 2 best friends hadn't seen each other for a long time. Zhou Wenxian was particularly excited and pulled Mu Shirong aside to talk about this and that. Yang Fan couldn't understand how 2 people with such different personalities could become best friends. But hearing their laughter, one could sense that Mu Shirong was also relaxing for a rare time. Yang Fan tried his best to stay focused and not be distracted by the outside world. Because he was filming a short video while cooking. According to the requirements of the short video customer acquisition method, he must first record the process of cooking his signature dishes. Shoot the whole process first, and then select the highlights to cut. Because he had to constantly adjust the shooting angle, Yang Fan was a little slow in cooking today's meal. Uncle, is the meal ready? Bei really wants to eat Uncle's cooking. The food at noon was so bad. Bei ran to the kitchen to look around. Uncle, are you filming a video? Seeing Bei coming over, Ye also ran over. It's almost done, it will be ready soon. Yang Fan was actually a little embarrassed when the child revealed that he was filming the video. Finally all the dishes were cooked and Yang Fan invited everyone to come and eat. The happiest ones were the 2 children, who had already been craving for the food. Zhou Wenxian was also eager to try it out like a big kid. Mu Shirong kept smiling. Unlike her usual cold self, today she exuded an intellectual and gentle aura, radiant and beautiful beyond words. Why are you staring at Rong Rong? Zhou Wenxian said carelessly, saying whatever she saw. If it's beautiful, take a closer look. Yang Fan was stunned by what Zhou Wenxian said, and he just gave in, looking like a dead pig that is not afraid of boiling water. Mu Shirong put away her smile and became cold as ice, but she didn't argue with Yang Fan. She knew how Yang Fan felt about her, but she wasn't so afraid that he might be interested in her that she couldn't meet him face to face. Mu Shirong's icy face can face all kinds of faces. My mom is just beautiful, uncle, I agree that you can take a closer look at her. Bei said with a pouty mouth, her little mouth full. My mom is the prettiest. Yaya felt that her mom was outdone by others and got angry. But uncle only likes to see my mom, Bei refused to be outdone. My dad loves to see my mom too, and uncle is not your dad. Yeah. Zhou Wenxian's voice became stern, trying to stop her daughter and Bei from continuing to quarrel. Normally, Zhou Wenxian doesn't allow Yaya to mention her father in front of Bei. Today, the 2 little ones were arguing and Yaya inadvertently mentioned the fact that Bei doesn't have a father. Bei's eyes were slightly red, and she stopped arguing with Yaya. When Mu Shirong saw her daughter's hidden sadness, guilt flashed in her eyes. Yang Fan felt even more distressed when he saw the expressions of Bei and her daughter. Where are the 4 treasures of the study that your uncle gave me? Let me have a look. Yang Fan tried to change the subject. It's on the cabinet next to the door. It's still unpacked. Let's take a look after dinner. Yang Fan ran over and saw 4 unopened boxes. Yang Fan moved all 4 boxes to the bar next to the dining table. Uncle brought 4 things here, namely, writing brush, ink, paper, and inkstone. Now I am going to take them all apart. Before I do, I want 2 children to guess what is inside. Now I am going to start taking apart the first thing. Let's see who can guess it right. Uncle, what are pen, ink, paper, and inkstone? Chapter 20, Writing brush, ink, paper, and inkstone. After hearing Bei's question, Yang Fan suddenly remembered. I only learned about pens, ink, paper, and inkstones after I acquired the skills of calligraphy and painting. Such a young child roughly knew about pens and paper, but what were ink and inkstones? Not to mention them, I didn't know them either. The brush is a writing brush. It is much longer than the paintbrush you use. It uses animal hair instead of the refill and is dipped in water to write. The paper is a big piece of paper that is much bigger than the sketchbook. Ink is a dark, pencil-like substance in round or square strips. The inkstone is also called an inkstone. It has a pit. Pour a little water into it and grind it with an ink stick. Then black ink will be produced. Finally, you can use a brush to dip the ink and write on paper. Yang Fan tried his best to explain science to Bei and Ye in a language that children could understand, and Zhou Wenshan sat there and listened attentively. Now, Uncle is going to open the first thing. Yang Fan took out a long packaging box and showed it in front of the children. Let's guess what's in this box. The kid who guesses the most correctly will have Uncle make a Young Family Secret roasted chicken leg as a reward. It's a brush. It's Mo. Bei and Ye shouted out their answers at the same time. Yang Fan smiled and said, "Next, it's time to witness a miracle." The 2 children widened their eyes, stopped eating, and stared at Yang Fan's hands as he unpacked the package. It's Mo. Ye guessed it right. It's okay, Bei, there will be another chance later. Yang Fan took out other boxes and opened them one by one. The result was that both of them guessed the same thing, with each guessing correctly twice and incorrectly twice. You're already very good to have guessed half of it right. Uncle will make each of you a Yang's secret roasted chicken leg in a moment. Yang Fan announced, and the children also danced with joy. After the display, Yang Fan took the 4 treasures of the study back to his room, sent a thank you text message to Director Zhang, and then returned to the dining table to eat. Yang Fan, you are amazing. You are really good at coaxing children. No wonder Rongrong is confident in leaving the child to you. That's right. Without any real skills, how could Director Mu take a fancy to me? Shanshan said that you showed off your calligraphy skills at her uncle's house. When did you learn calligraphy? Mo Shurong asked Yang Fan while eating. I learned it when I was a kid, and now I can teach Bei to practice it when I have nothing else to do. Bei, do you want to practice calligraphy? Nourishron asked her daughter. Think about it. As long as I learn from my uncle, I'll be happy to practice anything. Do you know what calligraphy is, Bei? Zhou Wenxian wondered if this kid was crazy about Yang Fan, so she asked another question. Yang Fan read Zhou Wenxian's thoughts, and before Bei could say she didn't know, he started to explain it to her. Calligraphy is writing with the brush you just saw on the large piece of paper you just saw. I know. Calligraphy is writing. Bei can write 1, 2, 3. I can do it too. Ye was not willing to be outdone. The adults were all delighted to hear the 2 children chatting with each other. Laughter and joy filled Mu Shurong's house, making it very lively. After everyone finished their meal, Yang Fan cleaned up the dishes and put them aside, then started marinating the chicken legs. He will seriously fulfill every little thing he promises to his children. The 2 children were playing house, while Mu Shurong and Zhou Wenshan were drinking tea and chatting in the living room. I think Yang Fan is pretty good. My uncle also said that he is talented and has good character. Even the mayor likes him very much. I've never doubted his character and talent, but, in short, he's not suitable. What's wrong with them? They're a talented couple, and age isn't a problem. Being married isn't a problem, and having children isn't a problem either. Look how good he is to Bei. Don't worry about this. I know my own business. No matter what, when my cousin comes back, my aunt will definitely persuade them to be together. Then he will become my cousin's husband. Anyway, I can eat with him often, and you will never be able to eat the food cooked by young Fan again. Hearing Zhou Wenshan say this, Mu Shirong's heart trembled slightly, but she regained her composure in an instant. When will your cousin come back? Why, do you feel a sense of crisis? No, it's just that Aunt Young hasn't come back so soon. Don't worry, I'm just kidding. I don't know when my cousin will come back. Even if she comes back and wants to date Yang Fan, they won't get married so soon. She can still continue to work at your house. When Zhou Wenxian said the word dating, she deliberately raised her voice. Mu Shirong just smiled faintly. If Yang Fan really wanted to consider his lifelong event, she would not force him to stay. She would find a way to solve Beibei's problem herself when the time comes. Yang Fan listened to the conversation between her two best friends while washing dishes. Zhou Wenshan's assist was great. Yang Fan felt very satisfied and secretly decided in his heart that he must add a dish for her next time. At night, Mu Shirong lay on the bed, looking at her sleeping daughter, and kept recalling what Zhou Wenshan said in her mind. She suddenly discovered that Yang Fan was also an independent and free person. He was not anyone's appendage and he could start his new life at any time. Although she helped Yang Fan pay back 5 million, it was her own will. He did not ask for it. He did not leave any written receipt. If Yang Fan wants to resist, he can deny it. Now Yang Fan is helping out at home, relying purely on his character to support him. Moreover, with his talent, there will always be a place for him in the world. What's more, if Yang Fan gets married or falls in love one day, he will have to consider his partner's feelings. It is really unrealistic to stay at home like this for a long time. She had no qualifications or rights to keep Yang Fan at home. Now, we can only hope that Aunt Yang's family issues are resolved quickly and she can come back soon. In the next room, Yang Fan was carefully examining the writing brush, ink, paper and inkstone given by director Zhang. I was so busy coaxing the child just now that I didn't even have time to take a good look. Yang Fan laid out the 4 treasures one by one and arranged them neatly. The brush holder is shiny black, the bristles are soft and elastic, and there is a small jade stone hanging on the top of the brush holder, which is very delicate. The surface of the inkstone is flat and smooth, and the inkstone pool is deep. There are landscape patterns carved around the inkstone, and there are inscriptions on the bottom of the inkstone. The ink block is black and shiny, exuding a strong scent of ink. There are exquisite patterns and words printed on the surface. Yang Fan gently picked up the ink block, feeling its weight and texture, as if he could touch the state of mind of the ancient literati when they were grinding ink. He solemnly felt a reverence for words and anticipation for creation. He imagined using this brush to grind the ink on the inkstone, letting the ink flow on the paper, outlining beautiful paintings and writing masterpieces that would be passed down from generation to generation. Finally, Yang Fan's gaze fell on the rice paper. The rice paper is as white as frost and snow, with even thickness. The edges of the paper are slightly upturned, as if eager to be spread out and carry the ink. Yang Fan gently stroked the rice paper, and felt the delicate texture on his fingertips. It was as if he could feel the paper breathing, waiting to be stained with ink, waiting to become a carrier of art. Yang Fan could understand that these were all top-quality treasures. The aura emanating from each object seemed to be telling Yang Fan, "Come and use me quickly." Yang Fan suddenly felt the urge to write. After making all the preparations, Yang Fan spread out a piece of rice paper and wrote an ancient poem to practice. Then he took out his cell phone and turned to the content that director Zhang asked him to write. In just a few seconds, Yang Fan memorized everything that needed to be written. Yang Fan held the pen, concentrating and holding his breath. The moment the tip of the brush touched the rice paper, the ink flowed freely like a dragon. Yang Fan wrote the whole calligraphy almost in one go. Looking at the calligraphy in front of him, Yang Fan smiled with satisfaction. The only drawback was that he didn't have his own exclusive seal yet. Yang Fan took out his cell phone and took a picture of the work he was going to give to director Zhang as a souvenir. Suddenly I changed my mind and thought that I could shoot short videos of cooking to start a private chef business, and in the future I could also shoot videos of calligraphy and ink painting to sell them. Chapter 21. Thank you. However, according to the principles of using short video customer acquisition methods, video content needs to be vertical so that it can be more accurately delivered to users who really need it. If you make short videos of cooking and calligraphy and painting at the same time, you will probably end up not doing well in either. I'd better make cooking videos first. There are people who have pursuits for food and art. Of course, there will be more people who have pursuits for food. After putting away the 4 treasures of the study, Yang Fan took out his long dusty laptop and transferred the video of the dinner to the computer. Yang Fan watched the video content of cooking over and over again, carefully conceived the idea, and then started editing and making short videos. Although it was his first time, strangely enough, Yang Fan could feel that he seemed to have an inexplicable sense of proficiency in every step. In less than an hour, a short, concise and attractive short video was ready. After the short video was released, Yang Fan was still a little excited. I have published texts and pictures in the past, but the response was mediocre. Some of them were barely even promoted. I released it today, and I don't know how effective it will be, but in any case, I need to keep posting it for a while. After my cooking videos become popular, I will buy 2 more mobile phones and phone cards, and start practicing calligraphy and painting, and Tai Chi. 1 content, 1 phone, this way it won't affect the verticality. Thinking about this, I don't know when I finally fell asleep. The next morning, Yang Fan was woken up by the alarm clock that set off half an hour earlier. After turning off the alarm, Yang Fan immediately went to the backstage of Douyin to check the playback status of the short video. More than 5,000 views, more than 100 likes, more than 100 collections, and dozens of comments. Yang Fan woke up instantly. This is the first one, when Douyin account is still immature. There was such a response. It was like a dream. Yang Fan excitedly read the comments one by one. Chef, your cooking skills look pretty good. Where did you learn this? It's a crime to see such delicious food late at night. You can cook home-cooked food this way, would you like to be my disciple? I'm giving you some encouragement, come on. Yang Fan replied to each one sincerely. He knew that this was just a small beginning. Now, what he needs to do is to keep posting and accumulate some fans. The private chef advertisement will be released a little later, and the high-end customers that Yang Fan wants to target will not appear so soon. Accumulate quantity first, then pursue quality. After replying to the comments one by one, Yang Fan looked at the time and realized it was time to get up and make breakfast. As soon as he walked out of the room, Yang Fan saw Mu Shirong and Bebe had also gotten up. Hurry to the kitchen and prepare breakfast first. Since Mu Shirong changed her job, her time of going out and coming back every day has been very fixed. That's a good thing. After breakfast, Mu Shirong picked up her bag, changed her shoes, and hesitated again when she pushed open the door. Thank you. Mu Shirong turned around, looked at Yang Fan, and said seriously. Before Yang Fan could react, Mu Shirong closed the door and left. When Yang Fan heard Mu Shirong's words, he froze in place. After Mu Shirong left, it took Yang Fan a long time to react. Bebe, what did mommy say just now? Mom said thank you, uncle. Bebe was sitting in the baby chair eating breakfast and answered in a baby voice. Mu Shirong is saying thank you to me? Yang Fan said to himself, with a look of disbelief on his face. Time reveals a person's true character. Even a stone can be moved, let alone a person. She, Mu Shirong, finally made some move. Yeah. Yang Fan jumped 3 feet high. Uncle, why are you so happy? Your mother just thanked me. Yang Fan said proudly. Uncle, I want to drink some millet porridge, can you help me get some more? Little guy, you have such a good appetite today. Yang Fan scooped another spoonful into Bebe's baby bowl. Thank you, uncle. You're welcome. Uncle, why aren't you jumping? I just said thank you to you. Bebe's big eyes were round and she looked at Yang Fan with a puzzled expression. Yang Fan could tell that the little guy was really confused. Then uncle, show Bebe a more handsome jump. Flying step and elbow bend. Yang Fan shouted the name of the moves while getting into position, moving quickly, and with a light leap he jumped far away, his hands also making an attacking gesture. Flying step and bending elbow is a kind of leaping step, which is a jumping method that aims at far but not high, and it attacks the opponent at a long distance by moving quickly. Uncle is so great, I want to learn from him later. Sure. After breakfast, Yang Fan took Bebe to practice Tai Chi on the balcony as usual. Yang Fan's mind-reading ability allows him to know in time when Bebe is confused when learning each movement during teaching. In addition, he can always teach in a language that children are interested in and can understand, so Bebe makes rapid progress. Looking at Bebe's little arms and legs being able to move around in a very professional manner, I know that in time, he will have no problem protecting himself in front of his peers. When going to kindergarten in the future, Bebe won't have to worry about being bullied by others. Yang Fan couldn't help but take out his cell phone to record the video of Bebe doing Tai Chi and sent it to Mu Shirong. Mu Shirong, who was in the company, had no time to look at her phone at the moment. Visual Gravity is about to celebrate its 30th anniversary. As the head of the logistics department, in addition to serving the daily operations of the office, Mu Shirong also has to connect with various celebration companies, discuss various celebration plans, and finally select the best ones for the company's directors to choose from. Your company's conference room is large enough to be used as the main venue for the celebration. Our company is good at running large-scale celebrations. I will come up with a plan later, and we can discuss the specific issues then. After visiting the venue, the person in charge of the celebration company confidently assured Mu Shirong. Okay, thank you for your hard work, Manager Lee. We'll discuss this later. I have a reception to attend later, so I won't be with you for now. Mu Shirong specifically emphasized that there would be a reception later, which was actually hinting to the other party that you still have competitors coming to see the venue, so you should work hard on the plan, and only then will you have a chance to win the bid. Mu Shirong finally opened Yang Fan's chat box when she was about to get off work. Looking at her daughter's chubby little face as she practiced Tai Chi with her tender little arms and legs, it simply warmed her heart. Although Yang Fan is not as experienced as Aunt Yang in taking care of children, he is better than Aunt Yang in making children happy and encouraging them to study. But while feeling relieved, Mu Shirong was also vaguely worried. Yang Fan will have to start his new life one day, and it may be difficult for Bebe to adapt to it all of a sudden. Chapter 22 Mu Shirong is drunk. When Mu Shirong was about to get off work, Yang Fan had already started busy in the kitchen preparing food, cooking, and filming videos. Because there was no cameraman, Yang Fan could only adopt Li Ziqi's early shooting method. Although there were some troubles and limitations, good results could still be seen in the editing. The short video released yesterday is still being played like crazy, with more and more comments, and even more than 100 fans have been added. Seeing that the momentum was very good, Yang Fan was full of energy when cooking and taking videos. Uncle, what song are you humming? It's so beautiful. Uncle is humming a song of victory and a bright future. Yang Fan can already imagine that in the near future, all his skills can be monetized through the method of acquiring customers through short videos. Come on, Uncle. Bebe will always support you. Bebe imitated the tone of an adult and encouraged Yang Fan seriously. Thank you, little baby Bebe. Yang Fan felt warm in his heart, and even his voice became coquettish when he thanked Bebe. Just when the last dish was about to be served, Mu Shirong also returned home. Mom, you're back. You're back just in time. Let's eat first. While Yang Fan was bringing out the dishes, he invited the mother and daughter, who were being affectionate with each other, to come to the dining room. Where's the wine? This is what Zhou Wenxian brought when she came to get her uncle's calligraphy this afternoon. Maybe she got too much free food, so I just gave her a little as a token of my appreciation. Come, let's drink together. Yang Fan took out 2 red wine glasses bought from a nearby supermarket and poured a glass for himself and Mu Shirong. It's not a festival, why are you drinking this? I know. Uncle is very happy today, so we have to drink to celebrate. That's what I mean. Bebe is so smart. Let's just drink casually, and don't bother with the toast thing. Yang Fan picked up the wine glass and drank it all. Ah! It feels so good. Although Yang Fan didn't know much about red wine, he could still tell whether it tasted good or not. Zhou Wenxian really didn't fool him. It was indeed a taste that was easier to accept, and it was very memorable. Yang Fan, who was still reminiscing about the past, discovered that Mu Shirong was looking at him with an unfriendly look. Yang Fan explained quickly. I'll drink mine, you can do whatever you want. Eat more food. I specially made an extra dish today. Mu Shirong looked at the dishes in front of her. They were indeed tempting. She was already hungry after a busy day. Just relax and start eating. What makes you so happy today? Mu Shirong asked. Mom, you forgot that you said thank you to Uncle this morning. Uncle jumped so high and even hummed a song while cooking in the evening. Bebe talked casually while eating. No, it's because the short video I posted online received a good response. I'm very happy. Yang Fan yelled in his heart, little ancestor Bebe, please don't reveal my past. It's a bit embarrassing and awkward. Fortunately, Bebe didn't continue to expose him. Seeing that he was anxious, he shut up. In fact, Yang Fan was equally happy to hear Mu Shirong's thanks and the success of his initial attempt at making short videos. But Yang Fan's pride as a man made him feel that it would be too damaging to his image to be so happy just because of a word of thanks. You cook well, it's good to post a short video so that others can learn from you. Mu Shirong's tone was calm, and no emotion could be seen. After eating for a while, Mu Shirong felt hungry. Yang Fan's cooking skills are indeed impeccable, and are still improving. Just as she was thinking, Mu Shirong accidentally touched the red wine glass next to her with her right hand. Under the light, looking at the ruby-colored red wine in front of you, swaying quietly in the glass, it is very tempting. Mu Shirong couldn't help but pick up the wine glass and took a sip slowly. The moment the wine slid down her throat, Mu Shirong felt the rich fruity aroma, the vanilla scent brought by the oak barrel, and a hint of spice slowly spreading in her mouth. These flavors are intertwined and linger for a long time, like a beautiful piece of music played repeatedly on the tip of the tongue, making people intoxicated and unwilling to wake up for a long time. She took another sip and continued to feel the taste. Another bite. Until the red in the wine glass is gone. Yang Fan saw that Mu Shirong had finished the wine in her glass and quickly refilled it. Two people each had a glass, quietly drinking their own wine, thinking about their own thoughts. No one wants to ruin the atmosphere of this moment, the beauty of tranquility. Even Bebe followed her mother and Yang Fan and immersed herself in it. A bottle of red wine was finished quickly. Yang Fan looked at Mu Shirong quietly. He didn't know when it started, but two blushes appeared on Mu Shirong's cheeks. The eyes that were so cold just now seemed to be covered with a layer of mist. There was also a hint of confusion. Mu Shirong didn't notice that Yang Fan was staring at her intently at the moment. She continued to eat the food slowly and lazily. I heard that it's not easy for you in the company during this period. It's not difficult at all. Mu Shirong answered with a hint of drunkenness. After you changed your job, did people always find fault with you? Yang Fan finally asked the question he had always wanted to ask but didn't. It's nothing, I can handle it. Yang Fan expected Mu Shirong to say this. She has always been so strong. If you are not happy with what you are doing, come back. Believe me, I will be able to let you and Bebe continue your current life, or even better. After saying this, Yang Fan almost doubted himself. Was he drunk too? How dare he say such explicit words to Mu Shirong? Isn't he afraid that she will kick him out of the house? Looking at Mu Shirong again, she was supporting her body with one hand and holding her forehead with the other hand. She was still in a lazy and dazed state and didn't react at all. Was she drunk and didn't hear? I didn't sell out the company, so why should I leave? As long as I don't want to, no one can drive me away from visual gravity. Mu Shirong suddenly stood up and started cursing, looking a little crazy. After she finished cursing, she quickly fell asleep on the table. Mom, what's wrong with you? Bebe asked in a crying voice, a little worried. Yang Fan quickly picked up Bebe and comforted her. It's okay, Mom is drunk. Uncle, I'm a little scared. Bebe has never seen Mom like this. Mom will be fine after a good sleep, don't worry. Can Bebe take care of Mom? Yeah. Bebe nodded vigorously. Then Bebe, go wash up early and go to bed early with your mother, okay? Seeing that Bebe went to wash up obediently, Yang Fan planned to wake up Mu Shirong and send her to her room to sleep. Director Mu, I'll help you get some rest. Yang Fan helped Mu Shirong up. As soon as Mu Shirong stood up, she fell on Yang Fan. When Mu Shirong stood up, her hair suddenly flew over, slid down Yang Fan's face and onto his neck. Director Mu. Yang Fan shook Mu Shirong, who was leaning on his shoulder. Mu Shirong turned her head and still leaned against Yang Fan. But her face changed direction and buried deeper in Yang Fan's neck. In an instant, a strong smell of alcohol mixed with the fragrance of powder rushed into Yang Fan's nostrils. This smell was like a gentle electric current that instantly ran through his whole body. Yang Fan's heartbeat suddenly quickened. But he soon realized that the most important thing now was to get Mu Shirong back to her room to rest. Yang Fan put Mu Shirong's hand on his shoulder and hugged her waist, but found that her body was too soft and weak, and he was unable to help her walk back to the room. Yang Fan made up his mind and simply picked up Mu Shirong by the waist. Chapter 23. You just kissed Mom. Yang Fan carried Mu Shirong into the room, gently put her on the bed, and gently covered her with a blanket. Just as he was about to get up and leave, Mu Shirong suddenly grabbed Yang Fan's arm. Gu Sheng. Mu Shirong called softly, with a hint of drunkenness and dependence in her voice. She held Yang Fan's arm very tightly and looked straight at him, as if confirming his existence. Yang Fan's heart trembled. Gu Sheng? Could it be her deceased husband? He didn't expect Mu Shirong to call her husband's name after getting drunk. He gently stroked Mu Shirong's face and responded, I'm here. The voice is so gentle. Yang Fan didn't want to deceive Mo Shirong. He knew that Mo Shirong missed her husband. Just treat it as a dream, play that person, fulfill her dream, and let her fall asleep with satisfaction. As expected, a relieved smile appeared on Mo Shirong's face. She looked at Yang Fan quietly, her vision began to blur, but was full of trust and dependence. She whispered, "I'm so tired." Seeing Mo Shirong acting weak, Yang Fan suddenly felt a desire to protect her. He stroked her hair gently and comforted her, "Have a good rest, I'll take care of everything." Mo Shirong nodded, and she suddenly exerted force with her hands to pull Yang Fan towards her. Yang Fan was caught off guard and leaned forward, almost losing his balance. He quickly used his other hand to support the edge of the bed to steady himself. "Rong, be careful!" Yang Fan exclaimed. In a hurry, Yang Fan even changed his way of addressing her naturally. He stopped calling her Director Mu and started calling her Rong like Zhou Wenxian. Mu Shirong didn't care about Yang Fan's exclamation. She hooked her hands tightly around Yang Fan's neck and pulled his face towards her. Her breathing became rapid and there was a hint of confusion in her eyes. Yang Fan's heart was beating like a drum. He could feel her body through the quilt. The warmth and softness made him almost lose his mind. "Gu Shang, kiss me." Mu Shirong's voice was low and hoarse, full of temptation. A trace of reason flashed through Yang Fan's mind. He knew that Mu Shirong was drunk now and her behavior was not what she really wanted. However, his body betrayed his mind. Yang Fan couldn't help but lower his head and gently kissed Mu Shirong on the forehead. Mu Shirong closed her eyes gently with a satisfied smile on her face. Yang Fan took a deep breath and tried to calm himself down. "You should have a good rest." Mu Shirong did not reply, and her breathing began to sound rhythmically. Watching Mu Shirong fall into a deep sleep, Yang Fan sat up straight. When I turned around, I found Bebe standing straight at the door. "Bebe, Uncle was just taking care of Mom to sleep." "No. Uncle was just covering Mom with a blanket." Yang Fan was a little incoherent and didn't know how to explain to the little guy. "Uncle, you just kissed Mom." Yes." Yang Fan could only admit it. "This is our little secret. You must not let Mom know, otherwise Uncle will probably be kicked out of the house by Mom." "I won't say it." Bebe immediately covered her mouth and looked at Yang Fan in horror. Yang Fan could read the fear in Bebe's heart that he was afraid of leaving, and he was particularly moved. He stroked Bebe's head gently. "Bebe is so sensible. Mommy will leave her to you tonight. Please take good care of her and help her sleep, okay?" After leaving Mu Shirong's room, Yang Fan began to clean up the dishes, wash the dishes, and clean up. After finishing all the work and returning to the room, Yang Fan immediately turned on the computer and prepared to design and edit today's cooking video. Yang Fan wanted to keep himself busy, but he still couldn't calm down completely. Mu Shirong's hair, body fragrance, soft waist, and the numbness when her skin touched Yang Fan's lips. Yang Fan's powerful memory magnified every detail and engraved it in his mind. He was a little upset. Yang Fan stopped editing and took out the 4 treasures of the study. After grinding the ink, he took a deep sniff of the fragrance of the ink and immediately felt calmer. After finishing writing a piece of calligraphy, Yang Fan finally felt less agitated and started editing the video. After uploading the new cooking video, Yang Fan paid attention to the previous videos. The number of plays is still increasing, the momentum is strong, and the number of fans accumulated is increasing. Only after replying to all the comments did Yang Fan finally lie down. Yang Fan closed his eyes, and he seemed to still hear Mu Shirong's breath in his ears. The 3 words "I'm so tired" kept echoing in his mind. "Since you are tired, why do you still insist on it? What a silly woman." Suddenly, Yang Fan remembered the crazy things Mu Shirong said at the dinner table after getting drunk. "I didn't sell out the company, so why should I leave? As long as I don't want to, no one can drive me away from visual gravity." Yang Fan remembered clearly every word that Mu Shirong said just now. But later on, "I was distracted and my mind was wandering, and I completely ignored it." This sentence contains a lot of information. It turned out that Mu Shirong herself knew that someone wanted to force her away. The fat man also said that someone was deliberately making things difficult for Mu Shirong, and that the other party must be of a high status to be able to command so many minnows and crab generals to make trouble together. Who is it? Could it be Gao Sheng? After Mu Shirong left, he made the most profit and could be directly promoted to partner. In fact, he has made huge profits so far and has almost taken over most of Moron's business. But that's impossible. Yang Fan thought about it. Gao Shang was brought up by Mo Shirong, and the person who took over her business was most likely strongly recommended by Mo Shirong. Moreover, Gao Shang himself has 3 parts of admiration and 7 parts of respect for Mo Shirong, and anyone with a discerning eye in the company can see it. After ruling out Gao Shang, Yang Fan went through the company's top management again, but still couldn't figure out who it was. Those who are motivated have no ability, and those who are capable have no motivation. Maybe Mu Shirong herself would be more clear about it. The next day, when Mu Shirong heard the alarm clock, she felt a sharp pain in her head. She opened her eyes and saw that she was wearing a work uniform instead of the pajamas she usually wore to sleep. She tried hard to recall what happened last night. She thought that she must not have had sex because of drinking. What should not have happened? But then he saw that he was dressed neatly, so nothing should have happened. Besides, Yang Fan was not that kind of person. "Mom, you're awake." Bebe looked at her mother with sleepy eyes. "Bebe is awake too. Bebe, tell me how I got back to bed yesterday?" Mom was drunk, and it was uncle who helped her to bed. Yang Fan had already agreed with Bebe on his confession. In order to avoid losing his job as a male nanny, Bebe could not say that he hugged his mother, let alone kissed her. He could only say that he helped her. It was early in the morning. Although Bebe was not fully awake yet, she remembered clearly the agreement she made with Yang Fan last night. After breakfast, Mu Shirong changed her shoes and went out to work as usual. Seeing that there was nothing abnormal about Mo Shirong, Yang Fan and Bebe looked at Mo Shirong at the same time. After confirming that there was really no problem, the two of them looked at each other secretly and smiled in tacit understanding. Mu Shirong looked up and found that Yang Fan and Bebe looked strange. "What are you laughing at?" "No, no." Yang Fan denied it in time. Mu Shirong was a little suspicious, but didn't have time to ask further questions, so she just went out. Chapter 24 Theme Creative Advertising Competition. On the weekend, Yang Fan was sleeping soundly in his small rental house. There was a knock on the door. Yang Fan opened the door and saw Fatty Luo standing outside with a piece of paper in his hand. "You finally opened the door. I have good news for you today," said Fatty Luo as he walked straight into the house and sat down. "You didn't even call me before coming. What if I wasn't at home? You are alone. What else can happen when you are not at home?" "That's not necessarily true." "What's that in your hand?" "What good news?" "Our company is going to celebrate its 30th anniversary soon. Look, here's the poster for the Theme Creative Advertising Competition." Fatty Luo raised the paper in his hand. "What does it have to do with me?" Yang Fan glanced at the notice without any interest. "No matter which company you work for, as long as you submit your work, you have a chance to win a prize." "Winning a prize? Can I get a house as a prize?" Yang Fan said with a nonchalant look on his face. "No, it's not money or house as a prize. What I'm rewarding is an opportunity to become famous." When the fat man mentioned the word opportunity, his eyes sparkled. "Fatty, come on. I support you." Yang Fan patted Fatty Luo on the shoulder and stood up to wash up. "Don't go, listen to me. You speak, I can hear you. The company is planning to make a big splash for this anniversary celebration." "How big is it?" "Let's not talk about anything else. The guests we invited include not only our major clients, but also some very powerful peers." "That's unusual. I can understand asking customers for help, but asking colleagues for help? Aren't you afraid of leaking your business secrets?" "Yes, it is a bit unusual, but it is not surprising if you consider who else the company hired." "Who else did you invite?" "We also invited government officials." "So it's to show off the government's support in front of your peers?" "No, because the collection of thematic creative advertising is a requirement put forward by the government. The government hopes to use the opportunity of the 30th anniversary of visual gravity to give full play to our company's role as an industry leader and encourage the entire industry to contribute their own creativity and make contributions to the government's public service advertising." "Oh, what's the theme of the PSA?" After washing his face, Yang Fan walked back to sit next to Fatty Luo, took the advertising collection notice from his hand, and began to read it with interest. The theme is to use traditional ink painting to showcase the artistic charm of traditional Chinese bamboo weaving. Yang Fan muttered to himself. "That's right. If your creativity is collected, your design will be promoted nationwide as a representative of the Magic City. Then you will become famous all over the world. Such a good opportunity, why don't you try it yourself? Yang Fan yawned with a smile. Of course I will participate, but I know my own limitations. You are different. To be honest, leaving the company will really bury your talent. Fatty Luo continued. And, most importantly, you know calligraphy. The handwriting you took a picture of last time was amazing. Although computers can also produce ink painting effects, they are nowhere near as direct and ingenious as hand-painted ones. Do you think that if I can write well with a brush, I can also paint well with a brush? Isn't it? No, but it just so happens that drawing is not a problem for your brother. As he said this, Yang Fan looked into Fatty Luo's eyes and gave him a smug look. That's right, isn't this a creative competition tailor-made for you? If you win, you will become famous all over the world, and if you lose, you won't lose anything. The organizer is visual gravity? Yes. I'm not going. I'm not interested. Ah. Fatty Luo slapped himself on the forehead. Did I say all that just now for nothing? Why are you so stubborn? I don't need to prove anything to anyone, let alone the company that fired me. I have a new job and new hobbies now. I'm busy. I'm going to make breakfast, Yang Fan said and walked towards the kitchen. It's already so late and you're still eating breakfast. Remember to make me an extra portion. Haven't you eaten yet? I'm hungry again, okay? Count it in as a treat, and there's still one meal left. You. After breakfast, Fatty Luo left soon after, leaving behind the theme creative advertising competition. Yang Fan casually threw it next to his computer desk and began to organize the videos and clips he had shot over the past week. The increase in followers and fans' response this week have given Yang Fan great confidence. There were various voices asking about selling seasonings, ingredients, and kitchen utensils, an endless stream. However, Yang Fan was unwilling to sell the goods as he could not guarantee their quality, especially the ingredients. Although I am not a big shot, there is no need to be too proud of myself. But he is a man who lives by his conscience. He does not have the ability to bring good quality to everyone, and he is not willing to earn this money. If you don't sell the products, you should at least give an explanation to your fans. Yang Fan posted a message through the platform account. This weekend, a lucky fan will be provided with free home cooking service. If you need it, please contact me. After a while, Yang Fan saw more than a dozen friend requests on WeChat, and he accepted them one by one. After some communication, Yang Fan chose the most suitable fan. The other party was not too far away from him, had experience in filming, and was able to help film the entire process from Yang Fan arriving at the house to cooking to leaving. The most important thing is that the other party is also happy for Yang Fan to post their videos online. Everything was settled, and Yang Fan arrived at the other party's house at the agreed time. Yang Fan knocked on the door and someone came soon. When the door opened, Yang Fan saw a middle-aged man of medium build. The man opened the door and saw Yang Fan, and was very enthusiastic. Hello, are you Chef Yang? Hello, is this Mr. Ye's house? I'm Chef Yang. Master Chef, I didn't expect to see you in person today. You're much more handsome than your avatar. Thank you for disturbing me today. Yang Fan said seriously. No, we are so happy. The little tricks and tips you taught us are amazing. Today we can taste your cooking skills. It's like winning the lottery. Please come in. The fans became more and more excited as they talked, and quickly welcomed the great god into their home. Mr. Ye's family filmed the entire process, from entering the door to entering the kitchen. In the kitchen, only the photographer and Yang Fan were left. Yang Fan is very skilled in handling ingredients and cooking. Soon, the meal for the family of 4 was ready. Master, thank you for your hard work. Please sit down and eat together. No need, you guys eat. Do you mind if I take a quick photo of you eating? It's okay, take photos as you like. Yang Fan took the phone and started taking pictures himself. Yang Fan captured the most authentic reactions of Mr. Yi and his family after eating the food, nodding frantically, giving thumbs up, satisfied, shocked, enjoying. Mr. Yi specifically expressed his feelings to the camera. This is the most delicious meal I have ever had in my life. I am almost moved to tears. Chapter 25. I want to stay in the company with dignity. Yang Fan was deeply moved by Mr. Ye's sincerity. He believes that other fans will also be moved after seeing the video. After all the filming was over, Yang Fan left with Mr. Ye's family expressing their gratitude. It was my first time to film a private chef visit at a fan's home, and it went more smoothly than I expected. The enthusiasm and gratitude of Mr. Yi's family made him feel that what he was doing was very meaningful. Yang Fan can feel the love from his fans. Dealing with ordinary people is much more comfortable than dealing with capital, and the sense of meaning is completely different. After returning to his rented house, Yang Fan carefully watched the entire video content and watched it several times at double the speed. After some design and thinking, I finally decided on a plan and started editing and producing the video. Finally finished the video, and it was getting dark. Yang Fan first sent the video to Mr. Yi for review to see if there were any scenes that were not suitable for the camera, and then finally released it to the platform. After a simple dinner, Yang Fan packed up his things and set off for Mu Shirong's house. When time permits, Yang Fan always chooses to take the bus. Although the subway is fast, it is pitch black outside the window, without a trace of life. Following the route planned by Yang Fan, you can make a few more changes and get a seat on a less crowded bus. Yang Fan sat by the window on the bus, listening to music, looking at the lights and traffic outside, and feeling the hustle and bustle of the city. He was alone in this city, had nothing, and was 5 million in debt. But he was not anxious or panicked at all. He believes that in the near future, what is supposed to come will come, as long as he doesn't give up. When Yang Fan arrived at Mu Shirong's house, it was already past 8 o'clock in the evening. "Uncle, I miss you so much, can you please not leave on weekends in the future?" As soon as Yang Fan entered the room, Bebe hugged his thighs and acted coquettishly. Yang Fan picked up Bebe gently and looked at Mu Shirong again. Mu Shirong was arranging Bebe's toys. "Uncle misses Bebe too. Uncle will try to stay with Bebe as soon as possible." In the second half of the sentence, Yang Fan leaned close to Bebe's ear, his voice so low that only the two of them could hear it. After saying that, the two, one big and one small, looked at each other and smiled. "What are you two laughing at?" "It's okay." Yang Fan put Bebe down and walked in front of Mu Shirong. "How is things going at the company lately?" "Fine. Who wants to force you out of the company?" Yang Fan went straight to the point. Hearing this, Mu Shirong was stunned for a moment and turned to look at Yang Fan. "No one can drive me away, who told you that?" "You said it yourself. You were drunk that day. You also said you were very tired." Yang Fan stared into Mu Shirong's eyes, trying to tear off her strong mask and let her speak out her heart. "Really? I don't remember. It was just nonsense talked after drinking. Don't take it seriously." Mu Shirong said nonchalantly. "The truth comes out only after drinking." Yang Fan's tone became more and more firm, staring at Mu Shirong's eyes as if he could see through everything. Mu Shirong ignored Yang Fan's words and turned to hold Bebe's hand. "Bebe, wash up early today, and let's tell one more story, okay?" Yeah. Seeing Mu Shirong walking away with Bebe, Yang Fan became anxious and raised his voice. "I worked at Visual Gravity for 4 years and was eventually fired. I know how it feels to be abandoned. You must know something in the company that I don't, otherwise you wouldn't have paid me back the 5 million. Similarly, I may know something that you don't know. If we can be open and honest with each other, we may be able to find out the real reason for your current situation. And I also want to know who I am taking the blame for." Mu Shirong stopped and lowered her head to Bebe and said, "Bebe, go play for a while. Mom and Uncle need to talk." Seeing that Mu Shirong was finally moved, Yang Fan smiled with relief. It seems that Mu Shirong was unwilling to speak because she was unwilling to face his concern for her. Mu Shirong was only moved when he emphasized that he wanted to know the truth for his own reasons. Mu Shirong poured 2 glasses of juice and handed one to Yang Fan. "Sit down and talk." Yang Fan took the cup and they sat down together. Mu Shirong slowly took a sip of the juice, looking thoughtful. "There are 2 reasons why I paid back the 5 million for you. One is that I knew you would definitely pay it back, and I happened to need help. The other is that the idea of the project was leaked, and it is very likely that someone else did it." "Director Mu thinks it's someone else?" "Ha! If only the company could trust me as much as Director Mu does. I just trust your ability, so I gave everyone's ideas to you to integrate and recreate. Facts have proved that the final effect you gave is indeed amazing. I submitted the creative manuscript directly to Director Mu. Only the 2 of us saw the manuscript. Why did Director Mu think that it was not me but someone else who leaked it? Do you know who that person is?" "Because the manuscript in my drawer was moved. Although it was a very small movement, I could see it. Someone entered my office without my consent, opened my drawer, and moved the paper. So you knew from the beginning that I was wrongly accused, then why didn't you tell the company and let them reinvestigate? Because I also want to know who this traitor is? Once we start the investigation, we may never know who the other party is, so I have to inconvenience you. How do you know it won't work without even trying it? At the beginning, the other party is the most cautious, so of course they will handle their tail very cleanly. Initiating an investigation will only alert the enemy. Once the other party succeeds easily, the fox's tail will be exposed. You have also heard about the Dingxing Media incident. I heard that the company suspected that you were secretly helping Dingxing Media, so they transferred you to another position. Yes and no, it's not important. But I suspect the person behind Dingxing Media's launch of the advertising business is probably the one who leaked your idea at the time. Is he also the person who has been secretly against you during this period? Yang Fan finally asked the question he wanted to ask most. Mu Shirong looked back at Yang Fan with a hint of surprise in her eyes. She didn't expect that Yang Fan was not in the company, but she seemed to be very clear about what had happened in the company recently. What did you hear? Mu Shirong asked calmly. They said that you were suspected of being the mastermind behind Dingxing Media, and your position in the company is no longer secure. All those you have offended in the past have united to oppose you. However, what I heard may not be true. Humph. Mu Shirong laughed contemptuously and continued, a bunch of jumping clowns. That's true, then. If that's the case, why do you insist on staying there? This is also what confuses Yang Fan the most. The company's top management suspects Mu Shirong, and the company's lower-level employees make things difficult for Mu Shirong. Why does she still insist on staying in this company? With Mu Shirong's qualifications in the industry, other companies will scramble to win her over after she leaves. You also said that now there are rumors everywhere that I betrayed the company. If I leave now, it will be confirmed that I am absconding from the crime. I want to stay in the company with dignity. Time can prove everything. Besides, if the company has determined that I am a traitor, why would they keep me in the company? Chapter 26. I will give you 30,000 per month. You mean the company's top management didn't suspect you? Then why were you transferred to logistics? I'm not sure whether I have doubts or not, but the company has its own plans. As long as the company doesn't take down the charges, I will stay here. It would be easiest to just walk away, but that would allow those with ulterior motives to succeed. Why make it hard for yourself just to breathe? Being happy is the most important thing. It's unhappiness to just walk away like that. Seeing Mu Shirong so determined, Yang Fan was speechless for a moment. He didn't know how to persuade her. Come to think of it, Yang Fan could not define what happiness meant for Mu Shirong, and it was even more impossible for him to make any decisions for her. Even Mu Shirong's husband does not have this power, let alone a former colleague and current nanny like him. As long as you are happy. Yang Fan's last sentence sounded a little weak. At night, Yang Fan lay in bed, tossing and turning, feeling a little upset. I wanted to persuade Mu Shirong, but in the end I was persuaded by Mu Shirong. Yang Fan discovered that Mu Shirong was stronger than he had imagined, while he, a man of 3 feet tall, seemed to be unable to do anything except taking care of Bebe. If you love a woman, you have to grow into a big tree as soon as possible, a big tree that can shelter her from wind and rain and provide her with enough support. He hopes that while taking care of Bebe, he can also have his own career, even if it means starting as a private chef. As long as he has accumulated a certain amount of experience, no matter how big the storm in life is, he will have the ability to hold up the sky and the confidence to face it. Yang Fan took out his mobile phone and opened the Douyin background. The number of views of the private chef's home visit video released today has reached 10,000, and this result has been achieved in just 5 hours. Yang Fan vaguely felt that this video could go viral. Even the views and fans of the cooking videos he had released before were increasing. This short video customer acquisition method is simply the king of traffic. Follow the routines and tricks step by step. First of all, this wave of traffic is successfully created. The next more important thing is how to monetize the traffic. If nothing unexpected happens, Yang Fan will soon be able to direct the traffic to the private domain and start formal business. The next morning, the first thing Yang Fan did when he woke up was to pick up his mobile phone. With a hint of nervousness and anticipation, Yang Fan opened the backstage of Douyin. It wasn't until he saw the playback data 29859 appear on the mobile phone screen that Yang Fan's heart settled down. It is certain that this thing will explode. If it's not a big explosion, it will definitely be a small one. Looking at the collections, likes, and comments data, they are all very good. Yang Fan did not reply to fans' messages one by one as he did at the beginning. Instead, he selectively replied to some comments that he was interested in. While replying to messages, Yang Fan could occasionally see some demands for private chefs at home. Yang Fan replied one by one, and cryptically attached V's contact information. After finishing the work on the platform, Yang Fan began to prepare breakfast for 3 people in the kitchen. Mu Shirong and her daughter finished washing up, and Yang Fan's breakfast was just ready. At the dining table, 2 adults and 1 child sat neatly together, enjoying their meal in a warm and cozy atmosphere. "Uncle, this egg fried rice is so delicious, and the soup is so tasty too. I can even finish all the meat and vegetables in the soup." "Ha, you little glutton. How come your mouth has become so sweet just because you didn't eat the meal your uncle cooked for one weekend?" "It would be so happy if I could eat meals cooked by my uncle every day," Bebe said in a baby voice while eating. "Little fool, your demands for happiness are not high at all." As he said this, Yang Fan glanced at Mu Shirong. "Now that you know why I have to pay back the 5 million for you, it's not your responsibility at all. Are you still willing to help me? No matter what, you paid 5 million in real money, and it's not your responsibility. If you really feel guilty, just give me a higher salary so that I can pay it back sooner." Yang Fan was half joking. "Sure. Actually, you've paid far more than I'm paying you. So I'll double it and give you 30,000 a month. Then I really have to thank Director Mu. Once the person behind this is found out, none of us will have to pay this money." "If that's the case, then I've made a profit," Yang Fan said with a smile, then suddenly asked seriously, "Are you confident that you can find it out? Whether you have confidence or not, you have to finish it. I'm done eating. I have to go first." "Well, drive carefully. Goodbye, Mom." Bebe was enjoying the meal but didn't forget to say goodbye to his mom. "Whether you have confidence or not, you must complete it." After watching Mu Shirong leave, Yang Fan repeated to himself what she had just said. Yang Fan put down his chopsticks, thought for a moment, and suddenly his eyes lit up. Yang Fan finally understood and all his confusions were cleared up at once. It turned out that someone in the upper echelons was setting up a game, and he, Yang Fan, and Mu Shirong were just pawns in the game. His dismissal and Mu Shirong's transfer might have been done deliberately to show everyone, in order to lure out the snake. Looking at it this way, Yang Fan finally understood why Mu Shirong was unwilling to leave no matter how difficult it was. There may be people on the board of directors who have doubts about Mu Shirong or even have opinions about her, but there must be people who support Mu Shirong and are willing to protect her. Only this can explain everything. Mu Shirong went to the company as soon as she left home. She pushed open the door and walked into the office, and found someone sitting in her seat. "Mr. J, you're here." Mu Shirong was a little surprised. "I didn't even say hello to you before I came." "Sit down." Mu Shirong sat down on the chair she used to entertain guests, facing Jay Cho. "If Mr. J has any instructions, just give me a call." "Why did you come here in person today?" "It's okay, I came to see you and see how your work is going recently." "I'm fine. Thank you, Mr. J, for your concern. I know you must have been wronged during this period. Fortunately, you are not a fragile person. If you were an ordinary person, you would have left in anger long ago. When I first transferred to this position, there was indeed a lot of gossip and some people took advantage of my misfortune, but these did not affect my work. Well, I was right. As long as you can handle it on the front line, I can handle it on the board of directors side, too. The company's 30th anniversary is coming up soon. How is the preparation going? If you have any difficulties, just let me know. The anniversary celebration has been basically arranged. According to your instructions, all the major peers should have received the invitations by now. It's just that it's a bit difficult to invite people from the government. It's easy to invite ordinary government officials, but they can't show the scale of the celebration. If we can invite senior leaders of the city's agencies, it will not only benefit the company's image, but also enhance the appeal of the theme innovation competition. This would be the best. Now I just don't know if the chairman can personally come forward. This way, the chances of us inviting a senior leader will be much greater. I will do more work and try to get him. Thank you for your hard work, Mr. J. It's all for the company, let's work hard together. Chapter 27 Mu Shirong's Guilt. Mu Shirong's house, kitchen. Yang Fan takes Bebe to prepare lunch together. "Uncle, what are you filming?" Uncle posted the cooking video online, and many people want to watch it. Do they all want to learn from their uncle? Yes, there are people who want uncle to go to their homes and cook for them. Uncle is going to cook for others. What about Bebe? Of course, uncle won't abandon Bebe. Uncle will go on the weekend when mom is with you. You can also take me with you when mom comes back. I'm great at being a helper. Yang Fan stopped what he was doing, wiped his hands, and stroked Bebe's head lovingly. The little guy even left his mother for a bite of food. Bebe, be good. Mom will be with you this weekend. Uncle is out working. It's not fair, it's not fair. Mom has to work, uncle has to work, but Bebe doesn't have a job. Bebe also has to work. Bebe pouted angrily and stomped her feet hard. Bebe hasn't grown up yet. When Bebe grows up, he will also have a job, Yang Fan hurriedly comforted. I want to go, uncle, just take me with you. Bebe hugged Yang Fan's thighs and looked at him with pleading eyes. Bringing a child along to visit a customer, what a joke. Yang Fan was about to continue comforting Bebe when he suddenly remembered the new fan he had added in the morning. The other party asked Yang Fan to come to the door the next day. The price could be negotiated, but the time could not be changed. Yang Fan refused this time because he had to take Bebe with him. The other party requested again and again, but Yang Fan insisted that it was only possible on weekends. The two sides are still in a stalemate. If Bebe can be brought along, then there will be no problem in going there the next day. Now Bebe herself is willing, the problem is whether Mu Shurong and the employer's family agree. The employer's family is fine, the key is still Mu Shurong. Bebe, let's discuss this with mom when she comes back tonight, okay? If mom agrees, then it won't be a big problem. Really? That's great. I can go out to work too. Yay! Yang Fan called the fan's WeChat number. Hello, March Chunhua, I'm sorry that tomorrow's time is not convenient. Hello, Chef Yang, what a pity. Tomorrow is my mother's birthday, and I didn't expect your timing to be so unfortunate. So it's the old lady who has a long life. I wish your mother a happy birthday in advance. The main reason I can't come to your house tomorrow is that I have a child with me. If you don't mind me bringing the child with me, then this time may be possible, but I have to discuss it with the child's mother. Really? That's great. Don't worry, we don't mind bringing your child with you. When you get here, leave the child to us. My old lady loves children very much. Okay, I'll discuss it with the child's mother and get back to you with an answer. Yang Fan called Mu Shurong again. Director Mu, I have an urgent matter and would like to seek your advice. You talk, I'm listening, Mu Shurong answered the phone while looking for documents. Tomorrow a fan's mother's birthday is coming up, and they asked me to be their home chef. Can I bring Bebe with me? Mom, I really want to go. Before Yang Fan could finish his words, Bebe shouted loudly into Yang Fan's phone. Mu Shurong was silent for 3 seconds. Okay, thank you for your hard work. You went out to take orders and brought Bebe with you. Yang Fan didn't expect that Mu Shurong not only did not object, but also agreed so readily and seemed a little polite. Yang Fan didn't have time to think too much. He just thought that it was Bebe's assist and quickly replied to his fans. He didn't know that after Mu Shurong hung up the phone, she rarely felt guilty. At work, Mu Shurong has always been decisive and ruthless, and Bebe is her weak spot. Now, Bebe is becoming more and more dependent on Yang Fan, which means that Mu Shurong is becoming more and more dependent on Yang Fan. What made Mu Shurong most uneasy was that Yang Fan clearly knew that the 5 million yuan that Yang Fan needed to pay back for working as a male nanny in Mu Shurong's home every day was completely fabricated. But he still devotes himself to this family as always, even at the cost of sacrificing better job opportunities. Mu Shurong knew very well what Yang Fan was trying to do, but the window paper had not been broken yet. But Morong felt that she could not give Yang Fan what he wanted, but she was still enjoying Yang Fan's efforts. This is what makes Mu Shurong most conflicted and guilty. Rather than saying that Mu Shurong approved the concession and allowed Yang Fan to take Bebe out to earn extra money during work hours, it would be better to say that Yang Fan went out to work and still took care of Mu Shurong's child. A child who has no blood relationship with him. But Yang Fan doesn't think so. Yang Fan was even a little touched when he received Mu Shurong's instruction that he could take Bebe out to take orders. This ruthless and cold-blooded female devil is actually quite reasonable and actually shows some extra mercy. If you can also bring Bebe with you to work as a private chef at other people's homes, your time will be much more flexible. When the business matures and stabilizes in the future, this will be a considerable income. During the business negotiation with the fans, Sanyu Chunhua was even willing to pay more than 5,000. However, considering that he would bring his child to the other party's home tomorrow and needed the other party's cooperation in filming the scene at home, Yang Fan decided to charge 5,000. When the business volume increases in the future, if he serves 10 companies a week, the monthly income will be 200,000 yuan, and the annual income will be 2.4 million yuan. This is a number that Yang Fan dare not even think about. The 5 million debt owed to Mo Shirong can be paid off in 2 years. If I work harder in the future and also run a calligraphy and painting business at home, earning several million a year will not be a problem at all. Uncle, are you very happy? The more Yang Fan thought about it, the more beautiful it seemed. Suddenly, he heard Bebe's baby voice and instantly woke up. Yes, Mom agreed to take Bebe with me to work, so of course Uncle is happy. Uncle, do you think they have any children? Uncle didn't ask about this. Let's go and see if there is any surprise tomorrow, okay? The next morning, before Mu Shirong went out, Bebe urged Yang Fan to leave quickly. Uncle, we're going to be late for work, hurry up. Uncle doesn't need to get up so early for work. Yang Fan answered Bebe while washing dishes. Bebe, don't make noise when you go to work with Uncle. You can't disturb Uncle, okay? Mu Shirong was a little worried and reminded him in a low voice. I won't, Mom. Go to work quickly and don't disturb me and Uncle when we go out to work. Mu Shirong was pushed out of the door by Bebe, and she smiled helplessly and shook her head. This biological daughter has now joined forces with an outsider and has begun to dislike her own mother. Uncle, Mom is gone, we have to hurry too. Seeing that Yang Fan had finished washing the dishes, Bebe started to urge him again. Little Bebe, if we go to someone else's house now, they might still be sleeping. Let's finish a set of boxing first, okay? We have to go right after we finish boxing. Uncle can't lie. It's a deal. Chapter 28, Taking Bebe as a Private Chef. On the side of the road, Yang Fan was standing with a water bottle, a bag, and holding Bebe's hand, his hair disheveled in the wind. Passers-by looked at the two, one big and one small, and seemed to be waiting for something seriously. After a while, a car slowly stopped beside them. The children and the adults excitedly jumped into the car. The car started slowly, drove away, and soon disappeared. In less than half an hour, Yang Fan arrived at the place that Sanyu Chunhua mentioned. This is an independent villa. There was already someone standing at the door to greet us. She was a beautiful hostess. Hello, is this March Chunhua? Yes, you are Chef Yang. I am glad to see you. Is this your daughter? She is so cute. Hello, little girl. Hello, Auntie, I am not your daughter, but I am willing to be your daughter. Bebe blinked her big eyes and answered Sanyu Chunua's questions seriously on behalf of Yang Fan. Yang Fan felt warm in his heart, this child did not have leukorrhea. Oh, really? Then you must like this uncle very much. Come over and play. I have a younger sister at home. You two can play together. As she spoke, Sanyu Chunhua called her daughter over. There was also an old woman coming with the little girl, who was Sanyu Chunua's mother. Auntie, I can't play with my sister anymore. I still need to work with my uncle. Sanyu Chunhua looked at Yang Fan, a little at a loss. A 3-year-old child was talking to her seriously about work. How old are you, baby? You're so great. My mother said that I will be 3 years old in a little over a month and will go to kindergarten soon. It's okay, just let her follow me in the kitchen first. We usually do this. After hearing what Yang Fan said, the hostess had no choice but to give up. Yang Fan took Bebe to the kitchen, where he worked skillfully and occasionally gave Bebe small tasks within his ability. Bebe's chubby little face is childish yet with a hint of seriousness, making him look like a little adult. The little hands picking vegetables are clumsy and cute, yet meticulous and serious. Yang Fan didn't expect that Bebe was more perseverant than he thought. He thought she would go out to play halfway through picking the fruits like usual. Today, Bebe completed every small task assigned by Yang Fan. Even after she had finished her work, she still insisted on staying with Yang Fan in the kitchen. Uncle, can I see what's cooking in your pot? Yang Fan was processing some ingredients that needed to be blanched. Bebe stood on tiptoe trying to see but couldn't see. Of course. Yang Fan picked up Bebe with one hand and used the pot and spoon in his right hand to prepare the ingredients. Since practicing Tai Chi, Yang Fan found that his physical fitness has improved a lot compared to before. Holding the baby with one hand is a piece of cake for Yang Fan. The steps of steaming, boiling, and blanching are all completed. Finally, Yang Fan prepares to heat the pan and add oil, which is the most core step of cooking. During the entire process, Yang Fan would pick up Bebe as long as it was possible to do it with one hand. But now, Yang Fan doesn't want Bebe to stay in the kitchen. On the one hand, he is afraid that Bebe will be in danger and splashed by hot oil. On the other hand, he doesn't want to be distracted and affect the quality of the dishes. The hostess enthusiastically took Bebe out of the kitchen and played with her own children. Chi-Chi, you need to build more blocks at the bottom to support the blocks above. Come, let me show you how to build them. Bebe saw this girl, who was younger than herself, trying to build higher with building blocks but always failing, so she tried to teach her. Bebe can indeed build blocks very high, but they are still crooked. However, this does not affect the little sister's admiration for Bebe. Wow, sister is amazing, she can really build it very high. Kiki, who just turned 2 years old, immediately turned into a little fangirl of Bebe. It's so fun to be a sister. Bebe followed Yang Fan's example and taught Chi-Chi to play with the toys at home again. Chi-Chi seemed to like this young lady very much and always followed Bebe closely. Until Yang Fan finishes cooking. While Yang Fan was cooking, several guests came to the villa one after another. The hostess Sanua Chunhua warmly invited everyone to take a seat and solemnly introduced today's chef. Chef Yang, I know you. I often watch your videos. I didn't expect that today I would have the honor of tasting your cooking in person. One of the guests stood up excitedly. Master Chef, please take a seat, the man said, and was about to pull Yang Fan. No, you guys eat first. My job is to take pictures of your most authentic expressions when you eat the delicious food. Of course, the prerequisite is to obtain your permission, Yang Fan added. Please don't blur my face, I just like to show my face, ha. After returning to Mu Shirong's home, Yang Fan discovered while editing the videos that the guest who recognized him had the most exaggerated expression after eating the food. This expression is a big plus, and Yang Fan specially left a close-up of it in the editing. Bebe's little head also came to Yang Fan's computer. Uncle, did you take a picture of me? Bebe, do you want to be on camera too? Kindness. It's not appropriate for children to show their faces on the internet, but Uncle can keep your back. Yeah. When Yang Fan was making the short video, Bebe was more obedient than he had imagined, and only occasionally asked questions about things he was curious about. Most of the time I am quiet and serious. It would be more accurate to say that Bebe is accompanying Yang Fan to work rather than saying that Yang Fan is taking Bebe to work. What a well-behaved little angel. Yang Fan touched Bebe's head. Such time was peaceful and beautiful. He, Yang Fan, is a lonely man in this city. How lucky he is to have the company of such a lovely friend. After the video was released, seeing that Bebe still had no intention of going to sleep, Yang Fan simply took him to the park for a walk. Bebe is a child who can be full of energy even without taking a nap. In the park, Yang Fan held Bebe's hand and walked to the lake. Look, Uncle, I met that grandpa who practices Tai Chi again. Yang Fan looked in the direction where Bebe's finger was pointing, and saw an old man in white Tai Chi clothes, immersed in his moves. Bebe, let's practice together and make up for what we missed this morning. Kindness. One big and one small, also by the lake, next to the old man, set up their formation. Put your feet together, let your hands hang naturally, look forward, and feel your breath. Are you ready? Let's get started. Kindness. Start, walk, keep your center of gravity, slowly raise your hands forward and upward, and see if the big ball is coming. Bend your knees, and feel your body as elastic as a spring. Does the balloon fly out? Bebe slowly moved his little arms and legs according to Yang Fan's instructions. His cute posture attracted many passers-by. The grandfather who was practicing Tai Chi next door also noticed the little girl and smiled kindly while performing the moves. Chapter 29, You are good at Tai Chi, where did you learn it? Bebe has only a limited number of moves to learn so far. After learning a few moves, he can't keep up later. Uncle, you are awesome. Keep playing. I applaud you. I don't know if it's because it's South and outdoor park, but Yang Fan felt more connected to Tai Chi today than usual and had no intention of stopping. With Bebe's encouragement and passers-by stopping to watch, Yang Fan did not want to interrupt his state today because of teaching, but continued to immerse himself in his own moves. Yang Fan's boxing style seems gentle and slow, but in fact it contains hidden internal strength, like a needle hidden in cotton, strong and restrained. Although the start looks slow, gentle and delicate, the moment of exerting force is as majestic as waves crashing against the shore, showing a wonderful state of softness with firmness, and the combination of hardness and softness. Yang Fan felt that every inch of muscle and every meridian in his body seemed to be mobilized, and his breath and movements were closely coordinated. Every turn and every swing of the hands in Chen-style Tai Chi contains profound cultural heritage and philosophical wisdom, which allows people to strengthen their bodies while understanding the true meaning of life during practice. Yang Fan seemed to have suddenly found inner peace and balance, and felt the rhythm and harmonious beauty of life. Yang Fan's last move was to slowly turn around and gently retract his hands, palms facing up, as if he had embraced the essence of heaven and earth. Then, he pressed his hands down, palms facing down, his breath was steady, and his internal strength returned to his dantian. His body sank slightly, his center of gravity fell steadily on his feet, his eyes were calm, and his mind was tranquil. Finally, bring your feet together, let your hands hang at your sides, and breathe steadily. This completes the movement, like water returning to the sea, in a peaceful and complete state. Yang Fan kept his gaze straight ahead, his eyes calm and powerful. At this moment, Yang Fan's heart was filled with rich joy. Passers-by were surprised to find that this handsome and sunny young man, who was at the most impetuous age, actually exuded peace. It was 7 full seconds before Yang Fan turned around and smiled at Bei Bei. The afternoon sun at the junction of spring and summer shone down from behind Yang Fan, and Yang Fan's smile seemed to be filled with light. You played really well. A passerby took the lead in applauding, and everyone followed suit. Uncle, you play really well. Bei Bei clapped his hands and jumped up and down. After performing a set of punches, Yang Fan began to teach Bei Bei in detail, and passers-by gradually dispersed. Yang Fan discovered that the old man next door, no matter what happened around him, remained as still as a mountain and just practiced his Tai Chi. Bei Bei imitated Yang Fan's moves and couldn't help but look at the old man's moves again. In the end, I learned something that is neither good nor bad. Yang Fan simply stopped teaching and took Bei Bei with him to watch the old man practice Tai Chi carefully. Bei Bei thinks, who is better at fighting, uncle or grandpa? Bei Bei tilted his little head and thought for a while. My uncle's punch is very powerful, but my grandfather's is more gentle. They feel very different. Are they both Tai Chi? Of course, but the Tai Chi that uncle practices can be used in actual combat. If a bad guy wants to bully Bei Bei, uncle can immediately deal with him. That grandfather practices Tai Chi mainly to strengthen his body, and he learned a different Tai Chi style. However, the Tai Chi that this grandfather practices is extraordinary, and he looks like a master. Yang Fan watched the old man's every move carefully with admiration. Ouch, ah. The old man stopped turning and made a painful sound. Yang Fan leaped to the old man and held his arm. Old man, what's wrong? My waist. The old man froze in one position, not daring to move. Maybe it's sprained. Let me take a look at it for you. Yang Fan pushed the old man's waist and kneaded it hard. While acquiring Chen-style Tai Chi skills, Yang Fan also learned some treatment methods for injuries that might occur during practice. What's going on now? Hey! It doesn't hurt anymore. The old man was happy and surprised that this young man could actually do massage. Although it doesn't hurt now, I still need to pay attention to the intensity of my practice, otherwise I will easily get injured again. Thank you, young man. I'll pay attention. Just now I saw that you were doing Tai Chi very well. You look like a martial artist. Where did you learn it? When asked where his master came from, Yang Fan became overwhelmed. You can't just say you learned it when you were a child like last time when Vice Mayor Wei asked about calligraphy. Yang Fan's mind worked quickly and he immediately came up with an idea. When I first started learning Tai Chi from my master, he set a rule for me: no matter where I am in the future, what industry I work in, or what achievements I make, I must not use his name, reveal his identity, or disclose his whereabouts. I'm sorry, I really can't tell you. He seems to be a hermit and a hermit master. Young man, you are very lucky to be able to learn Kung Fu from a famous master at such a young age and to have such good skills. Your Chen-style Tai Chi can not only strengthen your body, but also help the weak when necessary. It is a good skill to have. I am really lucky. The old man has a sharp eye and can tell at a glance that I am practicing Chen-style Tai Chi. I once wanted to practice Chen-style Tai Chi, but I was too busy at work and didn't have time to practice systematically. Later, I finally retired and had time, but my body didn't allow it, so I could only practice Yang-style Tai Chi, which has a relatively slow tempo. I saw the old man's boxing skills were soothing and smooth, like flowing clouds in water. But every move was also calm and composed, as if the whole person was integrated with the breath of heaven and earth. I was just watching from the side, and it seemed as if I was also brought into this state. The old man nodded and smiled with satisfaction. To be able to have this kind of experience shows that you are someone who truly understands Tai Chi. I didn't expect to meet a young person with such attainments in this park. Thank you for the compliment, old man. My uncle is really great. Grandpa, are you not in pain now? Bebe opened her eyes wide, watching the two people in front of her talking about a bunch of incomprehensible words, and couldn't help but interrupt. The little kid is really caring. Grandpa doesn't feel bad anymore. It's good that it doesn't hurt. Remember to rest during practice. Bebe gave these instructions in a baby voice, which made the old man laugh out loud. Before leaving, the old man left Yang Fan's contact information so that he could seek help in time in case anything unexpected happened during the next practice. Chapter 30. Bebe becomes a little internet celebrity. It was already past 4 o'clock when the two returned to Mu Shirong's house. Yang Fan prepared some snacks and fruits for Bebe and began to prepare dinner. During this period, Yang Fan opened his mobile phone to check the data of the Douyin platform. It's crazy. In just a few hours, all kinds of data have skyrocketed. Especially the comment section, it's going crazy. Who is this child? His little figure is so cute. Should the relevant departments take care of such young child laborers? Men who cook with their children are the most handsome. Big Young, little chef, you are not a cooking god, you are a male god. You already have a child. It's such a pity to get married so young. 1 out of every 3 comments is about Bebe. Bebe, you're going to be a little internet celebrity. What is an internet celebrity? Bebe asked while eating fruit, his eyes fixed on the cartoons on TV. There are a lot of uncles and aunts on the internet who like you. Really? Is that uncle also an internet celebrity? Bebe turned around and asked Yang Fan seriously. I guess so. Yang Fan thought for a moment and gave a positive answer. But everyone likes uncle because they like the food he cooks, and they like Bebe because she is so cute. Then when uncle goes to cook at home, will the uncles and aunts online require that they must bring Bebe with them? Well, it's very likely. Yang Fan pretended to be serious, as if the situation was not good. In fact, among the fans who added Yang Fan as a friend, when they saw a little girl in the new video released by Yang Fan's account, they specially sent messages to find out who the little girl was. Yang Fan was almost done with dinner, and Mu Shirong just came back from get off work. Bebe immediately ran to tell her mother the good news. Mom, I'm a little internet celebrity now. What little internet celebrity? It's just that my uncle is in the video he posted online, and everyone likes me very much. Uncle posted your video online? Mu Shirong's voice suddenly became stern. It's not what you think. I'll show you later. Let's eat first. Yang Fan brought out the dishes from the kitchen. When he heard Mu Shirong's voice, he hurried to explain. Let me see the video first, Mu Shirong said in a firm tone, leaving no room for doubt. Yang Fan took out his mobile phone, turned to the page with the latest video, and handed it to Mu Shirong. The video frames flashed by one, and Mu Shirong saw Yang Fan holding the hand of a little girl and walking into the door. He held the little girl's hand and greeted the customers, and then took the little girl into the kitchen. Although the little girl's face was blurred, Mu Shirong could tell at a glance that this was her daughter Bebe. As pictures flashed by, Mu Shirong's brows gradually relaxed. Yang Fan protects Bebe very well, and Bebe is also very well behaved. Mu Shirong felt very gratified to see Bebe's efforts to do every little thing well. Suddenly, the scene changed, and the video showed Yang Fan's back as he held Bebe in one hand and worked in front of the stove. Mu Shirong's eyelashes trembled slightly. The scene at this moment shocked Mu Shirong directly to her heart. Because it was a back view, Yang Fan did not blur the background, so Mu Shirong could see Bebe's condition very clearly. The back of her round little head, with 2 little buns tied up in it, was just next to Yang Fan's head. Even from the back one could see the seriousness and intimacy of the two. Mu Shirong turned off her phone and took a deep breath. She suddenly felt a little scared, afraid that Bebe would become so dependent on Yang Fan that they could not be separated. He was also afraid that Yang Fan would completely interrupt his real career for Bebe. You don't belong in the kitchen. Mu Shirong's tone was somewhat deep and helpless. I think the kitchen is great. Seeing people eating the food I cooked and feeling happy and joyful gives me a sense of accomplishment. What about your original career? Are you just giving it up? You are a very good designer. You can start to be an excellent designer at any time, but at this stage, I am enjoying the kitchen and spending time with Bebe. It's great that you have this mentality, but if you still plan to return to the design industry in the future, you still need to make some plans in advance. How to plan? Please give me some advice, Director Mu. Yang Fan served the meal and handed it to Mu Shurong. Thank you. Mu Shurong took the meal and continued, did you know about the creative collection competition that the company recently launched? I've heard of it, Yang Fan said without any concern. I think this is an opportunity. I am certified by the company. If I am a traitor who leaked creative secrets, will the company still give me a chance? Visual Gravity is not the only advertising company in the world. Once we become famous, we will have more options when we return in the future. In my situation, no matter how good my work is, it will be shelved. How could they possibly go against themselves and approve the creativity of someone they fired? This is the real reason why Yang Fan rejected Fatty's invitation to participate. Facing Mu Shurong, he expressed his most real concerns. At least here, your work will be treated fairly. Are you a judge? One of the judges. Yang Fan put down his chopsticks and looked up at Mu Shurong. I think what Mu Shurong said makes sense. It's better to make plans early if you want to return sooner or later. Not for fame, but for more choices and opportunities. Now I heard Morome say that she was one of the judges, and I felt excited. Mu Shurong did not avoid Yang Fan's gaze this time. The look she gave Yang Fan was filled with determination and encouragement. Mom, Uncle, please stop talking. I'm almost done eating. It's so delicious. Okay, Master Bebe, let's eat. After receiving the encouragement, Yang Fan became more excited to speak. Yang Fan smiled and took a big bite of the food. It was indeed delicious, just like Bebe said. At night, in the room, Yang Fan lay on the bed with his eyes open, looking at the ceiling. Mu Shurong's words and encouraging look were deeply engraved in his mind. Mu Shurong's suggestion was correct. He couldn't be a nanny or a chef for the rest of his life. He needed to plan his career in this industry well. Moreover, developing a career in this industry can not only keep the original intention, but also maintain common topics with Mu Shurong. Maybe in the future, it will be possible to help Mu Shurong. But for now, he needs to earn enough money first. You can make money from advertising design, but it needs to be accumulated slowly. Being a private chef can help you accumulate wealth relatively quickly. As a man, I have reached the age to start a family. Without sufficient wealth, how can you give the person you love a home where they feel safe? You can consider participating in the competition, but just let it happen naturally and don't force it. If you have good inspiration and good design, you can give it a try. But the more important thing at the moment is to make the private kitchen a success first. Yang Fan took out his mobile phone and opened the Douyin background. It's really crazy. The video released today has been viewed over 100,000 times. Chapter 31 Creative Competition. Let it be. This is only the first day. In a few days, breaking 100,000 will be easy. Looking at the revenue data again, plus the previously released data, there is now more than 3,000 yuan in cashable amounts. In some places, this amount is equivalent to an average person's monthly salary. Of course, Yang Fan didn't care about this little money at all. What he wants is to earn 200,000 a month from the private chef project alone. Yang Fan continuously brings traffic into the private domain, and more guests add Yang Fan as their friend. Fans and friends keep making reservations. The earliest one hopes to eat the meal cooked by Yang Fan tomorrow night. But before and after dinner, Yang Fan not only had to take care of Bebe, but also had to cook for Morong. He didn't know Mu Shurong's attitude, so he didn't dare to agree to his fan guest casually. For appointments at other times, Yang Fan also needs to see Mu Shurong's attitude. As a mother, will Mu Shurong be worried if he often takes Bebe out to visit strangers' homes? The next day, in the morning, at the dining table. While eating breakfast, Yang Fan was thinking about how to talk to Mu Shurong. Uncle, are we still going out to work today? Bebe asked in a baby voice. When Yang Fan heard this, he was delighted. It was exactly what he wanted. Today, the time is not convenient. The guests asked to cook dinner. Dinner is also possible, it's convenient, uncle. Yang Fan did not answer Bebe, but turned to look at Mu Shurong. Mu Shirong lowered her head while eating breakfast and noticed Yang Fan giving her a questioning look. If you want to go, just go. You don't need to ask me, Mu Shirong said coldly. But if that happens, I won't be able to make you dinner. It's okay. I'll just eat something near the company and then I'll pick you up and take you home. Thank you for your hard work, Director Mu. Although Mu Shirong is no longer the design director, Yang Fan still calls her that. Mu Shirong doesn't care, it's just a title. Thank you, Mom. I love you, Mom. Moa. Bebe happily made a heart shape with her hands. Mu Shirong touched Bebe's head with a smile and said, "Eat quickly." In a very doting voice. Half iceberg, half warm sunshine, this woman changes so quickly. But Yang Fan had already gotten used to it. What Yang Fan didn't expect was that Mu Shirong not only agreed to let him bring Bebe to her home to be a private chef for dinner, but was also willing to pick them up after get off work. Yang Fan knew that this was obviously due to Bebe's help, but he still felt warm in his heart. After breakfast, Yang Fan was preparing to take Bebe to practice Tai Chi. Uncle, I don't want to practice today, I want to go out and play. Practicing Tai Chi not only keeps you healthy, but Bebe will be going to kindergarten soon. If you don't want to be bullied in kindergarten, you have to keep practicing. I'm very powerful now. Most kids are no match for me. What if you meet a kid who's also trained? What about a boy who's taller and stronger than you? Then let's go out and practice. Let's go to the park. The old man also practiced in the park yesterday. Bebe thought for a while and thought his idea was great, and smiled happily. Well, that's a good idea. Let's practice outside today. The experience of practicing Tai Chi in the park yesterday made him feel the flow of the body becoming one with the world, which was really good. So Yang Fan took Bebe to the park again. When Yang Fan and Bebe arrived, the old man in white had already arrived. The old man demonstrated his moves and nodded and smiled at Yang Fan. After the old man finished his set of boxing, he packed up his things and prepared to leave. Yang Fan stopped his moves and took the initiative to greet. How are you feeling today? Much better. I listened to you and didn't practice too much. I'll go back early today and come back in the evening. The old man walked and talked, and after a few steps he turned back. What should I call you, young man? My name is Yang Fan, what should I call you? Xiao Yang, you can call me Lali, goodbye. Looking at the old man's back as he left, Yang Fan always felt that this old man was extraordinary. Perhaps it is because of years of practicing Tai Chi, the old man's posture and aura are neither cold nor hot, neither humble nor arrogant, and he exudes a sense of elegance. He has both the calmness of being above all things and the magnanimity of respecting everything. Even the graceful figure as she left made Yang Fan secretly exclaim in admiration. Since practicing Tai Chi, Yang Fan feels that his physical fitness is getting better, his mind is becoming more stable, and his impetuousness is fading away bit by bit. Even Bebe has become much stronger. Mu Shirong can feel these changes, so she feels at ease to leave Bebe completely to Yang Fan. After boxing, Yang Fan returned home and turned on his phone to find that the number of views of the video continued to soar. It had exceeded 70,000. Using the same operation, Yang Fan led potential fans to his private domain, and friends joined in continuously. As soon as the fans and friends arrived, they got straight to the point, made dinner arrangements, and immediately wanted to meet Yang Fan in person. Fans hire private chefs. Some do so to celebrate special occasions, some do so to entertain guests, and some do not do so for any other reason but just to taste the cooking skills of the chefs. The most outrageous thing is that there are customers who actually asked Yang Fan to come to their homes and bring their children with them just to see how Yang Fan works and takes care of the children at the same time. Yang Fan replied to messages while accompanying Bebe. Because there were so many people, Yang Fan could only put those with special time requirements first, and the others would line up in order. As a result, Yang Fan has to go out almost every day. Yang Fan had a vague feeling that this was just the beginning, and he would only get busier and busier in the future. Now, he has almost no time to study how to use traditional ink and wash to show the artistic charm of traditional Chinese bamboo weaving. Yang Fan still thinks that when it comes to creative competitions, one should just let things take their own course. If he has time and good ideas, he will participate. It doesn't matter if there is none. Now I'm still mainly a private chef and taking care of Bebe. The sun is getting stronger and stronger, and it is already early summer. In the executive director's office of the Visual Gravity office building, Mu Shirong is reporting to her leader. That's about the preparations for the anniversary celebration. Basically, all matters big and small, have been prepared. Now it's about the guests. I don't know whether the final candidates have been decided. I need to make unified nameplates here. Mr. Joe sat in his chair and pondered for a moment before answering Mu Shirong's question. It's easy to talk to the people who are traveling with us, but now the leaders of the government agencies can't confirm the time. So, you should make a list of all the names of the people who may attend, so that no matter who comes, we will be prepared. Okay, Mr. J. Morong turned around and prepared to leave. Wait a minute. J. Cho suddenly remembered something and called Mu Shirong again. Mr. J., do you have any other instructions? Mu Shirong turned around and walked back to Mr. J. Well, you still need to go and ask the head of the agency to do it yourself. Okay, sure. But if I ask the board of directors, I think the chances of success will be higher. The board of directors is full of stinky men, so it may not work. A beautiful lady like you can go and ask them in person, maybe they will be more respectful. You can give it a try. Okay, I'll try it then. Mu Shirong finished the things at hand and looked at the time. It was exactly 4 o'clock. At this point, Yang Fan was working as a private chef with Bei Bei at a client's home. Mu Shirong remembered that the address Yang Fan sent her was near the city government building. Now I go to the city hall building to do some work. When I finish my work, it is almost time to get off work. Then I can have a meal nearby and then pick up Yang Fan and Bei Bei to take them home. The time is just right. Morong drove to the municipal government office building, completed the entry procedures, parked the car, and then went directly to the municipal government office. Excuse me, is Secretary Chow here? Chapter 32 City Hall Office Building. The 4 people sitting in the office heard the sound, looked up and saw a beautiful woman with curly hair standing at the door. Mu Shirong glanced at the people in the office. There was a female staff member at the last seat, and there were 3 male staff members in front of her. The female staff member glanced at Mu Shirong and continued to work with her head down. A male staff member sitting next to me stood up and walked over. Looking for Secretary Chow? Is there anything I can help you with? He is in a meeting right now. How long will it take for him to come back? That's not clear. It depends on how long the meeting lasts. Why don't you sit down for a while and I'll get you a glass of water? Mu Shirong found a seat and sat down, took the water handed to her, and inadvertently saw the female staff member giving her a disdainful look. Xiao Xiao, have you delivered Deputy Mayor Wei's documents? The female staff member reminded the male staff member who was pouring water. The female staff member was about 45 years old, dressed simply, and had no makeup on. Seeing this woman so bright and beautiful, she looked down on her from the bottom of her heart. Seeing her colleague being so attentive to the beautiful woman, she also looked down on her from the bottom of her heart. Not yet, Secretary General, Deputy Mayor Wei is still in a meeting. I'll send it over shortly. When Mu Shirong heard this, she secretly felt uneasy. This woman turned out to be the Secretary General, and it seemed that she did not have a very good first impression of her. When it comes to hiring people, if I can't even get past the Secretary General, how can I expect to meet senior leaders? Hello Secretary General, I am Mu Shirong from Visual Gravity Company. Mu Shirong walked up to the female Secretary General and handed her a business card with both hands. The female Secretary General held the mouse with one hand and took the business card with the other hand. She took the business card and threw it directly to the side of the table, her eyes never leaving the computer. Our company's anniversary is coming up in 10 days, and we hope to invite city leaders to attend. I don't know what kind of procedures are required. The female secretary stared at the computer, typing rapidly on the keyboard, as if she had not heard what Mu Shirong said. Mu Shirong stood there awkwardly. In the company, she always had her way and everyone respected her. Even though she was later transferred to another position and was targeted by some people, she could still restore her prestige in the company with her excellent work ability. Now that she had come to the city government office building, she could only watch other people's faces silently. Mu Shirong was about to ask again, but just as she opened her mouth, the female secretary stopped typing on the keyboard and looked up at Mu Shirong. Municipal leaders are extremely busy. They need special approval to participate in activities outside of their daily work. Our office cannot make the decision on this. Then how do you get special approval? We need to get the consent of the city leader himself. After saying that, the female secretary continued typing on the keyboard. Then you can ask the office to make an appointment for me. When the leader is free, I will visit him. Visit? The female Secretary General stopped typing on the keyboard and looked Mu Shirong up and down. We have no control over your own visits, but we cannot arrange private visits for leaders at will. After saying this, the female Secretary General gave a disdainful look and returned her gaze to her computer screen. Thank you. Sorry for bothering me. After saying that, Morong turned and walked out of the office. Although Morong spoke politely, her tone returned to her usual coldness. After leaving the office, Mu Shirong came to the service hall, found a seat to sit down, took out her cell phone, and called Secretary Chow. Secretary Chow is the contact introduced by Jay Cho. It seems that we can only place our hopes on Secretary Chow now. As soon as the call was connected, I heard the beep sound of being hung up. It seems that the meeting has not yet ended, so Mu Shirong has to wait a little longer. Mu Shirong opened WeChat again and saw the photo of Bebe sent by Yang Fan. In the photo, Bebe is cleaning green onions meticulously. Mu Shirong suddenly felt that it would be a good idea for her daughter to exercise outside with Yang Fan, so that she would not become too pampered in the future and unable to withstand the torture of society. Not everyone will treat her like a princess. She has to learn to face all faces and all looks. Mu Shirong replied to Yang Fan with a like and sent a location. I'm doing some business nearby, so I might pick you up later. After the message was sent, Mu Shirong put away her phone. She looked up and saw Xiao Zhao, who had just poured her a glass of water. He was walking quickly through the service hall with documents in his hand. Mu Shirong quickly chased after him. Xiao Zhao. Mu Shirong ran and shouted, and the tapping sound of her high heels echoed in the hall. Xiao Zhao turned around and found that it was the woman who had just come into the office, and stopped immediately. Miss Mu, you haven't left yet? I'm waiting for Secretary Chow. I want to ask how I can meet with the city leaders. Are you waiting for Secretary Chow to introduce you to the city leaders? When Xiao Zhao mentioned Secretary Chow, his tone was a little strange. Yes, maybe we can only rely on Secretary Chow. Is there anything wrong with that? No, but the city leaders are really busy. Even if people have an appointment to see them, they have to queue for a long time outside the office. At this time, I'm afraid even if we find Secretary Chow, we won't be able to make it in time. Okay, thank you for your reminder, but I still have a question. If I find Secretary Chow, can I really invite the city leaders to attend our anniversary celebration? Secretary Chow is very capable and has a good relationship with the leaders. If he can help, the chances are pretty high. But... Ahem, sorry, I'm in a hurry to deliver a document. Good luck. Before he could finish his words, Xiao Zhao left in a hurry. Mu Shirong could only return to her seat and continue waiting. After waiting for more than half an hour, Mu Shirong looked at the time. It was time to get off work, so the meeting should be over by now. Mu Shirong dialed the number, and this time, the sound coming from the phone was the normal waiting tone. Hello, who is this? The phone was finally connected, and a middle-aged man's voice came. Hello Secretary Chow, I am Mu Shirong from Visual Gravity. Visual attraction, I have an impression of it. I have already told your company that the department-level leaders are indeed not available. If you invite the division-level cadres, I can think of a way. Thank you, Secretary Chow. I think we should make an appointment to talk in person. I'm in the office building now. Where are you? I'll come to see you. I have left the office now and just started the car. Let's talk next time. For this anniversary celebration, the theme of our creative competition was set by the mayor himself. Since the mayor attaches so much importance to it, he will definitely be willing to attend the ceremony. Please help Secretary Chow and give me a chance to invite him. Chapter 33 Secretary Chow, please be respectful. Mu Shirong said this as she ran towards the parking lot exit. The service hall was not far from the exit, and she hoped to catch Secretary Chow's car there. Girl, let me tell you the truth. If the mayor wants to attend, we will naturally receive a notice and arrange the itinerary. If not, it means the mayor has no intention of attending. He has even declined you, so don't push him against me again. Since it's an invitation, we should show our sincerity. Liu Bei even visited him 3 times. I'm only here for the first time. It's still early. I'm just sorry to bother Secretary Chow. Why are you so stubborn, sister? I've told you the truth, and there's nothing I can do if you don't listen. Secretary Chow, is your license plate number A3696? How do you know? Secretary Chow had just finished speaking when he saw a woman standing at the exit in front of him. The woman was dressed elegantly and beautifully from head to toe, and was waving at him. Secretary Chow drove the car and pulled over to the side of the road, opened the door, and walked quickly to Mu Shurong. Secretary Chow didn't expect that the visitor was a beautiful lady with excellent temperament. She was smiling and stretched out her hand to shake hands. "You are Miss Mu, hello." "Hello, Secretary Chow, nice to see you at last." Mu Shurong held the other person's hand politely. When she wanted to pull it back, she found that the other person held it even tighter. Mu Shurong pulled back her tightly held hand. In order not to embarrass the other party, she immediately searched her bag for the celebration plan. "Here is our detailed plan. You can take a look at it. It won't take up too much of the mayor's time. Let's look at the plan next time. You see, it's time to get off work now. My stomach is rumbling. I have to hurry home to eat. I just saw a restaurant nearby. I wonder if I can have the honor to invite Secretary Chow to dinner. We can talk while we eat, so that we don't have to bother Secretary Chow again next time." Mu Shurong understood what Secretary Chow meant. He was probably coveting her beauty and was suddenly willing to give her a chance to have a deep chat with her, suggesting that she should treat him to a meal. Mu Shurong simply went with the flow and made good use of this opportunity. As long as they didn't go to a hotel or other public places, anything would be fine. "Then I won't be polite. I know the delicious food nearby. Get in the car." Mu Shurong got into Secretary Chow's car and chatted all the way. Secretary Chow was warm and friendly, like a completely different person before and after. Mu Shurong now finally understood why Jay Cho wanted her to take action personally. The car quickly arrived at the restaurant, which was less than 1 kilometer away from the City Hall building. Mu Shurong chose a seat near the window. There were many people coming and going in this position, so Mu Shurong felt it was safer. "Hey girl, to invite a person of the city leader's level, shouldn't your company's CEO or director personally come to do it? Why did you send you?" As Secretary Chow said, the company's directors should have tried their best, but we hope to try again. So now we change our target and come find it. Yes, our leader said that Secretary Chow is very capable and there is nothing he can't accomplish. So it's right to ask Secretary Chow for help. Mu Shurong was flattering him, but she felt funny in her heart. There would also be a day when she, Mu Shurong, would have to please others. "You're flattering me. That's a bit dangerous." Secretary Chow pointed at Mu Shurong with a smile, and pretended to be alert. "We have no other choice but to find Secretary Chow. We especially hope to get Secretary Chow's help. Inside is a bank card with 100,000 yuan. The password is the last 6 digits of the bank account number. Please accept this small gift. I will thank you again after the matter is completed." Mu Shurong took out an envelope that she had prepared long ago and pushed it in front of Secretary Chow. Secretary Chow pushed the envelope back and his face became very serious. "Big sister, we have rules, this is absolutely not allowed. I am sorry for being rude. Secretary Chow, please accept it. You are harming me, not thanking me. Put it away quickly. The food is here, Secretary Chow, please eat first." Seeing that Secretary Chow was a little angry, Mu Shurong took back the envelope. "What you said is indeed difficult to handle. After all, no one can guess the leader's thoughts and influence the leader's decision. That's why I came to see Secretary Chow. It's difficult, but for my sister's sake, I'll try my best. As for thanking you, giving gifts won't work. Then how should I thank Secretary Chow? Come sit over here and I'll tell you in secret." Mu Shurong felt vaguely uneasy, but she also thought that Secretary Chow would not dare to do anything to her in broad daylight, so she sat next to Secretary Chow. Secretary Chow adjusted his glasses and smiled with satisfaction. "Come closer, or I won't be able to hear you." Mu Shurong moved closer to Secretary Chow. Secretary Chow leaned slightly and whispered in Mu Shurong's ear. Mu Shurong instinctively stepped back, but unexpectedly Secretary Chow grabbed her waist. "I want your heart and body." Bang! Mu Shurong pushed Secretary Chow away and instinctively gave him a loud slap. She didn't expect that Secretary Chow would dare to do that to her in public. "Secretary Chow, please be respectful." "You stinky bitch, you're still pretending. You want to invite the city leaders? Dream on." Secretary Chow cursed. No need to trouble Secretary Chow. Mu Shurong turned around and left angrily. As soon as she walked out of the door, she bumped into a man's chest. Mu Shirong looked up and saw that it was Yang Fan. He was hurrying inside with Bebe by his hand, and bumped into Mu Shirong at the door. "Mom, what's wrong with you?" When Mu Shirong saw Yang Fan and Bebe suddenly appear in front of her, her nose suddenly felt sore and her eyes turned red. "Mom is fine, why are you here?" "We came to look for Mom and happened to pass by and saw Mom inside." "What did that beast do to you?" "I'll go find him." Seeing Mu Shirong's red eyes, Yang Fan felt his brain congested and sparks were about to burst out of his eyes. "Forget it, let's go back." Yang Fan ignored Mu Shirong and walked quickly to Secretary Chow. Secretary Chow was eating his meal leisurely as if nothing had happened, but when he saw someone in front of him with ill intentions, he immediately became alert. "You are, Before he could finish his words, Secretary Chow screamed and was hit hard on the left cheek by Yang Fan. His glasses flew out and fell to the ground with one of the legs broken. "Next time you dare to touch her, it won't be as simple as a fist," Yang Fan said viciously, then turned and left, leaving the restaurant with Mu Shirong and Bebe. Secretary Chow covered his face, picked up his broken eyes, and looked at their departing backs through the glass window, with a sinister light in his eyes. Chapter 34. Jay Cho gets angry. Mu Shirong went into the government building alone and got the car out. Yang Fan and Bebe were waiting on the roadside at the gate. "Get in the car. Let me drive, you and Bebe can sit in the back and take a rest." Yang Fan was afraid that Mu Shirong had just been frightened and was upset, so he was worried about letting her drive. This time Mu Shirong did not refuse. She directly unbuckled her seatbelt and sat in the back seat. The sky gradually darkened, and the city's streetlights became brighter and brighter. "Mom, that bad guy bullied you. When I grow up, I can beat him up too. Bebe is so great." Mu Shirong hugged the child and kissed Bebe's hair. "What do you want to do with that bastard?" Yang Fan asked Mu Shirong. "Nothing, just some company matters that can't be done. How about you, how is your entry going?" "I've been very busy lately and I don't have any idea what to do." "Whatever, just let it go. There is still 1 week left before the deadline. If you want to participate, you have to do it as soon as possible. It depends on the situation." Seeing Yang Fan say this, Mu Shirong stopped persuading him. Yang Fan is now busy with his private chef business, making videos, attracting traffic, connecting with customers, and visiting customers. He does everything by himself and also has to take care of Bebe. He never has a moment to rest and really has no way to concentrate on creative design. Mu Shirong hugged Bebe and looked at Yang Fan's silhouette as he drove, and suddenly felt a little dazed. How great it would be if this was Bebe's dad. When she was humiliated by Secretary Chow just now, she wished that the embrace she ran into was her husband's. In that embrace, she could put down all the masks, feel wronged, and cry as much as she wanted. Instead of letting the tears well up in your eyes, you have to swallow them back. How she wished that when she was tired or aggrieved, she had someone she could talk to and rely on. Mu Shirong knew that Yang Fan was a good guy and she also understood his intentions. But she is very clear that the gap between the two is not only in age, but also in experience. As well as the gaze from the secular world and the pressure from the family. After returning home, Mu Shirong took Bebe to wash up early, closed the door, and chatted and told stories to Bebe. Yang Fan returned to his room and immediately called Fatty Luo. "Fatty, I want to ask you something. You haven't paid me back for the meal you owed me last time, and here you are again. Just remember, I'm quite busy recently, I'll ask you out when I have time. Tell me, what's the matter? I still have a date to go on." Did you know that Mu Shirong went to the government building today? It seemed like she was looking for someone to do something. What was it? Why is it about Mu Shirong again? Are you interested in her? Don't talk to me, just tell me. I don't know about that. Mu Shirong won't report to me what she's doing. Just pretend I never made this call, hang up. No, what do you think about the theme creative competition I told you about last time? I'm busy, I haven't thought about it much. I heard that the company also gave out 500,000 yuan as a bonus, and the special prize was directly awarded 100,000 yuan. Designers inside and outside the company are all trying their best to win the championship. Really? That's quite grand. I wish you can win the championship and gain both fame and fortune. Don't make fun of me. I'm just making up the numbers. You really can go and try. There's still a week left before the deadline. It's not too late to participate. Okay, got it. Let's talk about it later. Bye. Yang Fan hung up the phone and didn't think about the competition. He turned on his computer and started making today's cooking video. Yang Fan shot, edited and produced videos according to the tips of short video customer acquisition, and when he released them, they all went viral. The trouble is, as the number of fans increases, many of those who add me as a friend do not really need a private chef. There are even female fans who are pursuing Yang Fan. They ask for a meeting as soon as they arrive, and only then can they talk about business. Business can be discussed via WeChat or phone, but Yang Fan generally refuses to meet offline to discuss business. It is because he does not have the time and it is inconvenient to bring Bebe with him. Seeing the steady increase in business volume, Yang Fan began to consider arranging 2 door-to-door services a day. But it was hard for Bebe to follow him around every day. Fortunately, Mu Shirong is more open-minded and thinks that it is also a form of exercise for Bebe to go out with him. Next morning, Mu Shirong came to the office as usual, and not long after sitting down, she received a call from Chairman J. Mu Shirong had a bad feeling and answered the phone reluctantly. "Come to my office right now." "Okay, J." J Cho actually came to the company again today, and from the sound of it, he seemed to be still angry. With a hint of trepidation, Mu Shirong pushed open the door of J Chow's office. J Chow's face turned pale as he stared at Mu Shirong, who came in. "I'm sorry, Mr. Zhou, I didn't complete the task you assigned me." Mu Shirong stood in front of J Cho and apologized without waiting for his criticism. "Just didn't complete the task? You really messed it up. What kind of thing did you do?" J Cho picked up the document in his hand and threw it on the table angrily. Mu Shirong was a little surprised. Chairman Zhou rarely got so angry. Moreover, the company knew in advance that it would be difficult to invite the city leaders. The failure now was also expected. Mu Shirong tried her best to stay calm. "If we can't invite the city leaders, then we can invite a department-level cadre. I may be able to think of a solution for this." Mu Shirong thought that Zhou Wenxian was a local and her relatives had some background, so maybe she could help. "Early this morning, the city called me and said that our company's qualifications for hosting the city's designated creative competition still need further review. If we fail to meet the qualifications, it will most likely be handed over to other companies in the same industry." How could that be? Wasn't this something that had been decided a long time ago? Everyone knows that the theme creative competition is a major event in Visual Gravity's 30th anniversary celebration. In order to encourage everyone to participate, the company has spent money out of its own pocket. Now, if we suddenly say that this event will be handed over to other peers, wouldn't this be a disgrace to the company? In front of the guests from all over the anniversary celebration, this is simply a huge joke. J Cho became more and more excited as he spoke, and Mu Shirong also realized the seriousness of the matter. How could this happen? The city can't make a decision so hastily and change it on the spur of the moment. Mu Shirong's voice trembled. "Look at what you did. You didn't even beg for mercy, so you beat him up. Beating him once wasn't enough, so you asked someone to beat him up a second time. Do you think Secretary Chow can get over this? It was wrong of me to hit him, but he... Never mind, I was too impulsive, but Secretary Chow is just a small secretary, why can he have such a big influence? Not to mention that Secretary Chow has a very good relationship with the city's standing committee, and insider information said that Secretary Chow is likely to be promoted to director of the Municipal Party Committee Office, a future deputy department-level cadre. You beat him up just because you said so. You are really capable." Chapter 35, Asking Secretary Chow for Mercy. "So, what should we do now?" Mu Shirong was a little at a loss, but in her new position, she still worked as hard and performed as well as before. In order to win back the trust of the board of directors, she put so much energy into the preparations for the anniversary celebration, and even hoped to use the anniversary celebration, when all colleagues gathered together, to expose the real traitor who betrayed the company. Now the suspicion has not been cleared, the traitor has not been caught, but I have been trapped instead, and the stains on me are getting darker and darker. It's up to you to solve this problem. The crux of the problem lies with Secretary Chow. Now they are just reviewing the qualifications, which means that the other party is still showing mercy. You go to Secretary Chow, apologize sincerely, and make amends. Maybe he will show mercy." When J Cho said this, his tone softened. Mu Shirong felt sick when she thought of Secretary Chow's obscene face. But she seemed helpless. "Okay, I'll try." Mu Shirong pushed the door open from J Chow's office, and the crowd of people who were eavesdropping outside immediately scattered. Mu Shirong glanced around at the people who quickly returned to their respective seats. Even though she was in a heavy mood, she cheered up, stepped on her high heels, and left gracefully. Fatty Luo returned to his desk from the crowd who were watching and eavesdropping, and quietly sent a message to Yang Fan. "What are you doing? There is important news." "In the car, what happened?" Yang Fan was taking Bei and just got on the car to a customer's house. "Mu Shirong was scolded by our executive director just now." The voice was very loud. We could hear it through the door. "What? Why are you so angry? Do you know what's going on?" We didn't hear the whole story. It sounded like something went wrong with the anniversary celebration, or maybe someone was beaten up. Anyway, the situation was not good, and the board was furious. "What about Mu Shirong?" After she was scolded, she came out with an aura of 1.8 meters. We all stayed away from her. She is really an Iron Man. Please keep an eye on her movements for me. I will give you a big gift on your birthday. I have money now. Hey, where are you going to make a fortune? Take me along with you, brother. Besides, hang up. Something went wrong during the anniversary celebration and someone got beaten. Yang Fan thought about these two pieces of information carefully, and vaguely felt that the matter might be related to the man with glasses yesterday. It was all his fault for being too impulsive, and now it was making it difficult for Mu Shirong. Yang Fan even wanted to return to visual gravity immediately and explain to Jay Cho in person. Unfortunately, the client who had an appointment for lunch today was quite important. He repeatedly reminded Yang Fan about the time and discussed the purchase of ingredients with him repeatedly, and even refused to allow him to take pictures. Fortunately, the reward could be higher, but Yang Fan did not ask for an exorbitant amount and still followed the price he had set before. If filming is allowed, the price is 5,000 yuan. If filming is not allowed, the price is 8,800 yuan. Yang Fan thought that he could only finish the task at hand first and then go back to find Mu Shirong to understand the situation. Mu Shirong returned to her office, took out her cell phone and called Secretary Chow. The sound of waiting came from the other end of the phone, but the call was never connected. It seems that even if I call 100 times, Secretary Chow still won't answer my call. Mu Shirong got up and left the office, preparing to go to the government building again. Fatty Luo left the tea room and passed by Mu Shirong's office, just in time to see Mu Shirong leaving with her bag. Fatty Luo turned around and sent a WeChat message to Yang Fan to tell him that Mu Shirong had left the company. Mu Shirong came to the city government building. This time, with a heavy heart, she stepped into the office with depressing atmosphere again. Secretary Chow was sitting in the empty seat next to the woman from yesterday. "I just changed into a pair of glasses today and wore a mask, which just happened to cover the red and swollen left side of my face." When Secretary Chow saw that the person coming was Morong, he changed his enthusiasm when he first met her yesterday and looked at Morong coldly with restrained resentment in his eyes. "Hello Secretary Chow, may I have a word with you?" Mu Shirong walked to Secretary Chow with a humble tone. "You go out and wait for a moment, I have some things to deal with," Secretary Chow said in a cold tone with a hint of contempt. "Okay, I'll wait for you outside the door." "No, you'll affect our work if you stay here. Go downstairs and wait." "Okay. I'll contact you later." Mu Shirong returned to the elevator entrance on the first floor. This was the only elevator for going up and down the stairs, and Secretary Chow would definitely pass by here when he came out. But there were no seats here, so Mu Shirong could only stand and watch people coming and going. Mu Shirong waited for nearly an hour, but still didn't see Secretary Chow come out. After standing for so long, her toes in her high heels felt a little sore. Mu Shirong pressed the elevator button and prepared to go upstairs to take a look at Secretary Chow's office. As the elevator door opened, Mu Shirong saw Secretary Chow about to come out. Secretary Chow looked up and saw that it was Mu Shirong, and immediately stopped. "Secretary Chow, come in." Mu Shirong obediently entered the elevator and saw Secretary Chow press the 13th floor button. Mu Shirong felt a little nervous. Why did Secretary Chow take her to the top floor? But when he thought that this was a government building, he didn't dare to do anything rash. The elevator slowly rose. Neither of them spoke. The air seemed to be frozen. When they reached the top floor and the elevator door opened, Mu Shirong felt the air flowing. Secretary Chow took Mu Shirong to the observation deck. From this location, the view was wide and the most prosperous area of the Magic City was in full view. "Secretary Chow, I'm so sorry about what happened yesterday. I shouldn't have done that. Shouldn't have done what? Shouldn't have pushed me or shouldn't have slapped me. Neither should be done. Secretary Chow, please show some mercy. A great man should not bear grudges. The theme creative competition is the highlight of our anniversary celebration. Everyone knows about it. Our company's top management also takes it very seriously. We cannot lose our qualification as the organizer. Now you know to beg me. Why didn't you think twice before beating me up yesterday? So I came here today to apologize to Secretary Chow. I'm really sorry. It's no use for you to apologize. Who is that man? Your husband? No, it's a friend who helps me take care of the children. Friend? Why did your friend hit me? It has nothing to do with him. Your apology is useless. Let him come over here, let him kneel down in front of me and clean my shoes. When Secretary Chow said this, his tone was agitated and his face was distorted. He was like a completely different person from when he was sitting in the office. Mu Shirong found it hard to believe how such a scumbag could become a favorite of the city leaders. It's right for him to apologize to Secretary Chow, but, kneeling down, isn't that necessary? Mu Shirong's voice was so soft that she could hardly hear it. It was the first time for Mu Shirong to have such a low voice and unconfident conversation. Chapter 36, Meeting Deputy Mayor Wei again. But Secretary Chow still heard it. You ask him to come first. Whether he kneels down or not depends on my mood. If he doesn't come, he has no sincerity at all. Okay, then I'll have him come in person to apologize to Secretary Chow tomorrow. Not tomorrow, but now. He should still be busy at this time. Can you come to see Secretary Chow later in the afternoon? Before Secretary Chow goes to work in the afternoon, is that okay? Mu Shirong was almost begging. If I don't see him come and apologize to me in person before work this afternoon, then I can't help you. After saying that, Secretary Chow took the elevator and left alone, leaving Mu Shirong alone on the rooftop. Mu Shirong stood on the rooftop, looking at the skyscrapers around her, which were sparkling in the sun. How many vulgar, dirty and dark things are there in these shining buildings? I used to think that as long as I worked hard enough, things would be done. Even if villains are in power, I am not afraid of anything as long as I am righteous. But after all, there are things that are beyond your ability and beyond your strength. Helpless and helpless. Now there was no other way but to let Yang Fan down. Mu Shirong called Yang Fan. At this time, Yang Fan was frying the last dish and did not notice the vibration of his mobile phone at all. When the gas was turned off and the dishes were out of the pot, Yang Fan suddenly heard a familiar voice coming from the living room. I rushed to your house right after work at noon. I hope I didn't delay your meal. No, the time is just right, come on. Yang Fan heard that someone seemed to have come and was talking to the owner, but the voice sounded so familiar. Like Deputy Mayor Wei's. Yang Fan served the dishes and called out to the host, inviting everyone to move to the restaurant for dinner. At a glance, Yang Fan spotted Deputy Mayor Wei, who came over surrounded by everyone and prepared to take a seat. Mayor, it's you. I didn't expect to see you here. Yang Fan, it's you. You are the godly chef that old Han mentioned. I was saying that there is no other godly chef better than you. It turns out that you are the godly chef. Excuse me, Mayor. Come on, we haven't seen each other for a long time. Let's sit down and have a drink instead of tea. Yang Fan glanced at Bebe who was eating in the kitchen. Our custom when providing door-to-door service is not to eat at the table, and our food has been reserved. Hey! How can I refuse the mayor's invitation? Otherwise, even I, the host, will feel embarrassed. Come on. Old Han interrupted Yang Fan and pulled him to the table. Yang Fan reluctantly agreed to sit next to Deputy Mayor Wei. Let me introduce this young man to you. He is not just an ordinary person. Not only is he a great cook, but his painting skills are also amazing. The painting hanging on the wall at home is his work. Oh, so amazing, you're so young, I can't tell. Old Han, as Vice Mayor Wei called him, was amazed and turned to praise his son. Han Shen, you invited the right person this time. I didn't expect that the person you invited is an old acquaintance of the mayor. Han Shen is the contact person for Yang Fan, the private chef who came to visit this time. He is in his early 20s and looks like he just graduated from college. Big Yang Xiaochu is extremely popular on the internet. I have been trying to make an appointment for a long time and finally got one. I didn't expect that Brother Yang is not only handsome, but also so talented. Han Chen ended the topic and praised him a lot. Originally, Deputy Mayor Wei was the center of everyone's attention today, but unexpectedly, Yang Fan became the center of the topic. Bei came over several times after dinner, and seemed to know that his uncle was busy, so he went to play with the toys prepared by the host. Everyone drank tea instead of wine, and after 3 rounds of toasts, Yang Fan suddenly felt his cell phone vibrating in his pocket. I took it out and saw it was Mu Shirong. Just as I was about to answer the phone, it was hung up. Only then did Yang Fan realize that Mu Shirong had called him 3 times. Yang Fan left the dining table, walked to the balcony, and called Mu Shirong back. The call was connected immediately, and Mu Shirong's anxious voice came from the phone. You finally answered the phone. Yang Fan felt that there was something wrong with the voice. Why was there a crying tone? Although Mu Shirong tried hard to hold it back, Yang Fan still could hear it. What's wrong? Where are you now? I'm at the City Hall building now. Can you come over before 2 o'clock? Yang Fan looked at the time. It was already 12:30. Okay, what happened? The person you beat up yesterday now wants you to come and apologize in person. When the time comes, you should be nice and don't act impulsively. Okay, no problem, but why are you so scared? Did he threaten you? Our company was originally scheduled to host the theme creative competition, which was an important part of our anniversary celebration. It was a done deal and everyone in the industry knew it. But now the government is suddenly reviewing our qualifications to host the competition. If we fail, it will be handed over to other peers. The board of directors believes that if this happens, our anniversary celebration will become a day of shame and we will be laughed at by our peers. Was it that bastard who did this? Yes, he is a popular figure among government officials and has great influence. We originally wanted to ask him to help invite city leaders to attend the anniversary celebration, but we didn't expect that it would backfire in the end. This kind of scum is not worthy of entering and leaving the City Hall building. Wait a minute, I'll leave right away. What about Bei? Bei will stay at the owner's house. He is a reliable acquaintance and friend. It's no problem for him to help take care of him for a few hours. Okay, don't be impulsive when you come here, apologize sincerely, and be patient. I know. After hanging up the phone, Yang Fan walked to the dining table with a heavy expression. I'm sorry, I have to leave for something urgent. Can you take care of Bei for a few hours? I'll come back to pick her up later. Don't worry, you go and do your work, and I'll take care of the child, Mrs. Han agreed enthusiastically. What happened? Where are you going? Deputy Mayor Wei asked with concern. I'm going to the City Hall. The City Hall building. That's where I came from. I'll be going back there soon. Don't worry. Finish your meal quickly. I'll take you there later. Thank you, Mayor, but I'm in a hurry and need to be there before 2 o'clock. I'd better not trouble you. It's okay. I have to rush to work too. I'll make it in time. After Deputy Mayor Wei said this, Yang Fan had no choice but to sit down and continue eating. Deputy Mayor Wei saw that Yang Fan was distracted while eating and quickly ended the dinner. Yang Fan followed Deputy Mayor Wei, riding in a car with license plate number MOA00006, on the way to the government building. Along the way, Yang Fan tactfully revealed some information, but did not go into too much detail. Deputy Mayor Wei only knew that there was a problem with the qualification review for hosting the theme creative competition, and promised to find out more about the situation when he returned. Yang Fan felt more confident. But the little devil was difficult to deal with, so when we got to the City Hall building, we still had to apologize to Secretary Chow. Chapter 37 Despicable Person. Mu Shirong learned that Yang Fan was on his way to the city government building, so she immediately walked out of the door and waited anxiously outside. She wanted to seize the time and explain the details to Yang Fan in person. Cars drove in one after another, some drove out of the door, and some drove directly into the municipal party committee building. Suddenly, Mu Shirong saw a car with license plate number MOA00006 approaching slowly. Isn't the person sitting inside this car the person that the company has always wanted to hire? Unfortunately, what she needs to solve first is the issue of qualification review. Otherwise, she could just stop the car and meet the big shot and have a few words with him. Now, it is a question whether the qualification for the theme creative competition can be retained. It is not appropriate to talk about invitation directly. Mu Shirong watched the car approaching, thinking that the car would pass by her and drive into the gate. Unexpectedly, the car stopped at Mu Shirong's feet. The car door opened, Yang Fan got out, said hello to Deputy Mayor Wei, and drove into the city government building alone. Yang Fan saw Mu Shirong early and suggested getting off the car at the gate first. Mu Shirong didn't know that Yang Fan had arrived and was still waiting anxiously. Now, suddenly a government car with a heavy-duty license plate got out and stood in front of her. The two people looked at each other from a distance of 2 meters. Mu Shirong was stunned. Yes, the person in front of her was Yang Fan. How could he get out of such a car? When she was most anxious and helpless, he came. Here he comes, riding in the car of power. What's going on now? What should I do? Yang Fan walked in front of Mu Shirong, and seeing that she was still standing there in a daze, he spoke first. Why did you come here in a government car? Mu Shirong was still in shock. Just now, the client's private chef hosted a dinner for Vice Mayor Wei. I've met him before at Zhou Wenxian's uncle's house. He said he would take me along if he was on his way. Yang Fan downplayed the matter and did not mention Deputy Mayor Wei's liking for him, nor did he mention their bond over calligraphy. The glimmer of anticipation that had been ignited in Mu Shirong's heart was easily extinguished by Yang Fan. It's 1:40 now. Let's go to the rooftop on the 13th floor and wait for Secretary Chow. I'll give him a call. Mu Shirong dialed Secretary Chow's number as she walked. Secretary Chow, we are all here. Do you think it is convenient for you to come out now? Mu Shirong spoke in a soft, humble, and polite tone. Yang Fan had never heard her speak like this to anyone other than Bebe. Seeing Mu Shirong speaking cautiously and looking relieved after finishing the phone call, Yang Fan felt inexplicably angry. You must restrain yourself for a while, otherwise if you piss him off, it will be even more difficult to deal with later. I will. Yang Fan felt very uncomfortable when he said this. The two took the elevator to the rooftop, and soon Secretary Chow also arrived. When Secretary Chow approached Yang Fan and Mu Shirong, he stared at Yang Fan with a vicious look in his eyes. Hello Secretary Chow, I'm Yang Fan. I attacked you in the heat of the moment yesterday. I'm sorry. I'm sorry. Just saying sorry is enough. That's too cheap. Secretary Chow said sarcastically. He looked at the young man in front of him with displeasure. Then let's put it this way. I punched you once yesterday, and you punched me twice to vent your anger. I will definitely not fight back. Do you think this is just a child's play? Can punching you twice make up for the harm I caused you? Secretary Chow took off his mask, revealing his bruised and swollen cheeks. Mu Shirong cursed inwardly, he really looks like a pig's head. Then what can I do to make up for the harm I have done to you? Yang Fan wanted to curse you as a pig head in his heart, but he still remained polite. I want you to kneel down and use your clothes to clean my shoes. Secretary Chow's eyes widened and he spoke viciously. Secretary Chow, didn't you agree that we don't have to kneel? Mu Shirong hurried forward to persuade him. I didn't say that. I just said it depends on my mood. I feel bad when I see him. Yang Fan stood there in a daze. He didn't expect this man to be so perverted. Maybe he watched too much TV. Secretary Chow, I can accept your apology, or even your fight back, but kneeling is too much. Yang Fan controlled his emotions and spoke neither humbly nor arrogantly. Don't think I can't see that you are interested in this woman. I want you to lose face in front of her. Secretary Chow spoke harshly to Yang Fan, then turned to Mu Shirong and adopted a gentle tone. Or, if you are nice to me in front of this man and throw yourself into my arms, I will forgive him. Mu Shirong felt sick in her heart. She would want to vomit if she got even an inch closer to this scumbag. How could she possibly throw herself into his arms? Despicable villain, Yang Fan, we. Good. Before Mu Shirong could even utter the word go, Yang Fan agreed first. Kneel down if you want, but after you vent your anger, you must take care of the matter of visual gravity. Otherwise, I will use all my energy in my life to fight with you, a dog official, to the end. Secretary Chow opened his mouth to say something when he suddenly saw Yang Fan take out his cell phone and answer the call. Hello, Mayor. Yang Fan felt the vibration of his phone, saw that it was a call from Deputy Mayor Wei, and quickly picked up the call. When Mu Shirong heard Yang Fan calling Mayor on the phone, she was even more surprised than when she saw Yang Fan taking the bus to the government building just now. It is understandable that if you meet such a big leader again, you would give him a ride, but it is unbelievable that he would personally call a small person like them. What was even more shocked was Secretary Chow. When he heard Yang Fan calling him mayor, his arrogant face, proud facial features, and upward fat all collapsed little by little. But soon, the collapsed face stopped collapsing, and Secretary Chow said fiercely with a stiff face, "Bluff." Hearing the word bluff, Yang Fan directly pressed the hands-free button. Deputy Mayor Wei's steady and powerful voice reverberated back and forth in the air on the rooftop. "Xiao Yang, I just learned about the situation. The city has indeed added an extra review procedure for the visual gravity competition. However, given their strength, if they can't even pass the qualification test, other peers will be even more disappointed. Don't worry, it's just a routine matter and we're going to follow the procedure." "That's great, thank you Mayor, for your trouble." "You're welcome. It's just a small matter. I have something else to do. I'll have a chance to discuss this with you next time when I have time." Okay, then Mayor, you go ahead and do your work." After hanging up the phone, the air on the rooftop suddenly became quiet, as if it had frozen. A huge stone in Mu Shirong's heart finally fell, and a relieved smile appeared on her face. Secretary Chow looked extremely ugly, with his facial features distorted into one. "What happened?" Deputy Mayor Wei personally asked about it and called to explain it. He also said that he would meet again next time. Why would the mayor meet such an unknown young man? Who is he? Chapter 38, They Are All Brothers. Secretary Chow's facial features were distorted, he was full of confusion, and his head was full of question marks. It wasn't until Yang Fan spoke that he finally came to his senses. Yang Fan was upright and continued to say to Secretary Chow in a neither humble nor arrogant manner, "Although the qualifications for the competition are not a big problem, after all, I was wrong to take action yesterday. Since I promised to kneel down, I can say it and I can do it. I hope Secretary Chow will be magnanimous and not make things difficult for Mu Shirong and visual gravity in the future." Yang Fan bent his knees and was about to kneel down, when Secretary Chow stepped forward and held Yang Fan's arm tightly. No, I was just joking. I don't deserve to kneel down. How can that be possible? I will feel bad. I want it." Seeing Yang Fan trying to kneel down, Mu Shirong couldn't help but burst out laughing and quickly turned around to avoid her own gaffe. No. It's all my fault. Miss Mu was so beautiful that I was blinded by her lust. I deserve it. The two people were at loggerheads just now, but now one wants to kneel down and the other wants support. The scene is very funny. Although Mu Shirong had her back to them, she listened to their polite conversations and laughed silently. Exquisite facial features, smiling heartily and happily. Yang Fan caught a glimpse of Mu Shirong's back and seemed to hear her laughter. Yang Fan stood up only after he saw that the pretense was almost over. "Well, Secretary Chow, you are a very generous person, so I won't be polite." "That's right. Brothers can discuss things together. Don't worry, Miss Mu's affairs are my affairs. I will do my best to help Miss Mu." Mu Shirong turned around and walked in front of Secretary Chow. "Thank you, Secretary Chow. You are a great man and you don't bear grudges. Please take care of inviting the city leaders." "Why are you being polite, sister?" "Sister, your brother Xiao Yang is really amazing. He is both talented and handsome, and he cares so much about you. You are so lucky." When Mu Shirong heard this, she looked at Yang Fan and her face flushed. Fortunately, Secretary Chow continued talking and Yang Fan didn't notice. Although it's a little difficult to invite the city leaders, there are ways to do it. Are you familiar with Deputy Mayor Wei? Well enough. That's easy. Let's work together and focus on Deputy Mayor Wei. As long as the municipal party secretary pays attention to this matter and Deputy Mayor Wei takes the initiative to ask to attend, the chances of approval will be very high. I'll play a supporting role on the municipal party secretary's side. As for Deputy Mayor Wei, you come and help. If we work on both sides, it will definitely work. Secretary Chow put his hand on Yang Fan's shoulder, lowered his head and spoke in detail with a sincere and serious look on his face, as if the advice he was giving was a major matter closely related to his own interests. Okay, then let's do as Secretary Chow says. Thank you so much for troubling Secretary Chow. Hey! Why are you being so polite? We are all brothers, we should take care of each other. Secretary Chow was so affectionate that he treated Yang Fan as his long-lost brother. Yang Fan would have believed his sincerity if he hadn't seen his expression just now. Yang Fan secretly found it funny that his attitude changed 180 degrees. He was really a talent. He was so shameless that he could be considered flexible. No wonder he became a favorite of the city leaders. After leaving the city hall building, Yang Fan and Mu Shirong drove to pick up Bebe. Yang Fan was driving in the front, and Mu Shirong was sitting in the back seat, leaning against the car window, quietly looking at the scenery outside the window. I'll pick up Bebe later. Are you going to the company or going home with us? I'll take you home first and then go to the company. Okay, don't worry. When I get home, I will contact Deputy Mayor Wei. Secretary Chow will definitely do his best and it will be successful. Yang Fan thought Mu Shirong was still worried about hiring someone and tried to comfort her. Are you familiar with Deputy Mayor Wei? What did he mean by sparring with you on the phone just now? He was the distinguished guest that Uncle Zhou Wenchen invited last time. He recognized my cooking skills. After dinner, we improvised calligraphy and he happened to like my calligraphy very much. He asked for a copy on the spot. The exchange he mentioned must be about calligraphy. Unexpectedly, this fan client also invited Deputy Mayor Wei to the dinner party today. We chatted a little more when we met. So that's how it is, Yang Fan, thank you so much today. Mu Shirong thanked him specifically by name, and Yang Fan felt it was a bit serious. Director Mu, please don't be polite with me. We live together every day, we are a family. There is no need to be so formal with family members. I'm very grateful that you can come, and you also, Morong wanted to say, you even have to kneel down for me, but when the words came to her lips, she felt a little embarrassed and swallowed them back. What else? Yang Fan saw Mu Shirong hesitating and asked teasingly with a smile on his face. Did you really want to kneel down just now? Mu Shirong asked in a different way. It was real at first, but then it was fake, ha ha. Thinking of Secretary Chow's funny behavior just now, Mu Shirong also laughed out loud. The car slowly stopped and waited for the red light. Yang Fan smiled and turned around to look at Mu Shirong, who was sitting in the back seat of the car. Mu Shirong met Yang Fan's gaze, and the two looked at each other and suddenly burst into laughter at the same time. They laughed wildly and heartily, and their laughter echoed in the air, as if everything around them became extraordinarily beautiful. The sunlight shone through the car window onto them, making them feel warm, and even the air was filled with the scent of joy. At this moment, Mu Shirong felt that she and Yang Fan were on the same wavelength and hit the same funny point. As she laughed, Mu Shirong suddenly felt a strange feeling in her heart, as if a deer was running around, and she was a little at a loss. Yang Fan smiled and the smile on his face gradually faded. Looking at Mu Shirong's smiling face, which was as beautiful as a blooming flower, Yang Fan's heartbeat quickened. Seeing Yang Fan suddenly staring at her affectionately, Mu Shirong's smile gradually faded. She lowered her head, clasped her bag tightly with her fingers, and a slight blush appeared on her face. Yang Fan noticed her strangeness, and a hint of understanding tenderness flashed in his eyes. He quickly turned around and looked at the vehicle in front. You should have a good rest, you still have to go to work soon. The red light flashed, the green light came on, and the car started slowly. Yang Fan felt very happy. He felt that Mu Shirong seemed to have a different feeling towards him. The two were silent for a while. Yang Fan secretly looked at Mu Shirong in the rearview mirror and found that she was also looking at his back. But why was there a hint of sadness in the way she looked at herself? Mu Shirong was indeed a little sad. What happened to her? Why did she have such a strange feeling towards an impossible person? Yang Fan looked at her, feeling a little distressed and a little pity. This silly woman, when will she be brave enough to open her heart and welcome a hug? But he didn't know how to comfort her. He was impatient and might be too aggressive and scare Mu Shirong away. I can only guard her silently and wait for her to slowly understand. Chapter 39, Mind Reading Ability Upgrade Pack. After taking Bebe home, Mu Shirong rushed to the company alone. Yang Fan took out his cell phone and wrote a long and sincere text message to Vice Mayor Wei, asking him to do him the honor of being a special guest at the 30th anniversary celebration of Vision Gravity. For a long time, Yang Fan did not receive a reply text message. Yang Fan knew that Deputy Mayor Wei might be busy at this time, so he just sent a message instead of calling. Yang Fan decided to wait until after get off work and try again by phone. Bebe, you're following your uncle around like a street kid every day. Aren't you going to be unhappy? Finally, doesn't he have to do video calls today, so Yang Fan wants to have a deep chat with Bebe. No, it's so much fun. Every time there's a different person to play with me. It would be boring to stay at home every day. Bebe is a little girl as strong as her mother. Uncle, I've tried so hard, you have to keep going. Come on, for what? It's a secret agreement between us. When can Uncle deal with my mother? Well, I will work hard, try to earn enough betrothal gifts, practice my skills well, and then say loudly to Mushurong, marry me. Yang Fan shouted and made an exaggerated gesture in front of Bebe, which made Bebe giggle. Uncle, Brother Han taught me a very interesting game today. It was so fun. What game is this? It's more fun than guessing the left and right hands. Really? Then Bebe, teach Uncle. I want to play too. The name of this game is Rock Paper Scissors. Ah, well, it's an interesting game. Then Bebe will teach Uncle. This is scissors, this is hammer, this is bag, scissors beat bag, bag beats hammer, hammer beats scissors. Remember it, Uncle. Okay. Remember, let's get started. The loser has to shave his nose, Uncle. Be careful with Bebe's little nose. As soon as Bebe thought of something, Yang Fan knew what she was going to do. For every 2 wins, Yang Fan would deliberately lose 1. Yeah, I won, I'm going to scratch Uncle's nose. Seeing Bebe's happy expression every time she won, Yang Fan was also infected. His goal was not to win, but to let Bebe win just right, and then enjoy listening to Bebe's silvery laughter. Ding! Congratulations to the host, the Mind Reading Ability Upgrade Empowerment Package has been activated. A familiar metallic bell rang in Yang Fan's head, and he immediately felt like he had won a prize. Brother System, long time no see. Yang Fan greeted the system in his mind. Ding! Hello host, nice to see you again. What a great thing the Mind Reading Ability Upgrade Empowerment Package is. The Mind Reading Ability Upgrade Empowerment Pack is an accessory pack that can continuously provide energy support for the improvement of mind reading ability. So, does this mean that my mind reading ability can read the minds of more people? It can be understood this way, but it is more than that. Like what? With the blessing of the Mind Reading Empowerment Package, the host can not only read the mind of the person in front of him, but also read the mind of the person who has come into contact with the object through the object. In other words, it can read the mind through the medium, and read the mind across time. It's so powerful. If I go to a museum and touch a cultural relic, I can read the thoughts of the ancient people who used it. In theory, this is true, but with the host's current ability, it is far from being achieved. It requires constant practice to continuously store energy in the Mind Reading Empowerment Package. The time and space distance that the host's mind reading ability can cross depends on how much energy the Mind Reading Empowerment Package has. What about my mind reading ability now? Is it the same as before, or has it improved? The Mind Reading Empowerment Package activated by the host has a certain amount of original energy. With the blessing of this energy, through the medium, the mind of the person in the near future can be read remotely. However, if the original energy is exhausted and cannot be replenished, the mind reading ability will return to its original state. So how can I practice to get more energy? You can get it by using it more and practicing more, but the speed is slower. If you can trigger the mind reading energy refill pack, it may be fully charged at once. How long can a full charge last? How do we know how much is left and how much we have gained? Good luck, and goodbye host. Hello? System, I haven't finished asking questions yet? The system disappeared without a trace in Yang Fan's mind in an instant. Uncle, what's wrong with you? Yang Fan then realized that Bebe was pushing him. He looked down and saw that his fingers were still in the scissors position. Yang Fan immediately withdrew his hand. Oh, it's okay. Uncle just suddenly remembered something. Bebe, how long have I been thinking about it? Yang Fan was a little surprised. Communicating with the system was something that could be completed in an instant, so why did he seem to be in a daze just now? I don't know. I called him uncle 3 times before he responded to me. That's not bad. I thought you were in a daze for a long time. Bebe, play by yourself for a while now. Uncle has to go prepare the ingredients for dinner. As soon as Yang Fan touched the food in the refrigerator, he felt a sharp pain in his temple. An unfamiliar idea instantly entered his mind. Another one completed, 4 to go. The life of rich people is so damn convenient, the delivery man said with envy as he put the vegetables into the refrigerator at the door of Mu Shurong's house. The moment Yang Fan heard the voice, his eyes widened. He looked around and saw no one. Then he looked at the food in his hand and immediately realized that this was the voice of the delivery man. Unlike listening to others speak, which takes a short time to obtain information, reading minds through a medium takes almost no time, as if a stream of information directly penetrates the brain and is received instantly. Yang Fan walked to the window and looked out. The garden in the community was shaded by green trees. There were people walking on the road in groups of 2 or 3. There were old people with crutches, women pushing baby carriages, and children playing. Everything is so real. This is the real world, the actual world. However, Yang Fan could actually touch something and hear a person's inner voice. Such a bizarre thing actually happened. Chapter 40. I hope you can join me in the anniversary celebration. However, this also brings a huge problem. When Yang Fan is doing things, all the foreign objects he touches will make sounds for him, so his brain would be very noisy. How can he concentrate on doing his work? Calligraphy, painting, creation, even cooking, all require concentration. Bebe, where is the little doll you brought from Brother Han's house today? Can you show it to your uncle? Okay. Yang Fan took out his mobile phone and opened a small game that he had never played before. He studied the rules of the game while playing. Here you go, uncle. Bebe handed the little doll to Yang Fan. Yang Fan took the doll while playing games, and sure enough, no random sounds came into his mind. Yang Fan put down the doll and ended the game. When he focused his attention on picking up the doll, he picked it up again, and sure enough, a voice appeared in his brain. Big Yang Xiaochu and the mayor have been out for a while. This stuffed doll is very suitable for little Bebe. It's good to have it as a companion. That was obviously the voice of today's client, Xiao Han, who just graduated from college. After this test, Yang Fan immediately understood that when he was concentrating on doing something, touching something would not cause any noise. Only when his brain was ready would there be sound. Just as I was lost in thought, my cell phone suddenly rang. Yang Fan picked up the phone and saw that it was Deputy Mayor Wei, so he quickly answered the call. Hello, Mayor. Hello, Xia Yang, I've read your text message. I still need to give you a call and explain things more clearly. I'm so sorry, Mayor, for causing you trouble again. It's like this. Our official business arrangements are usually planned and arranged in advance, and there are different divisions of labor. As for attending business events, this is not my responsibility. So unless the municipal party committee deliberately assigns it to me, it is not convenient for me to take the initiative to take this matter. When Yang Fan heard what Deputy Mayor Wei said, his expectations were dashed. This matter is indeed difficult for the mayor, but it is very important to me, so I am taking the trouble to bother the mayor. Is there really no way out? Does this have much to do with you? Didn't you resign from this company? Yes, although I am not in this company, the woman I want to pursue is still there. This matter is very important to her. I really want to share her worries. It's too hard. Do you just want to pursue a girl for a relationship, or are you serious enough to want to marry her and have children with her? If I could, I would like to marry her right away. What is the other party's attitude? I think she might be a little interested, but she has a lot of concerns, and it might take some time for her to overcome her psychological barriers. Yang Fan recalled the state of Mu Shirong in the car when he came back today, and said to Deputy Mayor Wei with certainty. He didn't know why Deputy Mayor Wei asked so many detailed questions, and just thought he was talking to an elder about his feelings. Deputy Mayor Wei was silent for a while. Yang Fan thought that Deputy Mayor Wei was busy, and was about to say I won't bother you anymore to end the call, when he heard Deputy Mayor Wei's voice from the other end of the line again. Well, marriage is a big deal. Let me try to find another mayor in charge of this matter to see if we can discuss it, but I have one condition. What are the conditions? Just tell me, Mayor. I hope you'll join me in celebrating the company's 30th anniversary. Although he felt that this request was a bit strange, Yang Fan agreed immediately. Okay, Mayor. I will try my best to attend. As long as the security guards don't drag me out, I will definitely attend. Ha ha ha. A hearty laugh came from the phone of Deputy Mayor Wei, and he continued, then it depends on you. Remember to come. Deputy Mayor Wei's plan was to take advantage of the industry gathering to introduce Yang Fan to some top executives in the advertising industry, which might help Yang Fan return to his original profession in the future. By the way, did you participate in the theme creative competition you told me about today? Deputy Mayor Wei seemed to have suddenly thought of something. Not yet. Is it too late to join now? It's still in time. There are still a few days left before the deadline. Then go and participate, and make sure you get a good ranking, otherwise it will be a waste of my efforts to plan for you. Of course, of course. Thank you so much, Mayor, for your help. Yang Fan thought that the plan Vice Mayor Wei mentioned was to invite guests. In fact, what Vice Mayor Wei said was that he wanted to accumulate more resources to introduce Yang Fan to the top executives of the industry. In any case, Yang Fan agreed very readily and expressed his deep gratitude to Deputy Director Wei. Yang Fan felt that Deputy Mayor Wei was considering his lifelong affairs and was trying his best to help him. This feeling touched him, as if the elders in his family were caring for and loving the younger generation. In fact, Deputy Mayor Wei is not only willing to help him pursue his marriage, but also hopes to help him pursue his career. After hanging up the phone, Deputy Mayor Wei smiled kindly. Although he had only met him twice, Deputy Mayor Wei liked this young man from the bottom of his heart. The young man was not only handsome, but also talented. He was good at everything, both elegant and secular. It was a pity that his daughter had already started a family, otherwise, he really wanted to recognize Yang Fan as his son-in-law. After Yang Fan finished his phone call with Deputy Mayor Wei, he contacted Secretary Chow. Secretary Chow was very active in implementing his promise to Yang Fan and also brought him good news, which greatly boosted his confidence. After finishing his work, Yang Fan returned to the kitchen and began to prepare ingredients for dinner. When Mu Shirong got home, Yang Fan was frying the last vegetable dish. "Mom, you're finally back." Bebe danced with joy and hugged her mother. Mu Shirong felt a little tired. She kissed Bebe and sat down on the sofa. Bebe and her mother stayed together for a while, then continued to play with the building blocks in their hands. Mu Shirong leaned gently on the sofa, her eyes gently falling on Bebe. The little guy was concentrating on playing with the building blocks in his hands, and from time to time he looked up and gave her an innocent smile. Listening to the crisp sound of the spatula hitting the iron pan while Yang Fan was cooking in the kitchen, the sound was not as harsh as usual. Instead, it was like a gentle background sound, making her feel a long-lost tranquility. She tilted her head slightly and could vaguely see Yang Fan's busy back through the half-open kitchen door. His movements were skillful and calm, as if all this had already become a part of his life. "Mom, look at the castle I built." Bebe's excited voice brought her back to reality. Mu Shirong looked down and saw the crooked castle in the child's hand. She couldn't help laughing. She reached out and rubbed the child's hair, praising him softly. "Great, better than the one your mother built." The child smiled triumphantly and continued to concentrate on her project. Mu Shirong raised her head and her eyes involuntarily drifted towards the kitchen. Yang Fan was walking out with the cooked dishes. "The food is ready, we can eat now." When Yang Fan shouted to Mu Shirong, he happened to meet Mu Shirong's gaze. Mu Shirong turned her head quickly as if she had received an electric shock. She smoothed her hair and pretended to look away, but her eyes were nowhere to be found. Yang Fan instantly sensed Mu Shirong's awkward mood of wanting to see but not daring to, and then being discovered. He pretended not to notice and remained calm, but in his heart he was secretly screaming with ecstasy. I can finally read Mu Shirong's mind. Chapter 41, Go all out to prepare for the competition. Mu Shirong quickly adjusted her mood, took Bebe to wash her hands, and sat at the dining table with Yang Fan to eat. Yang Fan secretly admired that she was indeed a cold-faced female devil who had worked in the workplace for many years and had an extraordinary psychological quality. She instantly restored her usual indifference and distance. Yang Fan felt that Mu Shirong's heart was covered with a layer of frost. He was very curious whether this layer of frost had melted briefly when Mu Shirong laughed in the car at noon today. It was a pity that he had not yet unlocked the more powerful mind-reading power and missed such a wonderful moment. Mom is on the left, Uncle is on the right, and Bebe is in the middle. It would be great if the three of us could stay like this forever. Bebe sat in his baby chair, looked left and right, and said seriously. Eat quickly, little fool. Nothing can last forever. No, my love for Bebe will last forever, right? Well, Bebe said it very well, it's true. Bebe and Mom can be together forever and ever, so Bebe, Mom and Uncle can also be together forever and ever. Mu Shirong put down her chopsticks and was actually thinking seriously about what Bebe said. There was indeed nothing wrong with the logic, but Mu Shirong always felt that something was wrong. Seeing Yang Fan lowering his head and laughing, Mu Shirong realized that she had been led astray by the clever little Bebe. Mu Shirong pretended to be angry. Bebe, don't talk nonsense. Uncle is only here to temporarily replace Aunt Yang to help us. When Aunt Yang comes back, Uncle will leave. When saying this, Yang Fan clearly felt that Mu Shirong felt a little lost and sad in her heart. I can stay. Yang Fan shamelessly refuted Mu Shirong's words in a joking tone. When Mu Shirong heard this, her first reaction was to feel a little annoyed, but deep down in her heart, she felt vaguely happy. That's great, Mom. Did you hear that? Uncle said we don't have to leave, so of course the three of us can be together forever and ever. Mu Shirong was speechless for a moment and didn't know what to say. Yang Fan was fully aware of Beibei's assists and Mu Shirong's little thoughts. He listened to the conversation between the mother and daughter while eating, with a knowing smile on his face. Mu Shirong glanced at Yang Fan and wondered why he gave people such a weird feeling today. Yang Fan has been paying attention to Mu Shirong's feelings. He immediately receives what Mu Shirong is thinking. Feeling Mu Shirong's strange attitude towards him, Yang Fan immediately adjusted his state, withdrew his attention, and focused on eating. At the same time, Yang Fan's mental flow that was receiving Mu Shirong's inner activities was cut off. Mu Shirong couldn't figure out what was going on, so she had to urge Beibei to eat more and talk less. I contacted Deputy Mayor Wei today. Yang Fan put away his smile and got to the point in a serious tone, reporting on the progress of work. Mu Shirong raised her head and looked at Yang Fan with anticipation. Will he agree to come? He didn't directly say he would come, but he promised to discuss it with the relevant leaders because this part of the work was not originally under his charge, and it would not be in accordance with the rules to directly ask for it. Is it likely that Vice Mayor Wei will come? Or maybe other city leaders in charge will come? It doesn't matter, as long as someone comes. I think the probability of Mayor Wei coming is very high. Feeling Mu Shirong's anxiety and worry, Yang Fan directly gave a relatively affirmative answer. That would be great. Do I need to visit and invite Deputy Mayor Wei separately? Probably not. Secretary Chow has heard that the Municipal Party Committee now attaches great importance to the inheritance of intangible cultural heritage, especially the Intangible Cultural Heritage Assistance Project, which allows disabled people to participate in the inheritance of bamboo weaving skills. This has a certain influence in Shanghai. Now the government hopes that this project can be promoted nationwide, which can not only promote traditional culture, but also expand Shanghai's public welfare influence. So even if it's just for the sake of the theme creative competition, the Municipal Party Committee will include participating in the 30th anniversary celebration of visual gravity as an official business in its plan, Yang Fan continued to add. Then why was the board's previous invitation to city leaders frustrated? In such a big city, the government building has to deal with a myriad of official duties every day. Which one can attract the attention of the main leaders depends not only on the importance of the matter itself, but also on opportunities. In the eyes of the Municipal Party Committee, attending a company's celebration is really not that important. It all depends on whether there is an opportunity. Yang Fan talked freely and told Mu Shirong exactly what Secretary Chow had told him. You mean, you are now receiving the attention of the main leaders of the Municipal Party Committee because the opportunity has arrived? Well, this is the good news Secretary Chow brought me. Opportunities can be predestined or man-made. Secretary Chow is very pragmatic. He immediately conducted all the relevant investigations he could, consulted a lot of information, and finally found a breakthrough point that could attract the attention of the main leaders. It just so happened that he found an opportunity today and communicated with the main leaders, so he felt that there was a great hope that the Municipal Party Committee would pay attention to it. I never thought this scumbag could be so efficient. Without some real ability, how could he be so popular with the leaders of various cities? But why is he so attentive to you? Is it because you know Deputy Mayor Wei? It's also because we have a grudge against him. It's easy to please him, but it's even harder to resolve the grudge. That's why we are extra efficient in doing things. He has to do his best to pull it back and make amends. Ha ha ha. Yang Fan was speaking seriously and logically, but suddenly his expression changed and he laughed shamelessly again. So that is how it is. Mu Shirong had long been accustomed to Yang Fan switching back and forth between serious and frivolous, but she had not expected that Yang Fan, at such a young age, had such a thorough grasp of the interpersonal psychology in the government. Although she has been able to get along well with the client and the company's top management for many years, the logic of the business world is completely different from the logic of dealing with people in the government. Oh, there's one more thing. Deputy Mayor Wei agreed to help, but he made a strange request. What do you want? He asked me to attend Visual Gravity's anniversary celebration. That's no problem. As long as you don't feel embarrassed about going back to the company, I can find a way. Besides, he wanted me to get a good ranking in the theme creative competition before participating. That's even easier. As long as you win the most basic excellence award in the competition, you will be eligible to enter the celebration event. This will be no problem at all for you. What does the excellence award mean? Won't we know the rankings only when the awards are presented? The middle part of the celebration is the award ceremony. The final results are indeed known when the rankings are announced on site. However, these rankings are reviewed among the shortlisted excellence awards, so the number of excellence awards is determined in advance. I see. Well, then I'll just have to put aside the other things on hand and focus on preparing for the competition. By the way, it won't be too late for me to prepare for the competition now, right? Chapter 42, Monthly Income Exceeds 100,000 for the first time. There are still 4 days left before the manuscript is rejected. Do you think it's too late? There has to be no time, and we must achieve results. Yang Fan said firmly, as if he had made a great determination. Mu Shirong inexplicably felt a sense of security. She found that no matter what it was, as long as Yang Fan put his heart into it, he could do it well. Taking care of children, cooking, calligraphy, private kitchen business, Tai Chi. All these were all possible. What's more, now he was going back to his original business to fight. Are you guys done talking? Can you carry me down now? Bebe saw the two adults talking to each other. Although she could not understand what they were saying at all, she was still well behaved and did not disturb or interrupt them. She wished that her mother and uncle could have endless things to say. Mu Shirong and Yang Fan then realized that Bebe's bowl had been empty for a long time. She had been talking to Yang Fan and had not noticed Bebe at all. She had finished eating long ago and was just sitting there quietly. I'm sorry, baby, mommy didn't see you finished eating. I'll carry you down right now. Before Mu Shirong could finish her words, Yang Fan had already taken Bebe down from the baby chair. It's okay, Mom. You did a great job today. You talked so much to Uncle. Adults are allowed to talk more while eating. Mu Shirong didn't know whether to laugh or cry. Bebe's last sentence was actually the opposite of what she had taught her. If Bebe's eyes hadn't been filled with innocence and clarity when she said it, she would have thought it was sarcastic. Yang Fan could sense that Bebe was really happy in her heart to praise her mother. She really hoped that her mother and her uncle could have endless conversations, even if she could just remain silent and invisible on the side. At night, Yang Fan lay in bed and began to contact his fans and clients who had already made reservations for private chefs for the next few days, hoping to postpone the time. Fortunately, none of the fans had any special requirements for the time, and all agreed to reschedule. Only one customer named Peppa Pig was unwilling to postpone the time, unless Yang Fan could meet her on the day of the original private kitchen, which was the day after tomorrow, and she agreed to change the time. Yang Fan thought that it wouldn't take too much time to meet him, so he decided to satisfy the fans' curiosity. After all, the private cooking session was postponed because of his own reasons. After dealing with the fans and clients, Yang Fan opened the Douyin backend. Now, when Yang Fan saw the video data that had been released, he no longer felt much. The flood of comments was still rising. Yang Fan stopped diverting traffic to Civic and checked the data on the amount of cash that could be withdrawn, which was 15689. Earning 15689 a month was not considered a high salary in Shanghai, but it was much better than many working people. Even many white-collar workers in Shanghai might not make that much even after working hard for a month. But for Yang Fan, this is just a small extra income. His main source of income is the private chef business. This month, Yang Fan has gone out 13 times in total, 12 times with a unit price of 5,000, and 1 time with a unit price of nearly 10,000. From the private chef business alone, he earned more than 70,000. Adding the cashable amount from Tushio, the total is more than 80 or 90,000. This does not include the 30,000 salary offered by Mu Shirong. By this calculation, Yang Fan's monthly income is over 100,000 yuan. Although there is still a long way to go to reach his goal of a monthly income of over 200,000, Yang Fan is already very satisfied. This is just the starting point. I believe it will get better and better. And I acquired a new skill today, an enhanced mind reading ability. Maybe I can develop in this direction in the future and open up some new business. If all else fails, you can develop into a private Tai Chi instructor. You can spend a few hours a week teaching a few classes and earn extra income. Now let's put everything aside and prepare for the competition with all our strength. Thinking of this, Yang Fan called Fatty Luo. Fatty, do you still have the promotional poster for the theme competition that you gave me last time? Didn't I give it to you last time? I left it at the rental house. If you have any, take a picture and send it to me. You're lucky, I think I have another one at home. Wait a minute, I'll look for it. After a while, Fatty really sent a photo of the competition's promotional poster. Yang Fan enlarged the photos and read them carefully, using traditional ink painting to show the artistic charm of traditional Chinese bamboo weaving. The expression of traditional ink painting and the inheritance of bamboo weaving culture. Yang Fan thought again of what Secretary Chow had said about intangible cultural heritage helping the disabled. Although this point was not reflected in the competition's promotional poster, since the competition had received attention from the government because of this, Yang Fan felt that if this point could be reflected in the final design, it would have a better chance of winning. The artistic conception of ink painting, the craftsmanship of bamboo weaving, and the spirit of self-reliance of the disabled. Yang Fan listed the key points, but still couldn't figure out a creative idea, so he had to go to the site to look for inspiration. Through inquiries, Yang Fan learned that various cultural activities and handicraft markets are sometimes held in the Magic City Cultural Plaza. There happens to be a bamboo weaving themed exhibition and market event tomorrow. Yang Fan immediately checked the route and made a plan. With anticipation for tomorrow's bamboo weaving intangible cultural heritage tour, Yang Fan finally fell asleep slowly. The next morning, the three of them were eating breakfast at the dining table. Bebe, Uncle will take you to a new place to play later, okay? Okay. But, don't I have to work in the guest's kitchen today? Let's talk about home cooking in a few days, and Tai Chi practice in a few days. In the next few days, Uncle will take you to do something else. Well, where is Uncle going to take me to play? Uncle checked and found out that there is a bamboo weaving exhibition and market activity at the Cultural Square today. Uncle will take you to see it. In addition to building blocks, bamboo can also be used to make a variety of interesting things. That's great. Bamboo can also be used as building blocks. Bebe wants to see it too. Bamboo building blocks are not like the square plastic building blocks you play with. Bamboo has to be cut into long bamboo strips or bamboo threads before being woven. Is that so? Then let's eat quickly, let's go. Bebe quickened the pace of eating breakfast, looking forward to being able to go to the scene and see something new soon. It's a good idea to go to the site and look for inspiration. Yes, I watched it in the video and thought about it with my head covered, but I couldn't find satisfactory inspiration. I'm done eating, please be careful on the road. Mu Shirong picked up her bag, changed her shoes, and went to work with great peace of mind. She knew that Yang Fan could not only take good care of Bebe, but also teach her through entertainment, so that Bebe could grow up happily. Whether it is taking your baby to meet more people or to experience more traditional culture, it is a good early education. Chapter 43, Finding Inspiration. On the cultural square, Yang Fan held Bebe's hand and walked through the bustling crowd. The air was filled with the faint fragrance of bamboo and the sweet smell of sugar-roasted chestnuts. Uncle, look! Bebe suddenly pointed forward and jumped up excitedly. Yang Fan looked in the direction of her finger and saw a huge bamboo arch built in the center of the square. The fine bamboo strips were shining with a warm luster in the sun. Under the arch, there are all kinds of bamboo products, including exquisite bamboo baskets, lifelike bamboo animals, and uniquely shaped bamboo furniture. Bebe was like a happy little bird, shuttling between the stalls. She squatted in front of a stall, staring intently at the bamboo strips flying up and down in the hands of an old man. The old man's movements were slow, but very steady, and his rough fingers were weaving flexibly. When Yang Fan got closer, he found that the old man's right foot was a little lame, but he seemed to be completely immersed in his own world. The stall is surrounded by various bamboo woven daily necessities. In the corner next to it, there are several bamboo woven dragonflies in various shapes, some with their wings spread out ready to fly, and some resting on bamboo branches, each one is lifelike. Grandpa, what are you doing? Bebe asked curiously, lying in front of the stall. The old man raised his head, revealing a wrinkled but kind face. Little friend, Grandpa is weaving dragonflies. His voice was a little hoarse, but extremely gentle. Yang Fan noticed that there was a sign in front of the old man's stall that said Intangible Cultural Heritage Project for the Disabled. He suddenly remembered the information Secretary Chow mentioned, and something moved him. Old man, how many years have you been doing bamboo weaving? Yang Fan squatted down and asked softly. It's been almost 60 years. The old man continued to work, saying, I learned from my father when I was a child, but later my legs and feet became inconvenient. Thanks to this project, I can continue to do this. Yang Fan looked at the old man's fingers that were covered with calluses but still flexible, and his heart moved. Isn't the scene before him the best source of inspiration? Next to the old man's stall, there are several large bamboo works. A giant bamboo dragon is circling upwards, and its scales are made of fine bamboo strips, shining golden in the sun. There is also a phoenix spreading its wings, with long and flowing tail feathers, as if it will soar into the sky in the next second. These works are not only lifelike in form, but also exude a sense of spirit. Old man, did you make these up too? Yang Fan asked, pointing at the giant dragon. The old man nodded, a hint of pride flashing in his eyes. Yes, it took me 3 months to make this dragon. Look at these dragon scales, each piece must be woven separately, and then pieced together piece by piece. Yang Fan observed carefully and found that the weaving method of dragon scales was similar to the texture method in ink painting. The texture of bamboo strips naturally formed a unique texture effect, which coincided with the changes of wetness, dryness, thickness and lightness in ink painting. He took out his cell phone and took a few close-up photos of the dragon. The sunlight shone through the gaps in the bamboo strips, casting mottled light and shadows on the ground, like a natural ink painting. Yang Fan suddenly had an inspiration. Why not use the texture of bamboo weaving as a brush and light and shadow as ink to create a bamboo weaving ink painting? Uncle, look at this. Bebe's voice interrupted Yang Fan's thoughts. She was pointing at a bamboo panda in the corner of the stall. The black and white bamboo strips cleverly imitated the panda's fur color. Yang Fan's eyes lit up. Isn't this the most classic black and white contrast in ink painting? The simple beauty naturally possessed by bamboo weaving art coincides with the artistic conception of ink painting. Old man, can I take some photos? Yang Fan explained, I am participating in a creative competition and want to showcase bamboo weaving art in the form of ink painting. The old man smiled and nodded. Okay, I'm happy that more people can know about this craft. Yang Fan opened the memo on his phone and quickly recorded his inspiration at the moment, using the texture of bamboo weaving to imitate the brushstrokes of ink painting, using the changes in light and shadow to express the thickness of the ink, and using the hands of the bamboo weaving craftsman as the main subject of the picture. Uncle, look. Bebe pointed at the bamboo dragonfly that was gradually taking shape in the old man's hand, his eyes sparkling. Yang Fan looked at Bebe's happy expression and then at the old man's focused face, and he already had an idea in his mind. He continues to record his inspirations, the bamboo weaving art in the artistic conception of ink painting, the tenacious spirit of disabled craftsmen, and the perfect fusion of tradition and modernity. Uncle, can we buy this dragonfly? Bebe asked, looking up his little face. The old man waved his hand and said, This is for you, little friend. How can this be possible? Yang Fan hurriedly took out his wallet. No, the old man said with a smile, I'm happy to see the children like it. This craft is meant to be known by more people and liked by more people. Yang Fan looked at the old man's kind smile and suddenly felt that he had made the right decision to come to the cultural square. He not only found design inspiration, but also felt the warmth of traditional handicrafts. Bebe, look at how skillful Grandpa's hands are. In his hands, these bamboos have become flying dragonflies. Bebe nodded, not quite understanding, and stretched out her little hand to gently touch the wings of the bamboo dragonfly. The sunlight shone through the bamboo strips, casting tiny shadows on her little hand, as if there was really a dragonfly landing in her palm. After leaving the old man's booth, Yang Fan took Bebe to see the bamboo weaving artworks at other booths. At some stalls that had items for sale, Bebe also bought a few small gadgets. It was already afternoon when he returned home. The sunlight poured into the living room through the window. Yang Fan spread out the bamboo weaving works he had collected at the market in the morning on the coffee table, and went back to his room to get out his writing brush, ink, paper and inkstone. After grinding the ink, Yang Fan picked up the brush and drew a few strokes on the rice paper. Bebe sat on a small stool, also holding a brush in his hand, looking curiously at the rice paper and inkstone on the table. Uncle, are we going to draw bamboo weaving? Bebe raised his little face, his eyes full of anticipation. Yes, we want to draw a promotional advertisement for bamboo weaving culture. Yang Fan smiled and rubbed Bebe's hair, but he felt a little nervous. He originally planned to use ink painting to express the texture and three-dimensional sense of bamboo weaving, but after trying several times, he found that the delicate texture and light and shadow effects of bamboo weaving could not be perfectly presented by ink brushstrokes alone. How about we try rubbing? Yang Fan suddenly had an idea. He remembered that he had bought some bamboo weaving samples at the market in the morning. Perhaps he could use these materials to directly print out the texture of the bamboo weaving. Yang Fan did it right away. He dipped a brush in ink and painted it thickly on the bamboo sample. Before the ink dried, he spread it directly on rice paper. Chapter 44 Peppa Pig. However, because the texture of the bamboo weaving was too delicate, the rubbing effect was blurry and could not achieve the effect he wanted. Uncle, the shape of the bamboo weaving is blurred. Yang Fan stared at the messy ink stains on the rice paper. Even a child could tell that the effect was far from satisfactory. Yang Fan cleaned the table and replaced the paper with new rice paper. How about we try another approach? If rubbing doesn't work, why not just use a brush to outline the contours of the bamboo weaving, and then use the changes in the thickness of the ink to express the light and shadow effects of the bamboo weaving? Bebe, how about we draw a bamboo dragon? Yang Fan asked with a smile. Bebe's eyes lit up. Okay. Yang Fan picked up the brush and began to outline the outline of the bamboo dragon on the rice paper. He first used light ink to draw the skeleton of the dragon's body, and then used thick ink to dot the texture of the bamboo. Yang Fan was skilled in dotting ink, and soon, the dragon's charm came to life on the paper. Uncle, this is so beautiful. Bebe looked at the giant dragon on the paper and clapped his hands excitedly. Yang Fan also breathed a sigh of relief and finally smiled. After completing the design of the dragon, Yang Fan started to busy himself with kitchen matters, while Bebe doodled on paper by himself. In the evening, Mu Shirong came home from get off work and saw a table full of rice paper and design drafts as soon as she entered the door. Did you have fun today? She asked Bebe while changing her shoes. Happy. Uncle taught me how to draw a dragon, and we drew a lot of pictures. Bebe ran over excitedly, holding her mother's hand, chattering about her experiences during the day. Mu Shirong listened with a smile, walked to the coffee table, picked up Yang Fan's design draft and looked at it carefully. After Yang Fan served the dishes, he walked to Mu Shirong and said, "The dishes are ready, let's eat." Is this the main element you designed for the competition? Well, it's just a first draft, and I always feel like something is missing. Mu Shirong pondered for a moment, pointed at the bamboo dragon on the design and said, "I think you can make the dragon more dynamic. For example, let it take off from the bamboo. This will not only make it more storytelling, but also better reflect the dynamic beauty of bamboo weaving art." Yang Fan's eyes lit up. You are right. I paid too much attention to the form and neglected the expression of emotion. Mu Shirong smiled and continued, also, you can incorporate elements of intangible cultural heritage to help the disabled. For example, add the hands of craftsmen to the picture, or use the arcs of some long bamboo strips as echoing elements of the background, which can better echo the theme of the competition. Yang Fan listened to Mu Shirong's suggestion, and suddenly his mind became clear. He really wanted to incorporate the element of intangible cultural heritage to help the disabled, but he hadn't thought of how to incorporate it. Mu Shirong just happened to wake him up. As for the background elements, even he himself hadn't thought of it yet. Thank you, Director Mu. Experience always counts. The design plan you proposed is really great, Yang Fan said with some excitement. Am I old? Mu Shirong raised her head and looked at Yang Fan seriously. Not old, not old. Director Mu looks at least 10 years younger than his actual age. It's just that his professional design level is very sophisticated. Yang Fan realized that he had said the wrong thing and quickly made amends. Mu Shirong waved her hand and said with a smile, I just said it casually, the key still depends on you. However, I believe you can produce great works. Yang Fan looked at Mu Shirong's gentle smile, and a warm feeling surged in his heart. He suddenly felt that he was not fighting alone, and there were still people around him supporting him. Uncle, can we continue to paintings tomorrow? I will play with my mother in the evening. Okay, let's draw the most beautiful dragon together tomorrow. Now it's time to go eat. Yang Fan agreed with a smile. At night, Yang Fan lay on the bed. The first day of preparation was relatively smooth and I gained a lot. As the deadline for the competition is approaching, we will have to keep working hard tomorrow. But I have to deal with the Peppa Pig matter first tomorrow. It was me who broke the appointment first, and the other party wouldn't give in, so I had to agree to apologize in person. The next day, Yang Fan brought Bebe to the place he had agreed to meet with Peppa Pig, the lake viewing pavilion in a park near the community. Yang Fan and Bebe came earlier and practiced boxing for a while. Yang Fan thought that he should finish it as soon as possible so that he could go back and design the competition ideas. Yang Fan was practicing seriously when he suddenly heard a clear and confident girl's voice behind him. Are you big young chef? Yang Fan turned around and found a girl in her early 20s with straight hair and a shoulder bag. She was smiling at him. Hello, is this Peppa Pig? Yeah, I finally get to see you. You're much more handsome in person than in the video. Is this the little baby in the video? So cute. The girl looked at Bebe, and finally her gaze returned to young Fan. Yes, I'm really sorry, something urgent happened and I have to postpone your home chef service. This is your daughter, right? The girl did not respond to young Fan's question and continued to ask. No, but we are like father and daughter. When she heard the word no, the girl's eyes visibly lit up and her smile became even brighter. So, are you married? The girl continued to ask. No. Yang Fan felt a little abrupt, but still subconsciously told the other party the truth. So what do you think of me? Is there any possibility of further development? I have been paying attention to you for a long time, you are my type. Well, you are very frank and sunny, but I already have someone I like. This girl was indeed a bit straightforward, and Yang Fan was a little overwhelmed. It doesn't matter. As long as you're not married, everything is possible. There are still divorces after marriage. The girl said nonchalantly. Uncle will be my dad soon, so sister should find someone else. Bebe frowned and said to the girl in a fierce voice. My dear, you are angry. It's great that you are fighting for your mother's happiness, but I am also fighting for my own happiness. We are both right. Instead of being angry, the girl praised Bebe, which surprised Yang Fan a little. Uncle is mine anyway. Bebe hugged Yang Fan's thigh tightly, fearing that Yang Fan would be snatched away by the girl. Seeing Bebe so nervous, Yang Fan touched Bebe's head. It's okay, sister is just joking with you. I'm not kidding. I have an account on Douyin with 200,000 followers. I'm good at attracting fans and operating it. If you choose me, I can help you get 100,000 fans on your account in 3 days. When the girl saw her competitor, she immediately showed her trump card advantage. But you don't know me at all. You just know that I can cook a little. You are too impulsive. Just do whatever you want to do. If you like something, just like it. There is no need to hesitate. If you don't understand it now, there will be plenty of opportunities in the future. Chapter 45, Promotion. Yang Fan was a little impressed by the girl's casual and carefree attitude. Are young people nowadays so frank and fearless? It would be great if Mu Shirong was as bold as this girl and thought less. Uncle, I want to go home, let me go back. Bebe took Yang Fan's hand and pulled him home. Although Bebe was young, she was afraid that her uncle would be deceived by the girl's words. Okay, right away. Anyway, I'm sorry that I can't provide private cooking service on time today. I do have something urgent to do, so I'll leave first. After Yang Fan finished speaking, he followed Bebe and hurriedly left the lake viewing pavilion. Think about it carefully, I'll wait for you to contact me. The girl's voice was still echoing behind them. Bebe took Yang Fan's hand and started running in small steps. Finally arriving home, the moment he closed the door, Bebe breathed a sigh of relief. Yang Fan found it funny to see Bebe's fearful look and touched Bebe's head lovingly. Little Bebe ran as fast as a rabbit today. I don't like that sister. What if that sister comes after me again? Don't worry, Bebe. In my uncle's heart, there will only be room for Bebe and Mom. There is no room for anyone else. Yeah, then Bebe is relieved. Now, Uncle needs to hurry up and create the design. Bebe, can you play by yourself for a while? Well, I won't disturb my uncle from doing his work. Bebe is so good. Yang Fan took out his pen, ink, paper, and inkstone as well as yesterday's draft, made all the preparations, and began to create. Bebe also has his own set of graffiti tools. He lies on his little table and graffitis seriously. Yang Fan drew one draft after another, and only realized that he had run out of paper when the last piece of rice paper was used up. The next day happened to be the weekend, so Yang Fan thought that he might as well wait until he returned to his small rental house at night to buy it. During the day, he would make do with the A4 paper in Mu Shirong's study. Yang Fan came to Mu Shirong's study, and sure enough, there was a stack of A4 paper next to the printer on the desk. Yang Fan picked up a dozen at random and was about to leave when he noticed out of the corner of his eye that there was a document with the company's red seal next to the printer. Yang Fan picked up the document curiously, but before he started reading, he felt a sudden headache and 2 streams of consciousness instantly entered his brain. Yang Fan was very surprised. He looked at the document carefully. It was clearly a notice for launching a new advertising project. In visual gravity, there were countless such documents. How could 2 such strong ideas be gathered at the same time? A feeling came from Gao Shang. He particularly hoped that Mu Shurong could be the behind-the-scenes consultant for this project and help them complete the final creative design. A feeling came from Mu Shurong. Out of concern for her current identity and situation, she hesitated and did not agree. Yang Fan took a look at the contents of the document and saw Dingxing Media clearly written in the column for part.I's company name. Dingxing Media has always been engaged in video advertising, and print advertising was outsourced to Visual Gravity. Later, Dingxing Media also developed its own print advertising business. The company even suspected that there was a traitor inside the company, who helped Dingxing Media set up a print advertising department and even leaked some creative ideas to Dingxing Media. As a person of suspicion, Mu Shurong was transferred from the position of business director to the administrative logistics department. For such a long time, she had no contact with business again. The strange thing is that since Dingxing Media already has its own print advertising department, why does it want to hand over the business to Visual Gravity? Moreover, Morong has no longer been involved in any business-related matters, so why is Gao Shang looking for Morong to come out now? With these questions in mind, Yang Fan read the contents of the project notification carefully from beginning to end. It turned out that Dingxing Media received a contract from a crew of a traditional martial arts drama that was about to be filmed. The crew needed a set of concept pictures for the characters, which was used for advertising and publicity purposes, as well as to provide reference criteria for the subsequent casting. At the back of the document, there was also a very detailed description of the characters' personalities. Dingxing Media felt that it was not capable of taking on this piece of fat, so it outsourced it to Visual Gravity. Now, the person who took over Mu Shurong's original position is Gao Shang. Gao Shang attaches great importance to this project and hopes to get Mu Shurong's help. Yang Fan could sense Mu Shurong's hesitation, which was normal. Part.A was Dingxing Media, so he really had to avoid suspicion, otherwise he would never be able to clear himself of the suspicion. At this time, in Visual Gravity Company, Mu Shurong was sitting in her office. Hearing someone knocking on the door, Mu Shurong habitually called out, "Come in," but her eyes still did not leave the computer. When I looked up again, I found that the person who came in was Gao Shang. "Master. Why is it you? I want to ask what Master thinks about what I talked about a few days ago." Mu Shurong stopped what she was doing, stood up, and slowly walked to Gao Shang. "I have learned about the project. I believe that with your ability, you can lead the team to produce good works." "Master, do you really not care about me?" Gao Shang said this with a hint of resentment and even a hint of coquettishness. Mu Shurong smiled and patted Gao Shang on the shoulder affectionately. "I brought you up personally. I know your abilities very well. Even if I step in, it will only be icing on the cake. Besides, I'm in an awkward situation now. I'm no longer the creative director. It's not convenient for me to interfere with your team's plan. It's just behind-the-scenes guidance, to give our designs a thumbs up. There's no need for Master to show up, and no one else will know about it. There is no such thing as an impenetrable wall, and since I have decided not to take action, I will not be involved in anything else." Seeing Gao Shang's disappointed expression, Mu Shurong seemed to suddenly remember something. "Well, let me recommend someone to you. Maybe he can help you." "Who?" "Yang Fan." "Him? Wasn't he fired from the company a long time ago? Can he really do it?" "I believe in Master's judgment of people, but he was just unlucky. He was fired just as his talent was beginning to show. If you encounter any difficulties, you can consider looking for him. Maybe you will gain something new. By the way, it seems that he is only available on weekends. You can make an appointment to meet him on weekends." "Yes, Master." Seeing Gao Shang leaving her office doubtfully, Mu Shurong felt a little reluctant. Gao Shang was someone she had trained up when she was in the company not long ago. He had good qualifications, and Mu Shurong had spent the most time and effort on him. Gao Shang is also quite capable. He has been loyal to Mu Shurong over the years and always keeps his word, becoming Mu Shurong's right-hand man. In private, the two of them call each other master and apprentice. Although Yang Fan came to the company relatively late, he showed remarkable talents, otherwise Mu Shurong would not have been so desperate and boldly hired Yang Fan to do the final creative summary and redesign of the project. If Yang Fan had not been expelled, Morong would have been very willing to train him and have him become her right-hand man together with Gao Shang. However, Yang Fan is still a little younger than Gao Shang, and his creativity is too wild, so he needs certain restraints. The cooperation between him and Gao Shang should produce good results. Chapter 46 I Will Miss You. In the evening, Mu Shurong returned home from get-off work. As soon as she opened the door, she found papers and ink everywhere in the house. Bebe was painting with his head down, and when he saw his mother come back, he ran over and acted coquettishly. "Mom, you're finally back. Little cat, how come the ink got all over your face?" Mu Shurong said as she gently wiped her daughter's face. When she looked up, she found Yang Fan standing in front of her with even more ink on his face. Yang Fan and Bebe looked like a cat duo. Mu Shurong almost laughed out loud. "Mom, there are a lot of dirt on Uncle's face too, please help him wipe it off." Mu Shurong was a little stunned. She didn't expect Bebe to make such a request. Immediately, a picture of helping Yang Fan wipe the ink off his face appeared in Mu Shurong's mind. "Mom, there are a lot of dirt on Uncle's face, please help him wipe it off." Bebe's voice rang again, interrupting her thoughts. Mu Shurong felt a little flustered. What was she thinking about just now? Yang Fan stood there with a hint of expectation in his eyes. He sensed that Mu Shurong was distracted for a moment just now, and was thinking about helping him wipe the ink. Little fool, Uncle is an adult now and can clean his own face. Mu Shurong immediately regained her composure and rejected Bebe's request. Yang Fan felt that the iceberg that was about to melt just now of Mu Shurong immediately froze again. "Come and eat quickly. I'll clean up after dinner before you leave." Although Yang Fan was a little disappointed, he became very happy when he thought of his presence suddenly appearing during Mu Shurong's rare absence. "It's okay, you can go back directly after dinner, and I'll take care of the rest." Mu Shurong then realized that today was Friday and Yang Fan sometimes went back on Friday night. After saying that, Mu Shurong took Bebe to wash their hands, and Yang Fan went to another sink to wipe the ink off his face. "By the way, did Gao Sheng contact you today?" "No, what's wrong?" "It's okay, let's eat." After dinner, Yang Fan cleaned up, packed up his study items and all the sketches he had drawn in the past 2 days, and prepared to return to his small rental house to concentrate on studying for 2 days. "Uncle, please come back soon. I will miss you." Bebe raised her head, blinked her big eyes, and tugged at the corner of Yang Fan's clothes with her little hands, as if this could keep him here. Yang Fan squatted down, gently rubbed her hair, and a gentle smile appeared on the corner of his mouth. "I'll miss you too." When saying this, Yang Fan deliberately emphasized the word "you guys," and his eyes unconsciously drifted towards Mu Shurong, who was standing beside him. Mu Shurong was tidying up the clutter on the table with her head down. When she heard these words, her hands paused slightly. The tips of her ears were quietly stained with a light pink. She subconsciously smoothed the hair around her ears, trying to hide her panic at that moment, but her fingertips felt a little hot. Her eyes wandered, finally landing on the blooming green ivy on the windowsill, pretending to see something special on the leaf. Yang Fan could instantly sense Mu Shurong's panic at the moment, and a sense of pride inexplicably surged in his heart. He suddenly discovered that this woman who was always calm and composed actually had such a lovely side. Yang Fan couldn't help but want to tease her again. He stood up and deliberately dragged out his tone, "Then I'm leaving?" Mu Shurong finally came back to her senses and uttered a soft "hmm" so low that it was almost inaudible. At the same time, her hand accidentally touched the Eiffel Tower ornament that had just been placed. Bang! The sound of the Eiffel Tower model falling was so crisp and loud that it completely covered up Mu Shurong's response to Yang Fan. When Mu Shurong heard the loud noise she accidentally made, she quickly put the Eiffel Tower model back in place. This time, Mu Shurong was obviously a little flustered. Seeing this, Yang Fan just smiled and did not stay any longer. He immediately closed the door gently and left. He knew his limits, and did not push his luck just because he succeeded in teasing her. Instead, he left Mu Shurong's sight at the right time, saving her some face. Mu Shurong stood there, listening to the footsteps gradually fading away outside the door, and the slight uneasiness in her heart finally slowly subsided. She raised her hand and touched her cheek, which was indeed a little hot. She took a deep breath and tried to calm herself down. "Mom, what's wrong with you? Are you feeling unwell?" Bebe noticed that Mu Shurong was acting abnormally and asked with concern. "Mom is okay. What do you want to play today, Bebe?" "Mom will accompany you." Mu Shurong touched Bebe's face with a gentle look on her face. "That's great, I love you so much, Mom, give me a kiss." Yang Fan returned to his small rental house and began to immerse himself in creation. Yang Fan stood in front of the drawing table, with the brush in his hand suspended in mid-air, which did not fall down for a long time. On the rice paper, the lines with ink not yet dried are intertwined in a messy manner, like a mess of confused thoughts. He had been painting for a whole morning, but each draft was not satisfactory. Either the composition was not flexible enough, or the artistic conception was not profound enough. He frowned, put the brush in his hand heavily on the pen holder, and sighed. It was a rare weekend, and although I didn't have to worry about Bebe, I still couldn't get into my groove. The finished drafts piled up, but I wasn't satisfied with any of them. Why can't I feel anything? Yang Fan muttered in a low voice and rubbed his swollen temples. The sunlight from the window shone through the gauze curtains and shone on the table, making the failed drawings particularly dazzling. At this moment, the cell phone on the table suddenly vibrated, and the buzzing sound was particularly abrupt in the quiet room. Yang Fan glanced at the screen and saw that it was Fatty Luo calling. He wanted to ignore it, but the phone kept ringing stubbornly, as if challenging his last bit of patience. TSK, this guy. He picked up the phone helplessly and pressed the answer button, with obvious impatience in his tone. Hey, Fatty, what's up? I'm busy. Brother, how about having dinner together tomorrow? The fat man Luo's loud voice came from the other end of the phone, with his usual enthusiasm. The voice was so loud that there was almost no need to turn on the speakerphone, and it made Yang Fan's ears numb. I don't have time to cook for you these 2 days. Let's treat you next time. Yang Fan thought that the fat man wanted to eat for free again, and he was getting a little impatient. What nonsense are you talking about? Fatty Luo's voice rose 8 degrees. You don't have to cook, I'm treating you to a meal. I've already booked a place, just give me a favor. Chapter 47, Hongmen Banquet. Are you serious? Are you treating me to a meal? The sun is rising from the west, right? Don't tell me it's a Hongmen Banquet. Hongmen Banquet? Fatty Luo yelled on the other end of the phone. I'm inviting my brother to dinner, how come it's called the Hongmen Banquet? How can you be so ungrateful? Yang Fan chuckled, come on, you invited me to dinner last time, and you asked me to help you fix your computer for the whole afternoon. What do you want me to do this time? I really don't mean anything else this time. Fatty Luo hurriedly explained, his tone so sincere that it seemed as if he was about to swear, I'll just come out for a while at noon, so I won't waste your time. Besides, am I that kind of person? Yang Fan said nothing. His gaze returned to the blank rice paper and he weighed the issue in his mind. Seeing that he didn't say anything, Fatty Luo added, just relax for a while. You must be getting moldy after staying at home all day, right? Okay, Yang Fan finally agreed, with a bit of helplessness in his tone, since you were so sincere, I will reluctantly agree to your request. Don't worry, I won't let you work. Fatty Luo's voice suddenly became cheerful, then it settled. I'll send you the time and place on WeChat at noon today. Good. Yang Fan responded, and after hanging up the phone, he stared at the phone screen and shook his head, feeling that something was wrong. He threw the phone back on the table, picked up the brush again, dipped it in ink, but the tip of the brush was hanging above the paper and didn't fall down. His mind had become even more confused by the phone call, so he simply put down his brush, walked to the window and took a deep breath. Forget it, I can't draw it anyway, so I might as well go out for a walk. Yang Fan opened WeChat and saw the address sent by Fatty Luo. It was not far away, so he might as well take a walk there now. By the time he arrived, the time would be just right. Yang Fan strolled leisurely on the street alone, feeling the hustle and bustle of the city. When they reached the end of a small street and were about to turn a corner, Yang Fan caught a glimpse of a number of works on display in the window of a store. Looking at the sign above the store again, Moxiangzai, Yang Fan guessed that it was probably a training institution for ink painting, so he walked over unconsciously. Through the window, there are neatly displayed works. Although Yang Fan rarely paints since he acquired the skills of a master of calligraphy and painting, he can tell at a glance that there are indeed many good works here, otherwise they would not be displayed in the most conspicuous place for exhibition. Yang Fan walked into the store and found a staircase inside. Next to the staircase were words, please go to the second floor for the classroom. It turned out that the first floor was only used as an exhibition area and passage. Yang Fan approached the paintings, leaned in, and examined them carefully one by one, smiling with satisfaction as he looked. Suddenly, Yang Fan's attention was attracted by a painting in an inconspicuous corner. This is a painting depicting the scene of the Jiangnan water town. In the picture, several typical Jiangnan houses are scattered on the left and center of the picture. The roofs are covered with tiles and the walls are mainly white, which look simple and elegant. A small river meanders between the houses. There are several small boats on the river. The people on the boats are wearing traditional costumes and are carrying out daily work or leisure activities. On the right side of the picture is an arched stone bridge with a constant stream of pedestrians on it, showing the liveliness and vitality of the water town. On both sides of the bridge, several willow trees sway in the wind, adding to the vividness of the picture. The mountains in the distance are rendered with light ink, which contrasts with the nearby houses and adds depth to the picture. In the sky, a few flying birds dot the picture, making it more vivid. What attracted young Fan was not the beautiful scenery of the painting, but the way the author handled the characters and scenery that amazed young Fan. Simple lines and a few casual strokes can outline the essence of the characters and scenery. The use of ink is also very particular, with appropriate shades and distinct layers. The changes in the depth of the ink not only show the three-dimensional sense of the object, but also convey the effect of light and shadow. The blank treatment is a highlight of this work. A large number of white walls of Hui-style buildings and even the water surface are treated with blank treatment. The blank not only increases the ethereal feeling of the picture, but also makes the picture more breathable, giving people a sense of tranquility. When Yang Fan was creating, he was always thinking about what elements to add to echo the theme of the competition. For example, the texture of bamboo weaving, the flying long bamboo strips, bamboo silk as the background, the hands of craftsmen, etc., to call for the concept of bamboo weaving as an intangible cultural heritage to help the disabled and showcase China's traditional bamboo weaving culture. Now, looking at this simple yet majestic Jiangnan ink painting in front of him, Yang Fan is deeply impressed by the art of leaving blank space and the simple processing techniques of traditional ink painting. It suddenly occurred to Yang Fan that the essence of traditional ink painting is not how rich the content is, but to use the least amount of ink to create the greatest artistic conception. Yang Fan instantly found inspiration and roughly understood the new direction of his creation. After leaving the training institution, Yang Fan quickened his pace to the restaurant to keep his appointment. In less than half an hour, he arrived at his destination. When he arrived at the reserved table, Yang Fan saw Fatty Luo from afar. Wait, oh my god, why is there Gao Shang? Yang Fan was a little unhappy for a moment. Although they were colleagues before, Gao Shang relied on his status as Mu Shirong's direct disciple to suppress other new colleagues that Mu Shirong was optimistic about, either openly or secretly. Especially Yang Fan. However, Yang Fan was open-minded and thought it was normal for a newcomer to be bullied by old colleagues, so he didn't take it too seriously. But he really didn't have much good feelings towards this person. Yang Fan, this way. Fatty Luo waved at Yang Fan from afar. Although Yang Fan was unhappy, he did not show it. He walked over politely and said hello. It's Director Gao, Yang Fan said with a polite smile. What brings Director Gao here today? Today's guests are Director Gao and Yang Fan. You are the only one missing. Come on, order whatever you want. Fatty Luo picked up the menu and handed it over. Since Director Gao is treating, I won't be polite. As soon as Yang Fan arrived, he sensed Gao Shang's little intention of asking for something. He opened the menu without hesitation and ordered whatever was most expensive. Since it was a Hongmen banquet, the feast had to be grand, otherwise it would not be of high standard enough. Long time no see, Yang Fan, where are you now? Gao Shang asked with a smile on his face. Yang Fan suddenly realized that when Gao Shang was talking about his high position, he seemed to have a hint of guilt deep in his heart. However, Yang Fan could not read what this guilt specifically referred to unless Gao Shang took the initiative to recall it. He won't tell me what his new job is. He's so secretive that he won't even tell me. He's just thinking about making a fortune by himself. He doesn't care about his brother's life or death. Fatty Luo took the lead in answering Gao Shang's question for Yang Fan. I forgot to congratulate Director Gao. He's the creative design director of Visual Gravity. How many people want to be his idol? But he actually invited me to dinner today. What a huge honor. Chapter 48. Gao Shang asks Yang Fan for help. Yang Fan did not answer Gao Shang's words directly, but smiled and flattered him in a non-serious manner. Hey! Don't call me director, just call me Gao Shang. You don't know how much I envy you now. You are free and have no pressure. The burden of director is not easy to bear. When Gao Shang said this, his heart was indeed heavy. The company values you, which proves that you are capable. We are eager to prove ourselves, but the company thinks you are not good enough. After making fun of himself, Fatty Luo swallowed the piece of sliced watermelon he had just picked up in one bite. Yang Fan, if you hadn't left the company, maybe Director Mu would have fallen for you, and this burden would have been pushed onto you. In that case, I would be relieved. Gao Shang felt very uncomfortable when he said this. Yang Fan immediately felt the jealousy in Gao Shang's heart when he mentioned Mu Shirong, but Yang Fan could tell that Gao Shang was speaking the truth. Director Gao really flatters me. Everyone in the company knows that Director Gao is Director Mu's most talented disciple. If I were still in the industry, I would have to learn a lot from Director Gao. Yang Fan deliberately mentioned Mu Shirong again, trying to gauge Gao Shang's reaction. Gao Shang's eyes flashed slightly, and he stopped pouring water for Yang Fan. I heard that Director Mu paid off the 5 million you owed the company when you left. How is it going now? What? How come I didn't know about this? After hearing what Gao Shang said just now, Fatty Luo yelled, without even having time to spit out the melon seed shells in his mouth, as if he had heard some earth-shattering news. I'm so sorry that even you didn't know. I shouldn't have said it. I was rude. Gao Shang looked at the fat man in surprise and quickly apologized to Yang Fan again. It's okay. It's not something shameful. I'm just unlucky to have encountered this kind of thing. I will definitely be able to pay it back in 2 to 3 years. Yang Fan said calmly and with some confidence. Where did you really make your fortune, kid? You earned 5 million in 2 or 3 years. God, I can't earn that much in more than 10 years. Tell me quickly, what are you doing now and what is the secret of getting rich? Teach it to your brothers. Fatty Luo had a serious face and stared at Yang Fan intently, as if he would not give up until Yang Fan told him. Gao Shang also looked serious, and his eyes were full of anticipation as he looked at Yang Fan. The dishes are here. Come on, eat first. I haven't tasted the food here for a long time, and I miss it a little bit. Yang Fan saw the waiter bringing 2 dishes and quickly changed the subject. Don't change the subject, tell me what you are doing now, don't commit a crime. How is that possible? Am I, Yang Fan, that kind of person? Try this beef brisket and oxtail first and see whether the beef brisket I make is better or the one here is better. Of course your cooking is delicious, but what does that have to do with the question I asked? Look at this restaurant again, how is the business? Great. So many people eat this flavor, and they can all make money. My Yang Fan's food tastes much better than his, so of course I can make money too. You mean you're opening a restaurant now? Where is it? I'll go and support you someday. You don't have to give me a discount. I'll just consider it a friendly gesture. It's not a restaurant, it's home cooking. Nowadays, it's popular among wealthy families to hire private chefs for home banquets. The price is good. If you are good at cooking and are not afraid of getting dirty or tired, you can do my job. No, I'm afraid of the heat. I can't stay in the kitchen. Besides, I'm not good at cooking. Forget it. I'm not cut out for your job. Fatty Luo waved his hand and gave up. I didn't expect that, Yang Fan, you not only have great talent in design, but also are such great cooks. Gao Shang took the opportunity to praise Yang Fan again. Do I have a talent for design? How come I don't know that? Yang Fan deliberately joked, if I had a talent for design, I wouldn't be fired. You just said that this was just an accident and a moment of bad luck. Who could have known that, by coincidence, your idea would be exactly the same as that used by part.I's rival company? How do you know the whole cause and effect so clearly? Yang Fan put away his teasing tone and looked at Gao Shang with a scrutinizing gaze. Director Mu told me all this. She often expressed regret, saying that it was a great loss for the company not to keep you. Gao Shang hurriedly explained and tried to change the subject. Yang Fan's mind-reading mechanism suddenly lit up with a red light. He was lying. He was clearly saying in his heart, I planned and operated all this, how could I not know it? At this time, Gao Shang felt no guilt at all, and even felt a little proud. When Yang Fan heard this information, he cursed in his heart, a villain. But he still restrained his anger and kept a straight face. Director Mu was quite optimistic about me. Not only did he pay 5 million for me, he also felt sorry for me behind my back. It's really an honor for me. Yang Fan deliberately emphasized how good Mu Shirong was to him, trying to disgust Gao Shang. Since he cared so much about Mu Shirong's favor for him, he deliberately showed off a little more. Sure enough, after hearing this, Gao Shang's smiling face stiffened for a moment, but immediately, he forced a superficial smile on his face again. All the dishes are served, let's eat. Fatty Luo shouted from the side, completely unaware of the subtle changes between Yang Fan and Gao Shang. Yang Fan, I called you out today because I really encountered difficulties and need your help. Gao Shang finally got to the point. Director Gao thinks highly of me. If you have anything to say, just tell me. I can't say whether I can do it or not, but I will try my best. Yang Fan wished Gao Shang would get as far away from him as possible, since he had the nerve to beg him after framing him. But with the mentality of watching the show and not wanting to take any responsibility, Yang Fan still agreed. Treat a villain in a villain's way. Dingxing Media now has a big order in hand, which it cannot handle itself, so it has given it to us, Visual Gravity. This project has a large workload and requires very high creative design. We made several versions of the design, but none of them passed the test. Dingxing Media? In fact, Yang Fan knew what Gao Shang wanted to say before he even opened his mouth, but he still pretended to be surprised. Director Gao, do you think I can do it? Except for Director Mu, no one in our visual media is more suitable for this project than you. This is a concept character design. You are given a bunch of words and are required to turn them into vivid people. If it was just innovation from scratch, it would be easy for us. Now it is from something to something, and changing the way of expression tests a person's creative integration ability. In this regard, no one is better than you, Yang Fan. Chapter 49. If you marry me, I will help him immediately. Gao Shang said a lot in one breath, with a hint of anxiety in his words. Yang Fan ate his food slowly and pretended to listen carefully. Have you ever tried using Al? Feeding these words to Al might produce some good results. I have tried, but the current AI is not smart enough to understand such complex character requirements, so the results are still unsatisfactory. Let's not talk about whether I can do it or not. Just my current identity, a former employee who was fired from Visual Gravity, appears on the list of your project. Isn't it a bit inappropriate? You don't need to write your name on the list. I will collect everyone's ideas, and you can integrate and process them, recreate them, and then hand them over to me. Don't worry, the compensation will definitely be much higher than what the company offers. After all, it is still a relatively hard job. Yang Fan smiled softly and said nothing, but he thought to himself, what a good plan, I create and you pick the peaches. The last time I did a summary redesign, I was fired. I still have lingering fears about it. Although Yang Fan acted as if he was in a dilemma, he had actually made up his mind. What happened last time won't happen again. If anything goes wrong, I'll take the responsibility. Just take your labor fee and that's all. How much is the labor fee? Yang Fan laughed shamelessly. If it's too low, I won't do it. This number, Gao Shang stretched out 5 fingers. 50,000? Fatty Luo exclaimed, sure, it would be great if I could earn some extra money. When Gao Shang heard Fatty Luo shout out 50,000, he nodded with satisfaction. 500,000. Yang Fan said these 3 words calmly, and then looked at Gao Shang. Gao Shang quickly shook his head. Fatty is right, it's 50,000, not 500,000. I didn't say what you meant, I said what I meant, 500,000, not a cent less. When Gao Shang heard this, a shadow instantly covered his face. Brother, we have known each other for such a long time. It's not good to raise the price. Oh, that's not nice to say. I'm already very busy. My private chef business is so good. I've also been busy with my creative competition work these past 2 days, so I've turned down a lot of orders. But it doesn't matter. When I get the 100,000 yuan reward, I'll have both fame and fortune, so I won't lose much. But your situation is different. The workload may be 10 times that of my entry, and you can only get labor fees, not your name. I said 500,000 yuan because of our friendship. For ordinary people, I would have rejected it directly. Yang Fan spoke sincerely, and it seemed that he agreed to the price reluctantly. Are you going to participate in this theme creative competition too? Gao Shang pinched his nose and listened to Yang Fan's words, as if he was only interested in this information. Can't everyone participate, regardless of whether you are a designer of Visual Gravity or not? Yes, good luck. You can win the grand prize. When Gao Shang said this, he was obviously on guard. He was originally very confident that he could win the championship, but suddenly he knew that Yang Fan was also participating, and he felt like he was facing a formidable enemy. Yang Fan understood this clearly, but he continued to be polite. It's still uncertain who will win. Maybe Director Gao will win the title. With so many colleagues and designers, the competition is still fierce. Let us work hard together. The 2 of them were clearly being hypocritical and polite, and no one mentioned the matter of the 500,000 yuan again. Can you 2 stop disgusting me? Eat now, don't waste the delicious food in front of you. After dinner, Yang Fan returned to his taxi and continued to work on his draft. This time, Yang Fan had a design direction in mind and completed the drawing very smoothly. Yang Fan replaced the dragon element with a panda, and then used the technique of leaving blank space. The flying bamboo silk and bamboo strips are still retained, but the amount used is much less. The craftsman's hand grasps the flying bamboo silk, and the crutches on the stool represent the disabled. Yang Fan looked at the draft and was quite satisfied with it. However, he still needed to consider the proportions between objects and the proportion of blank space. After you have a few more drafts, you will know which ratio is most suitable. Yang Fan rubbed his temples and went back to his room to lie down and rest. Not long after he lay down, he received a call from Mu Shirong. Hey! Director Mu. Yang Fan, how are the preparations for the theme creative competition going? Almost done. I should be able to hand it in on time tomorrow. That's good. You met Gao Sheng today, right? Yes, Director Mu found out so quickly. Yang Fan knew that it must be Gao Sheng who went to get people to persuade him to come. I know you're very busy. You have to help me take care of Bebe, do housework, and work as a private chef. But this time, Gao Sheng is really in trouble, and I can't help him. You are the only one who can help him. Can you take some time to look at their project design and give them some advice? That's not what Gao Sheng said at the dinner today. He directly asked me to help him write the manuscript. It is indeed difficult to produce manuscripts, and it takes time. Can you please understand the situation a little bit and give some ideas and suggestions? Director Mu, what is your relationship with Gao Sheng? Why are you helping him so much? Yang Fan did not refuse directly, but drew the focus to her. On the other end of the phone, Mo Shirong was stunned for a moment. Aren't you very clear about our relationship? He is also my successor. I hope you can help him, just as you are helping me. Mo Shirong brought the question back again. Director Mu, I am willing to help you, but Gao Sheng, oh, I really can't do it. I will explain it to you when I have the chance. Yang Fan left the company because of his promotion. How could he turn around and help him? But he didn't know how to tell Morong about this reason. Maybe even if he did, Morong wouldn't believe it. Is there really no possibility at all? Hearing Mo Shirong begging him so humbly, all for a man, Yang Fan felt very unhappy and suddenly wanted to tease Mo Shirong. Yes, if you marry me, I will help him immediately. He. You are not serious. On the other end of the phone, Mu Shirong stomped her feet in anger and threw the phone onto the sofa after hanging up. Mom, what's wrong with you? Bebe, who was playing with toys nearby, stood up and walked over, hugged Mu Shirong's thighs and asked in a baby voice. Mom, it's okay. Bebe, keep playing. Is Mom talking to Uncle on the phone? When will Uncle be back tomorrow night? I miss him so much. Uncle is busy now and should be here before dark tomorrow night. Mu Shirong touched Bebe's hair and said gently. It would be great if Uncle was my dad, I could see him every day. Bebe, don't talk nonsense, especially not in front of your uncle. Mu Shirong squatted down, supported Bebe's little shoulders, looked into Bebe's eyes and said seriously. Why not? Isn't Uncle willing to be Bebe's father? Bebe blinked her big eyes, looking puzzled. She had clearly said this to her uncle, and her uncle did not run away, but was actually happy. Who said that? Did your uncle tell you? No. Bebe covered his mouth in panic, and suddenly remembered the agreement with his uncle. He wanted to legitimate his father, but he couldn't let his mother know. Chapter 50 Bebe's Secret. Really? Bebe, baby, you can't hide things from your mother. The more you can't tell her, the more you have to tell her. Then I will tell you if you promise me that you won't chase your uncle away. It's your uncle's freedom to leave or not. Why would Mom force him to leave? My uncle works very hard. He wants to make more money and learn more skills. He said that this way he will be able to take care of Bebe and Mom in the future. Did he really say that? Mu Shirong was a little surprised, but the corners of her mouth slightly raised, and there was clearly a subtle smile in her eyes. For a moment, her heart felt warm, a little sweet, but also a little bitter. Yes, that's what Uncle said, so Bebe also worked very hard to help Uncle and become a father as soon as possible. This way we will never be separated. When Mu Shirong heard what Bebe said, she suddenly felt very uncomfortable. During this period, Bebe followed Yang Fan to be a private chef, and never complained about boredom or hardship. Such a young child knows how to work hard to get what he wants. She just wanted a father. She did nothing wrong, but this matter was not as simple as just finding a father. How should I tell the child? Mu Shirong looked at the child for a long time, with a look of pity in her eyes. Baby, when it comes to finding a daddy, it's important that Bebe likes him, but it also depends on whether mommy and him are suitable. It's a perfect match. Mom is beautiful, uncle is handsome, and the two of you look like a perfect couple when you walk together. To be Bebe's father, mom has to marry him first. Marriage is not just a matter between two people, nor is it a matter of a short period of time. Marriage requires consideration of two families and a lifetime of life. Mu Shirong straightened Bebe's bangs, her eyes full of pity, and continued. Bebe may not understand now, but mommy hopes that Bebe can understand mommy. Oh. Bebe agreed, not quite understanding. Thank you, baby. Mu Shirong hugged Bebe into her arms and hugged her daughter tightly. The bitterness in her heart spread little by little. Since you can foresee that the result is likely to be unsatisfactory, why would you just start a relationship? When you are stuck in the mud, it will hurt everyone. You're welcome, Mom. Mom, you won't chase Uncle away, will you? Uncle said this is our secret. If Mom knew, she would chase him away. Bebe broke free from Mu Shirong's arms and said to her mother with a serious face. No, Bebe likes Uncle, so please ask Uncle to stay at home and take care of Bebe. Bebe will be happy and Mom will be relieved. That's great, thank you, Mom. Bebe gave Mu Shirong a wet kiss in front of her eyes and danced with joy. Mu Shirong shook her head as she looked at her daughter. How afraid was this child that Yang Fan would be kicked out of the house? At this time, Yang Fan, in his small rental house, quickly tried out the most satisfactory distribution effect of the picture. He took the work he had worked hard on for several days and looked at it for a long time. The more he looked at it, the more satisfied he became. The skills of a master of calligraphy and painting have endowed him with superb ability in ink painting. This ability has already surpassed most designers who paint with computers. Coupled with his ingenuity, Yang Fan believed that he would definitely win the championship. Now, there is only one thing left to do, which is to take a photo of his masterpiece and send it to the email address. However, Yang Fan is not so satisfied with the photography effect of his mobile phone. If the quality of the work is affected by this, it would not be worth it. Yang Fan decided to buy a better new mobile phone, which can be used for taking photos and filming private kitchens. Get a new number for the old phone, continue to do private chef business with the new phone, and start developing calligraphy and painting business with the old phone. Kill two birds with one stone. The next day, Yang Fan woke up naturally. When he opened his eyes, he felt refreshed. He had been thinking about it day and night for the past few days, and finally finished the manuscript. Yang Fan finally had a good sleep. Yang Fan opened his mobile phone and checked the videos released on the Douyin platform in the past few days. The account is still gaining followers, and what is even more frightening is that a large number of comments are questioning the suspension of updates and urging for new videos. There were also some people who found Yang Fan's WeChat ID from the previous messages and tried to add him but failed, and they complained bitterly. Yang Fan then remembered that he had not dealt with the systems plus number messages in the past 2 days. He was afraid that the other party would immediately make an appointment for door-to-door service after adding it, so in order not to divide unnecessary energy to fully prepare for the competition, Yang Fan simply ignored it. Yang Fan quickly agreed to these people's friend requests one by one. Just a few seconds after the operation was completed, someone sent a message. Yang Fan made appointments one by one for 3 days later. Within 3 days, he had to complete the previous appointments. After dealing with these things, Yang Fan got up to wash up. In the morning, Yang Fan planned to go to a nearby shopping mall to buy a mobile phone and some clothes. I've made some money recently, so it's time to reward myself. Arriving at the mall, Yang Fan went straight to the mobile phone counter. Following the enthusiastic introduction by the salesperson, Yang Fan chose a mobile phone that cost over 10,000 yuan. After buying a mobile phone, Yang Fan was about to go to the 4th floor to look at men's clothing. When the escalator reached the corner of the 2nd floor, the crystal chandelier suddenly shattered into a stream of light in front of Yang Fan's eyes. He subconsciously tilted his head and saw a long skirt hanging behind the entire glass curtain wall, which immediately attracted his attention. It was a gray-blue one-shoulder-long dress that was between mist and clear sky, with fine lace at the neckline, revealing the collarbone just right. The skirt was made of silk fabric with a very good drape, gathered at the waist, outlining the elegant curves. The silk fabric glows like mother-of-pearl under the warm light. The hem of the skirt is embroidered with continuous crabapples in silver thread, and each pistil is embellished with rice-sized diamonds. Yang Fan approached the skirt and was stunned. He imagined that Mu Shirong must be very beautiful in this skirt. Sir, you have a very good eye. This is a new model that has just arrived in our store and is also the flagship new work of our brand designer. The shopping guide appeared beside Yang Fan at the right time. Yang Fan came back to his senses and asked, "What occasion is this skirt suitable for?" "It's very suitable for high-end dinners or business receptions," the salesgirl said with a smile. "Look at this gray-blue color, it's not too flashy, but it shows your taste." And the salesgirl gently stroked the embroidery on the skirt and continued, "These crabapple flowers are hand-embroidered with silver thread, and each one is unique." Chapter 51 Gift. Yang Fan thought of Mu Shirong, who always wore a smart suit. Although she had a strong aura, she lacked some feminine softness. "Do you think it's suitable for working women?" Yang Fan asked tentatively. "Of course it is suitable," the salesgirl's eyes lit up, "especially for those successful women. The design of this skirt retains the elegance of women without being too sweet. Look at this one shoulder design, it can show the clavicle line without being too exposed." Yang Fan nodded. Mu Shirong's collarbone was very beautiful, and when she occasionally wore a V-neck shirt, he could not take his eyes off her. "Can you tell me the height and build of the person you want to send the gift to? I can help you with the size." "She is about 1.7 meters tall, very thin, but..." Yang Fan gestured, "very elegant." The salesgirl smiled knowingly and said, "Then this skirt is perfect. The silk fabric drapes well and can shape your figure very well. And this color is very flattering to the skin tone, especially for women with fair skin." Yang Fan thought of the photo in Mu Shirong's home. She was standing on the beach in a white dress, her skin glowing white in the sun. "But," the salesgirl suddenly lowered her voice, "because it is the latest model, there is no discount on this skirt. I must make this clear to you first," the salesgirl said cautiously. Yang Fan glanced at the price tag, $19.98. "Sure, pack it for me." Only after getting the skirt for Mu Shirong did Yang Fan go to the men's clothing store. Thinking about attending the Visual Gravity anniversary celebration in a few days, Yang Fanjue picked out a formal suit and chose 2 casual clothes suitable for being a private chef. Before leaving the mall, Yang Fan went to the toy store again and picked out a set of exquisite kitchen toys for Bebe. After buying everything, Yang Fan left with satisfaction. After returning to the rental house, the first thing Yang Fan did was to take pictures of his work and send them to the email address where he received his manuscripts. After enjoying some alone time in the rented cottage, Yang Fan couldn't sit still anymore. He really wanted to deliver the gifts to Bebe and her daughter as soon as possible. So, before 3 o'clock in the afternoon, Yang Fan was in a hurry to go back to work. And this time, Yang Fan decided to take a taxi. Yang Fan thought about the surprise of Mu Shirong and her daughter when they saw the gift, and the smile on his face could not be closed. When he arrived at the gate of Mu Shirong's residential area, he got off the car and trotted into the elevator of Mu Shirong's unit. Mu Shirong was playing with Bebe and suddenly heard a noise at the door. Mu Shirong got up and walked to the door, and Yang Fan just opened the door. "Why did you come back so early today?" In the past, Yang Fan would come back after dark on Sundays. Today, he arrived at around 4 o'clock, which surprised Mu Shirong. Yang Fan shook the thing in his hand. "These are gifts for you and Bebe. I wanted to bring them back to you soon." "Uncle, you're back." Bebe heard Yang Fan's voice and ran over quickly. "You bought me a gift, thank you uncle." Bebe knew at first glance that the bag in Yang Fan's left hand contained children's toys. She happily took them and clumsily unpacked them herself. "This skirt is bought for you. The weather is getting warmer now, so you can wear it soon." Yang Fan handed the handbag to Mu Shirong. Mu Shirong glanced at the exquisite handbag and didn't take it. "It's not a festival, and it's not my birthday. Why did you suddenly think of giving me a gift? Does it have to be a gift for a holiday? Just give it to me if you want to." Yang Fan grabbed Mu Shirong's hand and hung the handbag directly on her hand. "Go and try it on. If it doesn't fit, I can take it back and change it. You should just take it back and return it. It's not easy for you to earn money now, so don't spend money. I've already troubled you a lot these days, so how can I accept your gift? When did Director Mu become so awkward? It's just a dress, not a diamond ring. Besides, the product has been sold, and there will be no refunds if there is no quality problem. You should try it first." Seeing Yang Fan pretending to be angry, Mu Shirong thought about it and realized that it was just a skirt, but he was so fussy about it. She didn't even recognize herself. "Wow, Mom, it's a kitchen toy. I can work at home. You little fool, you play with uncle first, and mommy will go try on some clothes. Mu Shirong said, and went back to the room with her handbag. Mu Shirong closed the door, gently opened her handbag, and took out the gray-blue dress. When her fingertips touched the smooth silk fabric, her heart trembled slightly. The design of the skirt was simple and elegant, the lace on the neckline was delicate and exquisite, and the crabapple embroidery on the hem shimmered under the light. She stood in front of the mirror, took a deep breath, and slowly put on the skirt. The skirt fit her body very well, outlining her slender waist and long neck. The gray-blue color made her skin look even whiter. Mu Shirong looked at herself in the mirror and was a little dazed. She hadn't looked at herself so seriously for a long time. She gently stroked the crabapple flowers on the hem of her skirt, and a complex emotion rose in her heart. Yang Fan's vision was indeed good. This skirt not only suited her, but also made her feel a long-lost gentleness and confidence. She pursed her lips, hesitated for a moment, and decided to go out and let Yang Fan see it. In the living room, Yang Fan was playing with the newly bought kitchen toys with Bebe. Today it's Bebe's turn to cook for Uncle. Bebe fiddled with the small pot and spatula excitedly, muttering to himself. Bebe is such a great cook. Yang Fan responded with an exaggerated expression. Hearing the sound of the door opening, Yang Fan raised his head and his eyes instantly fixed on Mu Shirong. At that moment, Yang Fan felt his breathing stagnate. Mu Shirong stood at the door, her gray-blue dress made her look like a goddess from a painting. Her long hair was casually draped over her shoulders, her collarbone was partially covered by lazy big waves, and was faintly visible under the lace neckline. Mu Shirong slowly approached Yang Fan and Bebe, her skirt swaying gently with her steps, and every step she took was on Yang Fan's heart. Yang Fan had never seen Mu Shirong like this before. She had lost the fierceness in the workplace and gained more of the softness and gentleness of a woman. Mom is so beautiful. Bebe was the first to break the silence, clapping her hands and cheering. Yang Fan finally came back to his senses. His throat was a little dry, and his voice unconsciously lowered a few notes. It suits you very well. It looks very good. Mu Shirong felt a little uncomfortable with his straightforward gaze. She lowered her head to adjust the hem of her skirt and said softly, "The skirt fits me well." Yang Fan nodded, trying to suppress the throbbing in her heart, and said casually, "I told you, my vision is still very accurate. This dress is tailor-made for you." Chapter 52, Mind Reading Skills Return to Basics. Mu Shirong smiled and didn't respond. She walked to the sofa and sat down, watching Bebe and Yang Fan continue to play, but she felt a little confused. It's not that she can't feel Yang Fan's kindness to her, but she never dares to take that step easily. The gap in reality is like a chasm, and she can foresee what difficulties will stand between them in the future. Yang Fan read her thoughts and felt a little uneasy. He knew Mu Shirong's concerns and knew that he couldn't act too hastily. He put away his thoughts and turned to teasing Bebe. "Bebe, when will the meal you cooked be ready? Uncle is hungry." "It will be ready soon." Bebe fiddled with the toy seriously and even stir-fried it a few times. "Mom, eat too." Mu Shirong was amused by her daughter's innocence and felt much more relaxed. She watched Yang Fan and Bebe interacting with each other, and suddenly a warm feeling welled up in her heart. This man always seemed to make her and Bebe feel at ease. "Thank you, Yang Fan." "What are you thanking me for?" "It's just a skirt. If you like it, I'll buy it for you later." Yang Fan was stunned for a moment, then smiled. "It's not just the skirt, but also the care you've taken of me and Bebe during this time. Director Mu, I'm really not used to you being so polite, huh? By the way, how is the preparation of your work going?" Mu Shirong suddenly thought of the competition. "I've submitted it. I'm finally done." "Why did you submit it without letting me take a look?" Mu Shirong was a little worried. "Don't worry, I am confident that I can get a ranking that will satisfy Deputy Mayor Wei. Oh, by the way, I forgot to tell you that Deputy Mayor Wei has already confirmed yesterday that he can represent the government to attend the anniversary celebration." "I know about it too. Zhou Dong sent me a message. This is all thanks to you. The family is also blessed with me." "Ha ha." Yang Fan laughed shamelessly, so confident that it seemed as if this family cannot do without him. Hearing Yang Fan's wanton laughter, Mu Shirong's face quickly froze like an iceberg, and a hint of disgust appeared in her eyes. "It's still a bit cold to wear a skirt now. I'll go back to my room and change my clothes." Mu Shirong ignored Yang Fan's words and went straight back to her room. Yang Fan subconsciously felt that he seemed to be a little too proud of himself, and lowered his head and stuck out his tongue at Bebe. Bebe, do you think Mom is angry? No. Bebe was busy fiddling with his toys and didn't notice his mother's expression at all. Yang Fan scratched his head. It seemed that he had indeed gone a little too far today. In his moment of pride, he forgot to keep his distance and joked without any sense of severity. Mu Shirong changed into home clothes and went straight to the kitchen. Yang Fan ran after him happily. Let me do it, you go and accompany Bebe. Today is not your workday, I'll cook. Mu Shirong took out the pot of the rice cooker and prepared to wash the rice and cook. Let me do it. Bebe likes the food I cook. Yang Fan snatched the pot from Mu Shirong's hand. Are you saying my cooking is bad? No, what I mean is that I always have to cook for myself, so I made meals for you and Bebe. Besides, I don't work for nothing. I also eat your rice on non-working days. Seeing Yang Fan's nervous look, Mu Shirong burst out laughing and turned to leave the kitchen. Yang Fan realized then that Mu Shirong asked this not because she was angry. She was so nervous that even her mind-reading skills failed. No, is it because of nervousness that the mind-reading skill failed, or because the energy pack ran out and failed? Oh my goodness, only the upgraded mind-reading skill can read Mu Shirong's mind. Why did he fail at the critical moment? It was not easy for the tip of the iceberg to melt, and it was just when he needed to make more efforts, but he was in the dark again and couldn't figure out Mu Shirong's thoughts. Damn it! System, calling the system. Yang Fan shouted in his mind for a long time, but he didn't hear any voice from the system. The free virtual services of Cloud Space and the Viper sound effects of Kugu all have the opportunity to be renewed after a period of free trial. But Yang Fan didn't know where to renew the upgraded mind-reading energy pack. Don't worry about that for now. Yang Fan turned his attention back to cooking. An hour later, the food was ready. Yang Fan brought the dishes to the table and called Mu Shirong and her daughter to come and eat. Bebe was the first to run over. It smells so good. I haven't eaten Uncle's cooking for 2 days. I'm so craving for it. Uncle, quickly carry me up. Yang Fan carried Bebe to the baby chair. He could still read Bebe's mind very clearly. The little glutton was thinking only of food. However, looking at Mu Shirong's expressionless face again, not only was his mind-reading skill completely useless, even the naked eye couldn't tell what Mu Shirong was thinking. Too bad the mind-reading skill has gone back to basics. Having lost his upgraded mind-reading ability, Yang Fan suddenly wasn't so confident that he could joke with Mu Shirong at will, and he started chatting with Bebe instead. Bebe, you're going out with your uncle again starting tomorrow. That's great. I haven't been out for a long time. I miss the days when I went out to work with my uncle. Bebe said while eating, his voice slow and soft. Yang Fan glanced at Morong out of the corner of his eye. Morong was eating with a blank expression on her face, as if she had no opinion. Don't look at me like that. Mu Shirong said as she picked up a tender green vegetable and gave it to Bebe. Okay, Director Mu. Yang Fan straightened his head immediately as if he had received a military order, looked straight ahead, and ate the rice in his bowl seriously. Uncle, aren't we going to that beautiful sister's house tomorrow? Bebe seemed to suddenly think of something, raised her head and asked worriedly. When Mu Shirong heard the words beautiful sister, her drooping eyelashes slightly raised, a look of doubt flashed across her eyes, and soon she continued to eat calmly. Yes, I was supposed to go a few days ago, but now it's postponed to tomorrow. I don't like that sister, can we not go to his house? Why? Yang Fan and Mu Shirong asked this question almost at the same time. They also turned their gazes from Bebe to each other at almost the same time. Yang Fan's eyes met Mu Shirong's gaze briefly in the air, and then quickly moved away. Mu Shirong lowered her head and gently stirred the soup in the bowl, as if the eye contact just now had never happened. Her movements were still graceful and calm, but the slight trembling of her fingertips revealed a hint of emotion that was not easily detected. Yang Fan cleared his throat, trying to break the subtle silence. He looked down at Bebe, his tone gentle but with a hint of helplessness. Why don't you like that sister? This sister made an appointment with Uncle a long time ago.